can maybe do the first presentation, and then the other ones will roll as we move on. We expect members of the management to come, so maybe when they come, we'll see how to adjust the program. So is there anybody who has not introduced him or herself when you are doing the round introduction? Anybody who has not introduced himself? Okay.
Thank you. I'm Kenneth Odhiambo from School of Environmental Sciences and Natural Resource Management, Department of Forestry and Wood Science. And I've also seen some colleagues who have just joined. Let's take this time to allow them to also to introduce themselves. Starting from here.
Good morning. My name is Beatrice, member of staff and a student to the School of Agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Eunice Atieno, School of Business, Postgraduate Students, Finance.
Good morning. Sarah Komen is my name. Postgraduate student, School of Business and Economics.
Morning. My name is Riz Pamora, Asaf, and a postgraduate student, School of Business.
Any other? Thank you. For those who are just joining us, this is a postgraduate mentorship workshop and public lecture. We expect to have a number of talks by our resource persons and staff, beginning with Professor Samuel Luther, who will be doing a talk on postgraduate students, requirements and expectations, followed by a talk by Professor Arguing Sotieno on writing quality thesis, what it takes, challenges and required format. Thereafter, we'll have a talk by Dr. Caroline Ayuma on independent paper writing for social sciences, a postgraduate study guide, and later we'll listen to a talk by Professor Christopher Joseph Odhiambo on social exclusion and inclusion, humanizing pedagogy and social justice. I believe our first presenter is almost ready. Therefore, we take this time to welcome Professor Luther to give a talk. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll start. I'll present from this end so that all of you will be able to see me. I just want to say that whatever I'll be talking about is not new. We'll just try to remind ourselves of a few things which we know maybe we have forgotten. And these are things that address the challenges that we are facing as a board. One of the problems that we have been facing is completion. Completion, forget even about completion rate. Completion is an issue. We have so many students. In our system, as we talk, we have over 2,000 students. And we expected when we call this meeting that we'll have 350 of them on the ground. And many of them will join online, but you can see the number is still low, but we hope that will be addressed. So we have a problem of completion. There are some who have started and they have never finished. And then the other issue is the rate of completion. We know that a master's program is supposed to take 2 years. A PhD program is supposed to take 3 years. Postgraduate diploma, 1 year. But we are not doing that. And that's why we wanted that to have some interactions and see how that can be done. So we have a challenge. For the performance contracting, they set a target of completion rate in time of 20%, and still we cannot be able to meet it. So I think we have called ourselves today to interact and see how we can be able to face these challenges together. As you have been told, my name is Professor Samuel Luther. I'm the Director Board of Postgraduate Studies, and I work with a board, and members from my directorate will be introduced later. But because of managing time, just allow me to run quickly through these few slides, and then we can be able to react later. So I just want to talk about the expectations and requirements from our postgraduate students to ensure that we have quality training. So I'll talk about what we expect from the students and the requirements that they're expected to meet during their training. And of course, and I'll also mention something, the requirements that they'll also expect from us as staff and also supervisors. So to start off my presentation, I'll just want to define what a postgraduate student is. So when we talk about postgraduate, it means that this is somebody who has already earned a degree. So he's doing another degree at postgraduate level. And this person is, of course, expected to be a mature person who is building his career towards higher education. Now, we expect this postgraduate student to work under supervision, an academic supervisor, and for our case, the supervisor is somebody who is knowledgeable or expert in the area of study and who has been approved by our university senate. And then apart from the supervisor, we also have academic program advisors. And these are people that we don't normally use as postgraduate students. Each program has an advisor. They are the people who will tell us which course to do, which electives to do, and we also need to make sure that we interact with them. So we have also academic advisor. For each program, there's an advisor who can be able to advise you on any information that you need about a particular program. So you can't get all the information from the postgraduate board, but some information you can get from the department through these specific people. Now we have been talking about a bona fide student. Who is this student? As I've mentioned, we have so many students. In our system, we have over 2,000 students. But now to account for them becomes a big challenge. In a graduation, we can maybe release about 25 PhDs. Like last year, we released 23 PhDs. About, there were about 67 masters and about 40 PhDs. Now the question is, where are these others? And we want to know who is this bona fide student. There are some who come, they seek for admission to get the letters for other things, maybe for promotion or to show that they are students, but getting a letter of admission does not mean that you are a postgraduate student of University of Eldoret. There are things that you are supposed to do. And just to insist, a bona fide student must be active and registered. So how do we register? So we register by, there are two ways of registration. We'll expect you to come to our office. We have a nominal roll. You sign the nominal roll, and then we'll also expect you to report online to do what we call electronic registration in the ERP and also pay fees. So we expect you to pay fees, be in the ERP, so that when we check in the ERP and see who is our student, we should be able to do that. Now, this bona fide student are supposed to be active every semester. So every semester you are supposed to report. Like you report in semester 1, by the end of semester 1, you report in semester 2. Each time you report, you'll be invoiced, and for you to be able to pay fees. So you report each session that you are supposed to be on, so that you are invoiced and pay fees. And we expect you to finish within the required time. Now we run our programs in 2 modes. We have the full-time and the part-time mode. The part-time mode has been a bit passive, because since the post-COVID era, a few things changed here and there, and we were forced to adopt technology. So the part-time one, we shifted it, and now we are doing what's called online or blended learning. For those ones who are doing part-time, we have changed some classes so that it can allow us to have you learning online. We run 3 programs on this at this level. We have postgraduate diploma programs. So far we have 2, postgraduate diploma in education and postgraduate diploma in agriculture. The agriculture one has not been active for some time, but we hope it will pick up. But we also expect to start some postgraduate certificate courses. And then of course we have the master's program and PhD. For us to move well, as a student, we shall be expected to adhere to the rules and regulations. And we have so many rules and regulations, we can't mention all of them here, but we'll pick a few, which I think if you get hold of and follow them to the letter, we'll expect to have no problem. There's one which governs on the examinations, so we have common rules and regulations for university education. This one covers everybody. We have had this notion where some postgraduate students think that they are not covered by this. But you should know that you are covered by this. I'll just like to report that we have not had any case where a postgraduate student has been involved in exam irregularity. But I think we have had a few, I can't call them irregularities, where students have been found in the exam room without paying fees. So this one talks about all this, what you are expected to do, and kindly just go through it so that we see what we are supposed to do during the processing and doing of exams. Then there's also another rule on conduct, regulations governing conduct and discipline. Again, it also covers us. Sometimes when there is some misconduct, a student will be subjected to this. We normally think that it's for first years or undergraduate, but it also affects us. And then now we have the main one, rules and regulations governing postgraduate studies. I think this is the one that we shall be expected to read through from cover to cover, if that word so exists, because it tells us everything. It talks about the procedure. It talks about the expectations, all the way from admissions, through coursework, through proposal, through post-proposal defense, through research period, submission of thesis, and even up to graduation. So it talks about that. And we have uploaded it in our website. It was not there. You can always access it, go through it, and internalize. In case there's something which is not clear, you can always raise up. And then we have also another important document. At the end of the training for a PhD and a master's student, we shall expect a product which is normally a thesis. And this thesis, we shall expect you to write it in some format. Again, there's a document covering on the guidelines. We have had challenges here where some students have not followed the guidelines. So we'll expect you to interact with that document, discuss with your supervisors. Anytime you're about to do your thesis, ensure that you have looked at it and you have prepared your thesis according to the guideline. Then we go to graduation requirements. I'll just mention a few things here, what is required and what we expect. For postgraduate certificate, This one we expect it to run for 6 years, although we have not started the programs yet. Any person doing PGDE, you will be expected to do coursework for 2 semesters and do what we call a special project under supervision of an academic staff. And the duration of this program is strictly 1 year, 1 academic year. That means you learn for 2 semesters and then go for teaching practice for 1 semester, and you should be able to finish and graduate. Those ones doing masters and PhD, so coursework for masters and PhD, mandatory requirement. So we expect you to have done coursework, and this coursework you don't just do any course. You have to look at the curriculum. In the curriculum, it tells you what are the core courses, what are the elective courses, and for the elective courses, you need to do the minimum required number. And where do we get this curriculum? So the curriculum are in the ERP. Sometimes when you rely on other information, you might end up missing on 1 or 2 courses. So I request that we use the curriculum which is in the ERP so that we ensure that by the time you are defending, you will have done all the coursework, to avoid a case where after defense, you will be told to go back and do your do some coursework. And the duration for the master's program, I'm using semester because of town campus. You know, town campus run back to back. So when you say academic year, some semesters normally overlap. Now, if you are in main campus, we do 2 semesters per year. So if you are in town campus, the semester run back to back. So in a year, in fact, in town campus, there are 3 semesters. In a year, there are 3 semesters. So if you start in January of a particular year, by the end of May, the following year, you'll have covered the 4 semesters, which is the 2 academic years required. So for masters, the minimum allowed is 4 semesters. The maximum is 6 semesters. We have not yet decided on what should be done for those ones who are extending. I think those are the things that we need to discuss and come up with resolutions. I know other universities, they charge every time you extend past a particular period, and then after that you are discontinued. But we have been kind just to allow you to finish. And then for PhD, we expect you to do it in 3 academic years, which is 6 semesters. If you are doing it from main campus, we expect you to do it in 3 academic years, because in main campus, the 3rd semester is normally silent in terms of academic teaching, but you can do research during that period. And then so maximum 6 semesters. Again, in town campus, we count the semesters. And we allow, I think, 1 extra year. That's why we have said 8 semesters. So we allow 1 extra year, which gives us 8 semesters. But in reality, this one is not happening. And then there are also other requirements that we are expected to do. We are expected to pay fees. This is an area where we are not doing very well, especially before the time we had ERP. There are students who are able to do many things without paying fees. But we expect you to pay fees, and these fees should be paid by the end of the semester to allow you to progress and also have a lot to miss out on those issues of incomplete marks and so on and so forth. And then, of course, for somebody who is doing a PhD, we'll expect that person to have done 2 publications by the end of his or her study. If you are doing masters, we'll expect you to have a minimum of 1. Why do we insist on publication? It's just a way of, a quality assurance way of just checking the quality of your thesis. You submit it to other publishers, they look at it and also give views on the requirements. And we normally have conferences. We expect you to come present so that people can give you some views for you to see how you can be able to improve on the thesis. Now, I've talked about coursework. This is mandatory. We do our programs by coursework as one of the requirements for partial fulfillment of the award of the degree. And I've just said you must do this coursework and pass. So there are electives and minimum, there are core courses and minimum required electives which we expect you to do. So we normally expect that you must pass coursework, and this is the expectation before you proceed to the next level. Although ideally speaking, we expect you to start your research immediately. The rule says you start your research within the first semester of your program. And then, so the pass mark we also need to know. So for PhD masters, the pass mark is 50%. So we don't go with the undergraduate one of 40%. And then those ones who are doing PhD, the pass mark is 40. So this is for coursework, and then for the thesis, again, it's also, the pass mark is 50, and it has two components. It has the written thesis, which we assess out of 80, and then the oral presentation, which we assess and mark out of 20. Now the training stages, and again, this is an area that we need to look at and see what is the problem. It has 3 stages of training. So the first one is coursework. Now in coursework here, we have not had problems, especially if you have paid fees. This one goes seamlessly without any problem for most students. If you have a class of 10 and all of them have paid fees, by the end of the academic year, all the 10 will do the coursework and pass. And partly also the proposal stage. And this is now where we expect to do some improvement. For the proposal stage, we have been waiting until the end of first year before we start engaging in our research, which I think is one of the reasons that have been making us to delay in the finishing. We are proposing that it will even be good if students come into some of these programs with a project. If you have a supervisor who has a project, this gives you a chance to start even immediately with the project before you even engage in coursework. So the moment you report in first year, semester 1, you can proceed with the course, with the research, defend the proposal, continue with it, and I think by doing this, you should be able to finish within the 2 years. Now this proposal, you're expected to develop it, and it must be presented before the school postgraduate board. We normally say that the experts are in the department. Even the thesis we prefer, when a defense is being organized, the department should take the central role and then invite other experts. So we expect to see some flyers inviting audience to look at the proposal. And it's important that we do the proposal defense, because the moment you get it wrong, everything will be wrong up to the end, and sometimes it can be very difficult to correct. There was a case in a school where a student did a proposal and the area was not in the program that he registered in. So you again need to start everything. So proposal very key. Make sure you defend before the department and you are given approval to go ahead. After you have done the proposal, you now go to the research stage. The research stage, we call it I think it's called all but dissertation. So after you have done that, what will be remaining with will be the thesis. This is the stage which is most challenging, where people just disappear and you will never see them until, most of us disappear until after some time. And they disappear in some ways which can't be explained. Very few differ. Others just abscond. They secretly disappear. And you'll never hear about them. And then after maybe 5 years, you'll see them coming back wanting to seek for readmission. And we have not made a pronouncement on this, but I think, as I indicated, there's a maximum period that you're allowed to take your program. And again, if you are to defer, normally we allow you to defer once every academic year. So if we go by this, the maximum that somebody can take for a master's is 4 years. PhD should be 6 years. But we still have people doing the same. So this is where we have most challenge. People abscond. Even the ones who defer, they just defer for 1 academic year and think that by deferring for 1 academic year, they can be able to just to stay on board forever and become students forever. And it's becoming a challenge. One of the challenges that we are facing here, is even payment. You'll find that all students, they stroke 12 and below, some of them paid their fees to Moi University. After we have done some exercise, like defense, we are not able to access some of this money and it becomes difficult to pay for the services. So again, this is an area that we might need to make some resolutions on how to get that money. So we are supposed to defer, and you defer officially. There are forms for doing deferment, and then you apply officially for readmissions, and this record should be put in your file. Now, as a mentee, postgraduate student as a mentee, there are also some expectations that we will need from you. Now, number one, as a requirement, we shall assign you at least 2 supervisors as mentors. So at no point will you work with 1 supervisor. We normally give you 2 supervisors to guide you through your work. Now, for you to be a good mentee, these are general things, but I just thought we should be able to know this. So we expect you to have that desire to learn. I think maybe we should be proactive. And then as a mentee, we expect that by the end of the program, we'll have built some knowledge and research skills in the mentee. And by the end of it, all of your training will have some knowledge that you can share, some skills that you'll also acquire, particularly research skills, for the second part. And then as a mentee, we also expect to introduce you to the relevant academic and professional networks. And this is where we expect you to attend seminars and workshops, and even conferences. There are things which are organized by the department as workshops, and we don't see any postgraduate students attending. We have gotten collaborators who have come to the department to discuss funding. When they come around, we don't see our students whom we can also engage, and then an opportunity can arise for them to even further their studies. So it's not just about doing coursework, disappearing, and then you come and do thesis and also disappear. We expect you to be active around, participate in all academic activities, because you are trying to mentor you so that you can be able to take over from us. We can't be here forever. Again, we also want, as a mentor, we are expected to be prepared in the teaching career in the university. We want to engage you in teaching, marking, supervision of practicals in the departments. Some people will complain that, okay, why should I do it and I'm not paid? But it's a good experience, a good exercise. Once you do it, we give you a recommendation letter in case of an opportunity arises where you are supposed to apply for a teaching job. This one can serve as a support letter. And then we have other requirements I think I've mentioned. We are supposed to defer. And then during your research, when you are doing your research, we'll expect you, not even during the research, during the whole program, we shall be expecting you to do what we call quarterly reports, progress reports. And these reports, you do them after meeting your supervisors. So it's expected that you do these reports quarterly from the time of joining. So you do a report, and we expect this report to be filed in our office every quarter of a year. So every quarter of a year, we expect these reports. So like in first year, we expect 4 reports for those ones who are doing masters. Second year, 4 reports, 8 reports. PhD for the 3 years, we expect these reports. And they should be done in the official forms. And this is what, again, we are not doing. And we thought we should be able to get this so that we know in case of a problem in your progress, we can be able to know where the program came in. And then the thesis, before you defend, don't just do it without following the proper procedure. You are supposed to inform the department and the school that you are about to defend. And this one is done about 12 weeks before you submit your thesis. So before the real submission, 12 weeks, that means 3 months, you should show an intent that you want to submit so that the department and the school can organize a few things. So one of the things that the department will organize is what we call a departmental mock defense. And when they do this department, they invite people from the school just to look at your work. The reason why we do this is to ensure that the thesis which is going out has met the standards required for examination. So this is, again, very important. Don't just appear with your thesis, force things through, and then we have problems. So if you're like, for example, if you are to submit your thesis in the next 3 months, we expect this form to have been submitted, and the departments could be organizing for the other requirements. So requirements on the thesis, of course, we expect it to be submitted. Who submits the thesis? It's the student. Of course, with the consent of the supervisor, and we need also to get a covering note which is submitted to the HOD and the Board of Postgraduate Students to confirm that the thesis has been submitted. Then this student will also be expected to defend the thesis, and after defending the thesis, make corrections under the guidance of the supervisor, submit a hardbound copy of the thesis to the librarian, and then after that, the person will graduate. So these are common things that if you are to ensure quality supervision, which will give a quality thesis, then we need some of those qualities that I've put on the slides. So a student should be ready to be mentored. You should be prompt. If a supervisor tells you to do something, so do it quickly and return. And there should be clear communication between you and the supervisor. If the supervisor asks you where you are, you will say that you are around, but you know around is a very general term. You could be around the county, you could be around the country, and maybe that's not what we expect. So when there's a communication, the response should be prompt. And then have a learning mindset, focus on your work, and be proactive. Sometimes don't wait for the supervisors to do everything. You should be ahead of the game sometimes. And then be humble, minded, and be a good listener. I think this is also another area that we need to understand. I think we all know the story of the provable neck. A neck can never be above the head. So even under whatever circumstance, you are always under the guidance of your supervisor. And then to avoid burnout, we expect you to work consistently. Don't wait until pressure builds up and then you start doing your work. I talked to another PhD student. He had taken 9 years, but when we were discussing, he told me the real time that he put into the work was about 2.5 years. So 1 year was for coursework, another 9 months was to do research and collect data and do the thesis. So we need to be focused so that we are able to make good progress. And then be available in short notice, very important. We have had possible sponsors coming in. Sometimes we look for students and they are not there, and the opportunities just go like that. Be a good record keeper. Any discussion, anything you do, keep records. Communication should be done should be documented. Everything should be documented and put them somewhere. There are some, when they're applying, they'll tell you they don't even know where the admission letter is. So those are important documents that should be kept. Another area of challenge that we expect may be conflict resolution. In case of a conflict, how is it done? So you can talk to your supervisor, you can involve a third party. It can go to the department if the third party is not able to handle it. Then you can go to the school and then the board, and if the board cannot handle the issue, then it can now go to higher offices. So just to remember, if you are to do the quality training, as a university, what have we done? So we have prepared policies and guidelines to ensure that things are done according to some rules. And then we also facilitate workshops and conferences for our students as a quality assurance exercise so that you can be able to present your work to other academicians. And then we also have MOUs which we have supported and collaborations. And within these MOUs, we have been able to train students. And then as a university, we have also tried to create what we call enabling environment for training, and also improved on the learning infrastructure and also human resource. So I think just as I wind up, I'll just to remind our students that we expect a lot from us. Let us be active, let us focus on our studies, let us check on the requirements every stage we are proceeding during our training, and we should be available, attend workshops and seminars, and also always follow rules and regulations. I'll stop there for now, and sorry, I think I've taken slightly more time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Prof, for that presentation. I'm not sure how you agreed. Do you take questions now, or that will come later?
Thank you, Prof. I was maybe requesting that we could have the other two presentations and then we take all the questions at once so that we manage time because we are already late.
Okay.
Maybe you can recognize the presence of
yes.
DVC.
Yes, thank you. With us we have our DVC in charge of academic and student affairs, Professor Godfrey Netondo. You can appreciate him. We are still expecting the other DVCs and the VC to join us. And so we'll proceed with the other two presentations. Next, we are going to have a presentation by Professor Agwings Otieno, and that's titled Writing Quality Thesis, What It Takes, Challenges and Required Format. So that should take about 20 minutes. Welcome, Prof. Those attending the seminar online, we request that you mute your mics so that we don't have any interference or distractions. Thank you. Okay, we'll attend to that. Thank you. Yeah, we can hear it. Let me also bring to your attention that we have with us Dr. Martin Lawrence Sifuna from Chiba University in Japan, who's going to make a presentation later in the afternoon. So I believe you'll all want to be there to listen to him. Thank you. All members of staff there, we have many seats empty at the front here. So kindly move forward so that students who are coming in late can take up those positions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. As you have heard, my name is Professor Otieno Agwins from the Department of Mathematics and Computer Science. I'll be giving you a talk entitled Writing Quality Thesis, What It Takes, Challenges, and Required Format. To be able to get into this particular presentation, I will begin by defining what is a thesis. Oh, okay. Okay, so I'll begin by defining what is a thesis. As we all know, a thesis is a document that is prepared Yeah, it's an original piece of work which reflects the research that the student has done at the master's level or at the PhD level. So the key word there is that it contains originality in thought and in findings. This document, which you are calling a thesis, it has the characteristics that it will culminate into a word of a degree, either MSc degree, MA degree, or a PhD degree. It reflects a deep understanding of the subject matter. It will have the characteristic of indicating to us that the individual who has written this document has got strong critical thinking, and more important, it brings out a novel idea, something that is new. What is new for it to qualify, to be qualified as a thesis? So there should be some aspect of novelty in the document. Finally, it pushes, it advances the frontier of knowledge. So these are some of the inbuilt characteristics that you will find in a thesis, either at the master's level or at the PhD level. Why is it important that we talk of quality with respect to thesis? One is that when you have a quality thesis, then it tells us that you have attained a certain level of scholarly attribute. And when I mention here scholarly attribute, I mean it indicates that you have matured in terms of being able to conceptualize ideas and to a certain extent discretize these ideas concretely. It also tells us that you have been able to do, you can do literature review and discriminate amongst the literature, read a large volume of piece of works and be able to isolate what is relevant to you and what is not relevant, and what is specific to your subject, and the others you can throw them out. It also reflects to us that you can communicate very well, verbally and in written form, to experts as well as non-experts. And the list is long of what contributes, what is this thing we are calling scholarly attributes. The second reason why quality is important is because when you do your research work and finally come up with this document which you are calling a thesis, you are doing the work under the guidance of a supervisor or supervisors. And if the thesis is of good quality, then it is a reflection that the supervision is strong, that the supervision is excellent, and therefore we would encourage all our students to strive towards achieving quality thesis. And because of the first two bullets that I have given there, the third thing is institutional image. If the image is of, if the thesis is of good quality, we will have it in our repository in the library. It will be read by people across the globe. It will be accessed by people who visit our university. And if it is quality work, then people would like to associate with our university. They can even, it can market us because they see this is quality work, this is quality, they are producing quality students. Another thing that comes out of quality thesis is you will have quality publication. When you have a thesis which is of very high standard, then as you heard from the director, we would wish that you publish that work in top-notch journals. And when you publish in such journals which have got high impact factors, then it means that our ranking as a university goes up and we stand out amongst the many. So we would want also to get quality publication from your good thesis. Lastly, if you have a good quality thesis, then there are other things which will just follow automatically. Good work, excellent work would mean other opportunities may open up for you. If you are doing PhD, because of your thesis, immediately you finish, you may have opportunity to do postdoctoral work elsewhere, not just in Kenya. It can be even abroad, in Europe, in America, in Asia. People will be proud to associate because they have seen what you have done at the graduate level. If you are doing masters, maybe the thesis is very good. Probably you could use that or to ask for a scholarship to pursue postgraduate PhD studies elsewhere. So I think these are important things which we get as a result of a good quality thesis. Then I would like to look at what goes into the thesis. And in this particular case, I specifically want to look at the format that we have at the University of Eldoret. The thesis, as I said, is a document, and for us it is divided into two parts. There is the 4 parts of the thesis, and then there is the main body of the thesis. What you see on your screen is what we would call the preliminary part of the thesis, or the 4 part of the thesis. It will contain the title, the declaration, the dedication, acknowledgement, abstract, then table of contents, list of tables, list of figures, abbreviations, and operational definition of terms. So that will be the first part of your thesis. And then the second part of the thesis will be the main body of the thesis. So the general structure of the main body of the thesis, for us, will have those particular sections or chapters that I have indicated there. You will have introduction, literature review, methodology chapter, results, discussion, then conclusions and recommendation. References will follow, then we have appendices. So generally, thesis, be it of master's level or PhD level, be it of University of Eldoret or Nairobi University or anywhere, will generally have this structure. So then the question arises, what makes a thesis to stand out? What makes a thesis stand out? And that is what I'll try to bring out in my next few slides. So the first thing is that in your thesis, we expect for it to be a quality thesis, we expect there to be a very clear and precise problem statement. And that will come in the introductory chapter. Secondly, a quality thesis will have objectives which are very smart, they are specific, they are measurable, achievable, and time-bound. We will have very clear research questions, well-formulated hypothesis, and a convincing justification of the study. So these things will be there if your thesis is of quality as we would wish it to be. Next. As part of what makes a thesis stand out, the literature review, how should it be? We want the literature review to be extensive, to be current as possible, to be relevant to the topic that you are working on. We want the literature review to be well organized. We can organize it chronologically. We can organize it in terms of regional, global, regional, and then specific to the region where you are. Or we can have it organized in terms of themes, okay? So organize the literature review so that it is easy to follow and it flows. The methodology for a thesis that is excellent will be very exhaustive and very clear. What procedures did you use? which equipments did you use, what was the sample size, where was the study taken, and all that. So that will be covered under the methodology. We then move to the results section of your thesis. And in this particular case, you give us your findings, the findings of your research. What have you found? How have you organized it? Try to organize it so that it is neatly done. It should capture the actual findings that you found. Your tables should be very clear. Your figures should be very clear. And as you describe those results in brief, they should make sense. Your description should make sense. Let the results communicate to the reader. Then we will have a discussion part of a strong thesis will be such that you discuss the findings with reference to the theoretical basis where you are coming from, with reference to the discipline in which you are in, and to some extent, to a good extent, you go ahead and compare your findings to what other researchers working on in the same area have found. This should come out very clearly in the discussion part of your thesis, and that can make it a standout. Your conclusion and recommendation chapter would wish that this particular part gives us the major inference that you have gotten from your study, and it should be based on the findings of your study. So you make conclusion based on what you have found, and you pay attention to what were your objectives, what were the specific objectives. Does your research answer those objectives that you are set out to find? So conclude on the objectives that you had and give it succinctly. A recommendation, the recommendation should not come out from the blues, but rather it should be based on the results that you have found. What have you found? Recommend on the basis of what all you have found. Don't bring a strange recommendation which cannot be supported by the kind of data you've gotten, by the kind of results that you have gotten. Then your references, we would wish the references to be following a particular format. Every institution has got its own format of referencing. So stick to the format of the university. For the University of Eldoret, we use APS referencing style. So as we use it, let us be consistent throughout the thesis so that we don't mix different types of referencing styles. In the appendices, let us bring in what could not be put inside the body of the thesis. So such things like long tables, any questionnaires that we have used to collect data as any of the tools that we have used in our data collection. Maybe you can add it as in the part of the appendices. So I think if we have our thesis taking into consideration some of the things that I have mentioned, then we will be enhancing the quality of that particular thesis. But still, you will find that almost all our theses will have what I have said. Is there anything extra that can make it stand out? And I think there is a lot more. One, in your thesis, you should ask yourself, what is new? What is new in this work? Let it come out very strongly, the unique thing that your thesis has, because that is the strength of your thesis. Have you gotten any patent from your research? That is a big plus. How is your thesis organized? Look at the format of your thesis. Each university has got its format. At University of Eldoret, we have the format that we stick to, and our director spoke about it in one of the slides. We follow the format that is in place at this particular moment, as is required. How is the logic and the flow of your work as one reads it? You know, as you give out your thesis for examination, bear in mind that this thesis is being read by humans. And the humans have got ego. So make the thesis to flow The write-up should be flowing in seamlessly. There should be logic and coherency in your discussion and whatever you have put in the thesis. You should write very clearly. And what I mean here is, interrogate every sentence that you put in your thesis. Interrogate every paragraph that you put in your thesis. Ask yourself, is this paragraph really necessary? Is this sentence really necessary? Does it add, is it consistent with what I had said before? Does it speak to the title of my research work? If not, then you better think of whether you can do away with it or paraphrase it in a better way. Avoid distractions in your thesis, and there are different forms of distraction in the thesis. Very common: spelling mistakes, grammatical errors, typographical errors. The examiner who is reading your thesis don't want to be distracted. This is the expert reading your thesis is not a language teacher. He's not interested in, he doesn't want to meet these errors. It is distracting this person from, the focus should be, what is the content of your research? What are your findings? What is the scientific output from this research? What are you communicating? But when we start meeting language errors, typographical errors, and many such things, we get distracted as examiners. Do not personalize your work as you write it. More often than not, we will find ourselves using we. We did this, we went to the study site, we collected this sample. I visited, I collected this, I. Don't personalize the work. Probably write in third person singular. Use the correct citation. Here we use the APA referencing style, and therefore the citation will follow the same. Know where to use a tal, how it should be used. How is the surname and the year supposed to be placed, and the small things that go with citation. Let us acknowledge the sources of information that we have used in our work. And this is very important because failure to acknowledge the source of any information that you use in your work can lead to what we call plagiarism. And that is a very serious offense in academics. Let us try as much as possible that in our thesis, no element of plagiarism should be found. Then, because we are using material from other sources to build our thesis, there is likelihood that there will be similarity between our work and what is outside elsewhere, either in the net or in the journals. Now, as a university, we have a percentage similarity index that is allowable. Let us try to observe that similarity index, retain it as the lowest as possible. And there is something that we can use to do this, and that is the Turnitin software. It can check for us the level of similarity that exists in our thesis. A good thesis, a standing out thesis, should, in my own assessment, my own feeling, should have 0 artificial intelligence index. That means a good thesis should not have parts which are generated by AI. AI is there now. We use it knowingly or unknowingly. We can exploit the resources that are available, but in the end, let what we write be our own words. Let the framing be our own framing. Let what comes out be what comes from us, but not what comes from AI. Then that thesis, I'm sure, will be something that is very good. So I think what I have looked at, if we do that, the thesis will be standing out and will be of quality. To answer the part of what is the recommended thesis format, I cannot start talking about them now, but the guideline is there for all of us. We have the guideline to thesis and postgraduate special project report writing. It came into force in 2014. It is available in all our dean's offices, at the Board of Postgraduate Studies, and all our supervisors are aware of this. As students, let us use this document in writing our thesis before we finally submit. Let us follow what is there. Let us not violate and have different format of thesis. Because in the end, whatever you have put down will be a permanent record in our library and even online. So we don't want a situation where we are in the same university, but a certain department is using a different format for thesis writing. The theses are outrightly different from each other, but you're in the same institution. Uniformity is important, and that is why this guideline is very important for you as our graduate students. As I wind up, I thought I could mention something about the challenges, though I wanted to throw this to those of us who are already in the thesis writing stage. They could share with us their challenges. So one of the immediate challenges that you will meet in writing your thesis will be how to maintain and to sustain consistency, logical flow, and coherency in your writing. This will come up, and you will once in a while want to move something from here to another part because you think it is misplaced. But that is one of the challenges that is likely to be there. Another challenge that you may have is on time management. You have those chapters that you want to put down. How much do you spend in each chapter? Which one should you put in more of your time as you write up the thesis? So I don't know, that decision will depend on you, and you have to navigate that very carefully. Then we also have, which is also affecting our time management, we have to balance between the thesis writing and our normal lives. We have our normal lives to live, but we have this important document which we have to give out and release immediately so that we can complete our studies. How do we balance our normal lives vis-a-vis the completion of the writing of the thesis? So something to think about. Then I thought I should also mention this. The key requirement for master's thesis, the size should be usually 20,000 words. For PhD, it should be usually about 50,000 words. Now, why am I saying it is a challenge? There's a challenge here because you are writing in chapters. And if I take the example of masters, how many words should I spare for my introduction? How should I distribute these 20,000 words across the thesis? How should I distribute the words across the entire thesis? We have come across theses where the thesis maybe is 50 pages. Close to 20 pages are references. Now, I don't know. Yeah, just think about it. Or maybe the literature review takes 10,000 words. The other 10,000, you want to distribute it to introduction and these other parts. How do we balance this? So one have to think through, where do we want to put more weight in this thesis that we are going to produce? Finally, this one I want to mention it cautiously because it's not in the policy of the university, but we have AI tools at our disposal. And there are very many of them. I've just listed a few there. And they can do wonderful things for us. But we should be objective as we use them and with a lot of caution, because they can mislead and they can also lead us to be penalized heavily and also waste time. Some of these AI tools can generate for you almost everything that you want. You can, if you are lazy, you can pick it the way it is, and you give it to your supervisor to read it. Of course, it will be excellent. It might be excellent in the write-up, the grammar, and what have you. But when we go to check, then if I do the AI check with the Turnitin, it will say maybe 90% of your thesis is AI generated. We have lost it. We have not learned anything. The academic, the scholarly attributes that we wanted you to have are completely missing, because now what we are seeing is somebody who cannot write, who cannot communicate, who cannot interpret his result, who did not go to the field. That is the kind of person we want to produce. That is not. Some of this can be useful and can, you can use, but carefully, to me. Like SciSpace is a very good IAI tool. Supposing you want to look at 50 publications are at your disposal right now and you don't have time. How do you allocate your time so that you read through all of them very fast and get the gist of what they say? Something like SciSpace can summarize, can go into all those 50 papers and give you a summary of the conclusion or the highlights of the abstract of all those 50. And from there, maybe you can isolate what you think is not relevant to your topic and what you think is relevant. You can narrow down. Then from there, maybe you can now move to the actual papers and probably now read them exhaustively. But you can use AI for efficiency, just to help you do some things. Grammarly, maybe you can use it for spelling, grammatical errors. PaperPal can do the same, can do some paraphrasing. But yeah, there is that danger that we become lazy and what we produce was not what was there initially, what was not coming from us initially. So with those few remarks, I want to say thank you very much for listening. My presentation ends there.
Thank you very much, Professor Agwin. I think you've given a very clear presentation on how our postgraduate students should write their thesis. So now we'll move to the next presentation, but before we do that, just give me a minute. I would want to recognize the presence of our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Planning, Research, and Extension, Professor Philip Raburu, seated right here at the front. And then also I would like to recognize the presence of the other facilitator we are having today, and that's Professor C.J. Christopher Odhiambo from Moi University. He's also with us. So I think we have all our presenters in. So without any much ado, let me now welcome Dr. Caroline Ayuma to make a presentation on independent paper writing for social sciences, a postgraduate study guide. You have 25 minutes. Thank you.
All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, so I'm Caroline Okello Ayuma. I'm going to do a presentation on independent paper writing for social sciences. So without further ado, let's get to it. So it is a presentation on independent paper writing for social sciences, but then as we are going to realize, it can be applied for even humanities and also the arts. Part of it may be applied to the STEM, so it is something that cuts across all the areas at the university education. So now, before I get to the real presentation, I would like us to look at that scenario. We look at what we can see there. Now, we have an instructor, then we have a student. This is a student who is learning how to swim. So the question we should ask ourselves is, what do we perceive from this scenario? Now, you can clearly see where the hands of the instructor are. So if the instructor was to withdraw his support, what will happen to the student? Okay. So we'll get back to that at the end of the presentation. So critically think about this, and especially for the students who are around, critically think about this scenario, and then we'll be able to discuss it at the end of the presentation. Now, so that is the book I'm talking about. This one is Independent Paper Writing for Social Sciences, a postgraduate study guide, and it was published by the University of South Africa, that is UNISA, in collaboration with SALI Publishers, that is SSALI, SALI Publishers. Now let me go straight to the dedication of the book. Why did I write this book? Now this one was a dedication to all my postgraduate students whom I supervised to completion, who graduated. You enriched my acumen as much as I enriched yours. So as I was guiding these students, there are things they were also enriching my acumen with. That is the reason why this book was born. Now straight to the overview. So this is a guide for the modern day postgraduate students who face unique 21st century challenges, but also possess the 21st century skills, which include individual problem solving, critical thinking, collaborative engagement, and learning within digital networks. Now, probably by the time I was doing my postgraduate, I did not have some of these skills. So this one is an advantage to the 21st century students because they have very unique skills. So we need to take advantage of these skills. Now the intended readers or audience for this book are: 1, the faculty, that is the supervisors and the lecturers, and then we have the postgraduate students, and then those in management position. Because we are aware of the fact that we also have management research that we also teach. Now, for the faculty, supervisors, and the postgraduate students, this one is intended for a seamless transition from coursework to proposal writing, because there is no clear guidance between how you should be able to transit from doing the coursework you've done to the proposal writing. So this one stands as a guide. And then for those in management positions, this one is for a clear and precise approach in solving management problems or challenges, because we also have, as I mentioned before, we have management research, advanced management research, which is being taught. Now, what are the prerequisites? The prerequisites and further reading. So for the prerequisite, especially for the students who will use the book, the faculty and the supervisors, they should possess the relevant knowledge and skills in their subject areas or areas of interest. Now those in management, they should have a clear understanding of the institution in which they are, such as the processes and operations for precision and ease of the book. And then for the further reading, we have APA. Reference will be made to the Manual of American Psychological Association, that is the commonly known as the APA. And this one is available online and it is free. Now let me go straight to the introduction. Now, under the introduction, the importance of an in-depth understanding of the content of area of specialization is emphasized there. And then the skills for writing are clearly explained. Now, which are these skills that we are talking about? Now, some of those skills include planning. Now, we know that failing to plan is planning to fail. So it is clearly explained how the student should be able to plan. And then we have another skill, which is critical thinking, which has already been mentioned by those who presented before me. Critical thinking is very important. Now, in the book, it has been explained that critical thinking consists of 6 cognitive skills. Now, we have interpretation, we have analysis, we have evaluation, inferences, and so on. So this is clearly explained in the book. And then the other skill is creative thinking. Now, this is the skill that will lead us to be innovative. So it is also explained in that book. Then we have collaborative approach. This one is the one that builds positive values amongst those who are interacting, because the book, in most cases, you realize that it is interactive in nature. Then we have effective communication skills. Then we have time management. Now, it is interesting to note that time has got 3 phases, which are also explained. But in summary, we need to note that there is time that belongs to us and there is time that belongs to others. So the challenge would be, how do you compromise, or how do you get to use the time that does not belong to you? So that book also will explain the fact that you need to negotiate. You need to be able to negotiate with those. The time you have after using it, you need more time. You should be able to negotiate with the time that belongs to the others. Because at the end of your studies, you don't want to end up with your degree, but lose up in other areas. Then we also need to know that there is the optimum use of time, the OUT, O-U-T. So this one explains the time that is used to reach our purpose in the best way possible. So as a student, the best way possible is you should be able to do your research, do your coursework, and complete your research within the expected timelines. Now, the other thing that the book will deal with is selecting and delineating the areas of research. So how do you pick which area you should do in your research? Now, there are factors you need to consider, such as interest. You should also be able to look at your competence. You should be able to look at an area which is researchable. And then the area or the topic you will deal with should meet the institutional requirements. It should also be able to fill a gap, and that is actually what the book deals with mainly. Should be able to fill a gap in knowledge or practice. Now, it will also be an advantage in the sense if the area you are looking at can be able to attract funding. Now, ethical considerations should also be looked at, and also the regulatory and clearance. You all know about NACOSTI and so on. Now, the book goes further to give suggestions in the areas of research that the student may look at. Now here, the emphasis is put on the current areas of research or trends and the methodologies, and with the specific areas, we have been given some examples for the areas which are trending at the moment. The text will also give theories and models relevant in different areas of specialization. Now, chapter 2 of the book gives a detail on searching for literature. So how do you search for literature? You've been able to identify an area you want to pursue, but how do you search for the literature? Now, the book will give the most common types of referencing. We've already been told, for example, APA and many others. Then, it also gives the common pitfalls during the literature review. So what are the mistakes you may make when you are doing your literature review? So we have heard of plagiarism, that is one area. But then we have others, such as deficiency in citation. We may have multiple citation where you cite one person on the same page many, many times. We may have lack of structure. We may end up with citations that are not captured in the reference, or references that are not in book, in text cited, and so on. So the book looks at all those areas under searching for literature. Now, the third chapter looks at the literature review itself, and that is where the gist of the book is, or the importance of this book is. Now, under this, after the introduction, we have the classification of literature, and I think that has been mentioned briefly. Now, under classification of literature, you have 4 approaches. You may classify your literature in terms of themes. You may classify chronologically. You may classify in terms of theories or the methodology. So those are the 4 ways in which you may classify your literature. Now, to be able to make this simple, the book explains how you can use the literature, the gap analysis matrix, to be able to summarize the information that you are going to get. Now, Professor Agwins has already indicated the fact that you need, if you are doing your thesis proposal or thesis writing, you may have to look at very many journals, and this is actually where it comes in. Now, for the many journals you are going to look at, you are supposed to have a simpler way in which you can be able to identify the gap in terms of the themes, that may be the variables, the gap in terms of chronology, and this one is mainly in the sciences and engineering and so on, and then the gap in terms of the theories, and then the gap in terms of the methodology. Now, the gap analysis matrix is going to make this very simple, because it is just a matrix where you have the columns representing different entities or content in terms of who, where, when, and what. So that one will be able to do that. And then it also points out on how you can be able to identify the gaps. So after looking at the summary of the approaches, the themes, the chronological aspect, theories, and methodological aspect, then at the bottom you can be able to bring in your own voice. That is the gap that you are going to identify. So this can be done 2 ways. Either you do it using the row or using the column. So either way, you'll be able to find the gap, which you can then now be able to fill in as you are doing your research. Now, the chapter 4 of the book gives the format of the independent paper, and then chapter 5 gives the conclusion of the independent paper writing book. So under the conclusion, this book will indicate that it integrates a range of essential competencies, including the one which is incoming, the competency-based education and 21st century skills, with the aim of fostering the holistic development of the learner. So we know that research begins with identification of a gap in the existing knowledge or previous studies. So without the presence of such a gap, the justification for conducting research does not exist. Now, that calls for a review of numerous publications which will be able to guide us to identify the gap. Now, the structure of the book is unique in the sense that each chapter consists of the text or the content for that particular chapter, but then it goes further on and gives a task that the student and the facilitator is supposed to look at. Now, the tasks are structured in such a way to include activities which will promote critical thinking, creative thinking, effective communication skills, collaborative engagement, and learning in digital networks. Now, why is this book important? One, it is timely. Independent paper writing is a requirement in some universities. Now, some have substituted this with a pre-proposal seminar paper presentation. However, there is a notable absence of dedicated texts addressing this specific academic need. Now, this approach will not only provide the necessary content, but also foster and integrate the competency-based education and 21st century skills. Now, the second importance is the in-depth analysis. So this book will offer simplified, comprehensive approach, providing clear guidance on how to identify the gap, both for academic purposes and for addressing practical management research issues or problems. It gives practical examples, therefore easy to understand. It serves as a much-needed resource for both instructors and students, fostering classroom interaction and engagement, particularly relevant in the present era. It is a pre-proposal guide, and it makes easy for the student and faculty to clearly identify the gap in research, therefore making successive stages in proposal writing and thesis writing much simpler, aiding and increasing the student completion rate, and that is what we are interested in. Now, the last part of this is the bibliography, which consists of the publication from the students, the postgraduate students, and others. And then there is the link on Amazon where the book can be found. Now, before I complete this, we want to go back to the picture that we saw at the beginning so that we can zero in and see exactly what that picture is all about. Now, as you had earlier on indicated, we say that if the instructor withdraws the support from the student or the boy will drown. So that means that the power lies solely with the instructor. Now, without sounding like I'm doing a statement of the problem, we need to look at the ideal situation in the education at the present at the university level. Now, the ideal situation would be that the students should be well informed and empowered such that they are jointly, that is with the faculty, involved in determining the teaching, learning, and research outcomes during their university education. Now, the situation on the ground, or the perceived situation, is that the lecturer or the supervisor seems to be the one with the power when it comes to determining the teaching, learning, and research outcomes. I don't know if the students agree with me. You agree with me or you don't agree with what I'm saying? Huh? So, how do we make it better for postgraduate students? And I think this is the conversation that you are supposed to have. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Caroline Ayuma. That was also a very good presentation on how to write papers, focusing mostly on the book that she has published. So now, we've had 3 presentations, so probably we'll take a few minutes and take questions for the 3 presenters. And I believe most of the questions should come from the postgraduate students, because this is your seminar. And of course, we would expect the supervisors also who are here to ask some questions. So we'll take questions. The three presenters kindly take note of any question which is directed to you so that you respond. So we'll take 5 questions right now. So just raise up your hand, you'll be given the mic, and you'll be able to ask your question. All right, who's going to go first? There's nothing to fear, just ask your question. At the back.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Kerubo, master's student in soil science, stroke 22. Thank you for the good presentations. I have a few questions and also comments. We'll start with Dr. Caroline with her book. I found it very interesting. However, the relevance will fall in more in the coursework that we normally do during the classwork academic year, the scientific paper writing. It will really help students there. And maybe next time, if it has to be a public lecture, we could have it to be written sciences and engineering on the topic. Maybe you could customize it to the session you're going to. Because for me, I'm in the School of Agriculture, I felt left out. On the Professor Luther's sessions, there's one thing that I noticed on the slides, on the definition of postgraduate students. It mentioned, there was a part that mentioned academic career. I think that should be edited, and also this can also go to our lectures, because not all of us are pursuing a profession in academia. Some of us in the outside world, we are going to industry. Some of us, we are going to extension. That is, if I can speak with them, from the School of Agriculture aspect. And I believe that is also bringing a delay with the progress of the rate of graduation. We are being treated as individuals pursuing academia and research, while we come to school with different intentions, or rather with different pursuits.
Okay, kindly ask your last question.
I'm sorry, it won't be my last. Let me try to paraphrase.
Yeah, we are short of time. That's why
I understand we are short of time. But kindly give me the time.
Okay, ask whatever you want to ask now.
Yes, to ask my questions. Thank you. On Professor Luther's still, it was stated that students are delaying with their graduations. We are not completing, actually. I would like to understand, has there been an investigation done to know why students are not graduating, or they are going MIA? We call it missing in action. And also, please, this is a comment, maybe not mentor us into the teaching career, but mentor us to a career that we are looking into going to. Not all of us are going to teaching careers. And another thing, I can put this into one. There's the process control with once a student comes in, is enrolled, admitted, you pay fee, you pay admission fee, attend classes, that's our process control. So I have understood, or rather I understand, that there's a a tool for evaluating that process. That is the progress reports. So personally I've written the progress reports, but what is the effectiveness of these progress reports? Are they really critically looked at to support also the student apart from supporting the supervisor? And I'll go to the second presenter. Thank you for the presentation. I was struck by the point you mentioned that good thesis reflects good supervision. But now when bad thesis is coming in, it reflects a bad student. So where's the teamwork? That's enough, guys. Thank you. And then that's very serious. Please let the students not laugh too much. And it's something very serious. And we are also being asked to publish our papers in the strong journals. So I wonder why we are trashing our university's journal, and yet we want students, aspiring students, and in the system students to associate with our university. So there's, with the employed, the lecturers, I think we should market the university's journal. That can be done by encouraging or enabling the environment for master's students to even produce 2 papers. One can go to the university's journal and then to the preferred, as long as the finances allow. So that we can also have our journals having a high impact factor. There's one thing that is very controversial, and this will be my last point, the AI. The AI.
Go ahead.
What did you say? Sorry?
Kindly go ahead and ask your
yes,
last
yes, it's the
question.
last part.
Yes.
We are in a changing world, and this change, technology also encompasses the change that we are currently having. And if we strive to move with the world, I believe we should also strive to move with the current behaviors that are also there. Some of them are also allowed within the society or within the fields that we are in. And one of them is the AI. So Grammarly has been used for the longest time. It's also an AI product. And Google Scholar too, it's more of a machine learning product relating to AI. We are being encouraged to do zero AI. I'm not a lazy student, but we should also embrace AI because that's where our generation is heading to, and these are the next generation we'll be employing. That's all. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, maybe we can, that was just one person. Kindly ask one question only and make it short, very precise. So let's take 2 more.
Good morning. All protocol observed. So I'll ask, let me limit myself to 2 questions. One is on APA, the use of APA when we are writing our thesis. So that's where I'm having some of the challenges, because when you're reporting because I'm a statistical student, when you're reporting work purely based on APA style and you run plagiarism, it will highlight it as plagiarized work because most of the format has been written, you're only inputting the values. So how will you check for plagiarism? And again, force a student to use APA where by using APA, I'm picking a lot of things that they need to flow in a particular way, but that work will still be highlighted as plagiarized. Also on the matter of AI, because nowadays if you try to even write work on your own and you run a plagiarism AI check, it will still highlight some content as AI generated when you had not generated it with AI. So is there a set threshold where AI should not go beyond a particular level, or should it be zero? Because I think it is almost impossible to have AI at 0 when your grammar is right and other things are right. The last question on completion. Most of the time, the second year you are doing your research work. And for example, I'll take my case. For you to acquire an ACOSTI and IREC certification, you need to submit your proposal. Most of the time, the proposal it goes past the board of directors, the postgraduate board in the first semester of the second year. For you to apply for IREC, because in the school currently we don't have an IREC body. For you to apply for IREC and ACOSTI, it is taking approximately a month to 2 months. So that one, the second semester already you have covered half of it. For you to do data collection, it is taking 3, 4, 5 months. Again, it has already jumped to the next semester of another. You are already in your third year, where data collection alone has taken almost a full year. All the certification, but now you are forced now to defer because you can't graduate in that particular year. You are forced to defer as if the previous year you did nothing, so that you can finish your work in the next year. Is there a way in which as the school can allow, because if the research is moving to the next year, is there a way in which the school can allow, if the research is moving to the next year, you are not forced to defer the previous year, so that it seems as if you did your work in 2 years, when in reality you did it in 3 years?
Okay, thank you very much. Those are noted. Let's have the last question before the presenters respond. One question, please. Just one question.
Thank you. I'm Kinuthia Joseph from School of Business, and I take in a Masters of Arts in Economics. And you will allow me, I have only 3 questions. Question number 1 goes to...
Sorry, I just said one question. You'll have another opportunity.
Kindly
follow, just follow instructions. One question.
The first question goes to Professor Ruta. Thank you for your presentation. And I heard you saying that a student is allowed to start his proposal process immediately he start his career or immediately after admission. Have you communicated this information to our department? Because in the department, a student is allowed to start his proposal immediately after completing his coursework. Thank you.
We'll have the 3 presenters to respond. If a question was directed to you, kindly do so.
Thank you, MC. I think we'll go straight to the questions. I'll request the other presenters to be ready. I'll take the first one. There was a question on academic career and research. Maybe I think if you listen to our presentation on academic citizenship, you'll appreciate that research is still part of academics. So we talk about academic community or citizenship, and there are things that we are expected to do. It covers all things: teaching, research, learning, interactions within and without the community. So when you talk about academics, it doesn't mean teaching in the university. It also covers the other areas. In any case, when we are also doing our research, sometimes we even do with institutions of research institutions within and without the country. So I think don't confuse that just to mean that we are training you to be lecturers in the university. We give you both knowledge and research skills. For the delays, we have tried to get some reasons why this is happening. And one of the reasons why we organized this workshop is that we wanted to get it from the students themselves to tell us what is exactly happening. How can somebody take 10 years, 15, or never finish? And I think amongst us, I met one of the students, I think at the School of Agriculture Department of Animal Science, who told me he'll be finishing in record time of 2 years. So I would want also to listen from that student so that we can be able to know how did we do it, so that the rest can also see what we are talking about. So much as we are saying that we are finishing in time, we are not saying that we are going to compromise the quality. But we have discovered even those ones who are taking too much time, you cannot see how the length taken for preparing the thesis correlates to the quality of the work given. I've attended defenses for people who have taken too much time. You don't see that justification why somebody should have taken 9 years to do a PhD, 5 years to do a master's. You can't see that in the work being presented. And then bad thesis, I think Professor Otieno will respond to that. Publishing in our university journals, we encourage that. And we are not saying that our university journals are bad. We have experienced reviewers who look at it, and even the editors. Maybe what we need to do is now to see how to improve them so that they can go to the next level. On the APA, I think Professor Otieno will also respond to that. There was somebody from the library. I wanted maybe that person to take on the question of plagiarism. Titus, I saw you here. Maybe you can take that one. And then on the proposal and request for NACOSTI, you can always start your proposal within the first year. I think we clarified this, and I think where cases where delays were there, I think we expect not to see them anymore. And then for the other part of clearing with NACOSTI, those are processes that can take very few months. What they need is just a copy of the proposal and minutes of the proposal defense for us to do you a letter to take to NACOSTI. And I believe that can always be done. If I've not answered any question, I think we'll always interact later. Maybe I'll request Professor Otieno, to take on, and then we can have Titus, and then Dr. Ayuma will comment on your part.
Yeah, thank you very much, Director. And yes, thank you very much for your questions. I'll try to respond to them. And let me start with Kerubo. Thank you for being open. And there's a statement you made there that we should take into account. Not all of you want to be academicians. Yeah, that is a thought-provoking statement. Yeah, I think that should be noted. Now, good thesis means good supervision. Agreed. Yeah, agreed. That is true. Bad thesis does not mean bad supervision. Anyway, the point is, when we don't have good thesis, or we don't meet the standards, or my student fails, it's not only affecting the student, I'm also affected, because this goes on record. I'll have to, why did it happen? You have been with the student for 2 years. You have been with the student for 3 years as supervisor. What happened? How do you account for this failure? So it's not one-sided that it's the student who is bad. There is a mark, there's a tag that is left on the supervisor as well, and it is something that even him or her will have to live with. Sometimes it can be devastating, even to the supervisor, just as it is to the student. So we don't take joy in the failure of a student or producing any substandard work in your thesis. We want everything to be perfect, everything to be good, and that will be good for the university in general. About AI, yes, technology is evolving, so should the university, so should be the delivery method, and so should everybody. Nobody should be left behind. When I mentioned there zero AI, that's my personal statement. It is not correct entirely, because if you are doing a thesis, you must have collected some data. Isn't it? Yeah, the AI cannot generate unless you give it the data. So there's no way that it can be 100%. I mean, it can be zero. So I think there will be some minimal degree to which the AI index will indicate, but we should try to ensure that it is low as possible. That is what I can say. I don't want to speak on that much because the policy is not on ground. If there was a document to rely on, I could say something that this is what the policy of the university says with respect to usage of AI. But as of now, we don't have it in place, if I am not wrong. It is not there. So let not me put that it should be zero. That was a personal statement that I made there. but probably let us try as much as possible to minimize the influence of AI in our output in terms of thesis. On the aspect of Murere, the second, about still on Kerubo, you asked the question about the journals. I've talked about high impact journals. Yes, we should strive for the best. But it doesn't mean that our university journal is relegated to the periphery and therefore we should not publish there. No, most of our students publish in our university journal. If you have been coming for the conference, like the one we had this year, most of our postgraduate students actually have their publications there. It's not that we are down looking upon our own journal. We also want it to come up and just be as of high standard as the others that we are aiming to publish in. I come to Murere. He was saying again, can we have 0% in AI generated? As I have said, I think let us try to make it as minimal as possible. Let us try to be our own. Let us write the thesis in our own words, in our own structure, with our own flows. Let it come out that way. That's what we would be happy to have, other than having a tool do it for you. Plagiarism, I think there's a slight difference between plagiarism and similarity. What we have in the university is, we are talking of similarity index. Plagiarism is very serious, but you will have similarities, obviously. You can't miss similarities in any thesis because the words, the citations, whatever you are using are existing somewhere, so there will be some similarity. In terms of to what extent this similarity should be entertained, our rules say, our guideline says that it should be 10% in every chapter. Don't exceed 10% similarity in every chapter. I think that's what is indicated in the guideline or in the document that guides us as far as similarity is concerned. So maintain it at 10% maximum for every chapter, and I think that should just be okay. So with respect to plagiarism, I think you meant similarity, not really plagiarism as such. I don't know whether I've responded, but I would like to stop there.
Okay, thank you, Kerubo, for the feedback. It was very candid. So one of the suggestions you say that maybe you should have another take on the same subject, but geared towards agriculture and so on. Now, what I would learn to say is that is a good suggestion. This is a book that was published in 2023, first edition. But then if you look at it, you realize that we have some common aspects that cut across all the students. It's not just for the social sciences. Now, for example, skills in writing, selecting and alienating, searching for literature, literature review, and so on. So you realize that that cuts across. So, but then we have put in consideration your suggestions. Now for Joseph, because I'm Dean, School of Business, I would like to say that with the suggestion has not been given to the heads of departments, because that is something that we are considering now for us to be able to increase the rate in terms of completion. So the postgraduate has just come up with that suggestion, and the university is considering that. So no, we have not communicated to the heads of departments. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. So my name is Titus Stowe, and I'm the systems librarian and also the in charge of the anti-plagiarism software in the university. Now we have to appreciate where we've come from. we started using the anti-plagiarism software in 2019, and in 2023 we changed over to a different one. Currently the one that we are using is called Drillbit, and it had improvements from the previous one, the Turnitin that we had. And let me cut the long story short by saying that currently we are updating our policies, and we discussed it the other day with the librarian, and we are updating our policies so that it caters for the AI. And you realize that we also have issues. Mtu anakuja anaangalia, alafu unakuta AI ni 82, alafu similarity ni 15. Vice versa also. Similarity ni 92, alafu AI ni 4. Now, let's think about it, and that is what is going to drive us in the next updates that we are going to be rolling out very soon. Thank you very much. Yeah, currently, as with the library, we check, and then it is the responsibility of the departments to look at it in deeper, as we only check and announce the results. So the minimum similarity index is 15. Well, I realize that also in other departments they have their own cascaded. Those are the things we are going to harmonize soon. And for the last year's group, we were doing AI at 4%, but we appreciate the change in the technologies, and we are reviewing it with a view of accommodating the new changes in the technology. Thank you very much.
Okay, there were two questions which have been asked by the people who are following us online. One of them is what happens when supervisors are not in agreement. I think it means the supervisor and the student, if they are not in agreement. I talked about conflict resolution mechanism. There are ways that we need to do it. The two of them should talk, and then if there is need, a third party should be involved. If that again does not work, then the matter is taken to the departmental graduate committee, and then if the department cannot handle it, it goes to the school graduate committee. And if again the school cannot handle it, it comes now to the board, and if it needs further intervention, then it will now be handled by higher officers. But what we are saying is that we need documentation for all this, so that we can be able to have evidence on the actions which have been taken on the same. There's also the issue of supervisors taking long to give feedback. This one again is also a concern. But again, if you read our rules and regulations, there's a section which talks about how this should be handled. What we are saying is that for students, don't just keep quiet if things are not right. I'm not saying that we have, or some of us are very perfect, but just bring the issues out to the department, to the school, so that we can see how it can be handled. The other thing which makes maybe the feedback process to take long, are told to change things, and they don't do exactly that. So again, when you talk about poor thesis, you cannot blame advisor per se. There is this statement of let my people go. Sometimes a student can be so stubborn, and this supervisor just says, let this student go. And then problems come in. But I think these are things that we should try to avoid. I don't know if my colleagues would want to add something. Any member of staff, not only the presenters.
Thank you. I'm not going to add anything to what you have said, but I've just received a communication from one of our professors who is online and has requested that I read this so that we take note of it. I think this is a response to, is it Kerubo? There's a statement you made. She says, when we have a chance, when you have a chance, please pass my one serious comment to both supervisors and supervisees. And this is what the colleague is saying. Let's avoid ugly blame game, supervisor blaming the student and the student blaming the supervisors. Let's all do our work and maintain standards so we avoid this thing. So I just wanted to communicate that to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we can take 3 more questions, and then we'll take a break and go outside for a group photo. So let's have the 3 questions. 1 question each, please. Okay, we have somebody at the back. Kindly just ask 1 question.
Habari ya asubuhi. Thank you. So my question is, I feel you are having very abstract answers from our colleagues that we are asking questions, and they are just like, you can go and read the policy and understand how the policy says, and it's just the same our supervisors has been telling us, And I like the question that he asked, This institution has a very long bureaucratic way in which a student is supposed to get a response either from the school, from the supervisor, or even from the student himself. What do I mean by that? You send something to a supervisor to check. Now the supervisor decides that he's going to respond when he or she wants. When you ask, you're being told, my friend, you need to understand, I'm the supervisor and you're the student. So you need to follow what I'm saying. And then when you ask, then what are you saying? Because you're not responding, then it becomes an issue. That's 1, 2, we need to understand if there are policies for the university and if there are policies for departments. Because when I read the policy and what I get from the department, they are 2 totally different things. 1, we are supposed to submit intents so that you can have a pre-defense, Now, when you send that intent and an abstract to the supervisor, they respond by saying, I need a manuscript. And then you say, I want to first pre-defense as I'm working on my manuscript. Once you do that, you don't get a response until they see a manuscript. We need to get a clarification, not an abstract way in which go and read the policy, but you need to get a clarification about these issues. Because these issues, a lot of students here are not going to speak because I don't know why, but they won't speak, But we need to get a clarification on a very profound way. And then another thing, this seminar, I think from what I've heard and seen, it was arranged for students, We came very early. I don't know if people came late, but by 7:30 I was here. Nobody was here. It was being washed. So please give us time to ask our questions, Don't just say 1. Students have a lot of issues here. Just give us time to air our frustrations, Like how we are saying, wacha to rant. Thank you.
There are 2 hands. There's one here and another one at the back.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Sharon Auma, medicine biochemistry. Professor Lucha, I would like just for you to clarify something concerning the guidelines of the university under thesis writing. Because there is a section where there is acknowledgement, and it has written there shall no need to acknowledge the supervisor since they have been acknowledged in the declaration section. So with this, I've encountered a problem with my supervisor because I've just been following the guidelines as I prepare my thesis, but now there's a problem with that one. Maybe if you could clarify for us, should we acknowledge or not? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, kindly note that we are going to have a session where we are going to give your personal experiences and even ask the questions that you're saying you want to ask. But now, we are responding to the presentations that were made. So kindly just restrict your question to what was presented. And that's why I'm trying to restrict also the number of questions so that we can move with the program. So let's have one more at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian Ambale from the School of Environmental Sciences. Yes, my name is Brian Ambale from the School of Environmental Sciences and Natural Resource Management. And yes, just permit me to ask two questions. So one goes to the issue pertaining to...
You are not audible, please.
Yes, it goes to the issue pertaining to drill bit. I think we should not consult too much. There are things that should be filtered out because there's a day I sent in my document and there are some very simple words that were captured. How do you find a synonym for a word like there? It's really impossible. So there are some exclusions that there are some words that should be excluded so that we have some seamless progression. Secondly, a friend of mine asked me to read their point to Dr. Luther. She said, Professor Luther, she said that is it academic year or physical year so that someone can graduate like a master's, like a master student? Is it 2 years or? Yeah, I think she has gotten her answer.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll have responses from the three presenters. Any questions touching on your presentation, kindly respond.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate the observations which have been made. I think Professor Otieno will take on the question of guidelines, whether to acknowledge or not to acknowledge the supervisor. I think on the side of conditions for pre-defending a thesis, the publication is not a condition. The defense can go on as this student is preparing the manuscript. But again, for you now to get into the graduation list, you will be required to have published. It's just like the other condition for graduation. But this one should not delay you from pre-defending your thesis. Okay, for the duration for completion, I think maybe the person who is asking this might have missed out. We said for masters, it is, we said we go per semesters, which is 2 academic years if you are doing it from main campus. But in town campus, because the semesters are overlapping, we said it's possible to start in January 2024 and finish in April 2025 because you are doing back-to-back semester. But we'll expect you to report during those semesters, pay fees, and be active for you to finish. So we talk about the academic year. If you're in town campus, it should be able to flow without any problem because the semesters are back-to-back. Here we have a long break, which is not counted for those ones in main campus. It's taken as a recess session. And then if the feedback delays, please, we have said there is a way of resolving this. Let the HOD know, let the dean know. If the dean is not, if there's no action taken, sorry, not the dean, then you can be able to, if you're not satisfied with the action taken, then you should now come to these other offices. And we are insisting on documentation. That's the only way that you can have evidence that at some point you raised issues. And this progress report, we need to get them quarterly. If we don't get them quarterly, we may not be knowing what's happening. But if we can be getting them quarterly, we can be able to know where the problem is. Yes, I agree there are cases where there's been confusion, departments and schools doing different things, but I'm just telling everybody, let us follow the rules and regulations. We don't have regulations for Department A, regulations for Department B. It is for University of Eldoret. So we don't want cases where students are subjected to different conditions or standards. I think maybe I can take those ones for now. Maybe Professor Tieno can handle that. If I've not answered any query, maybe we have a session where we shall interact for about 1 hour on the same.
Thank you very much once again. Sharon, I got your question, and I think it's maybe cutting across. The guideline has got things which we should follow. The guideline says the supervisor shall not be acknowledged, full stop. The reasoning is that by the supervisor signing that thesis under the declaration part, that's already an acknowledgement. Please don't acknowledge the supervisor. That is what that document is saying. Go by what the document is saying. You will not be wrong. I think I've answered that.
Okay, we are going to have some comments from some of the supervisors who are here, but let me give the first opportunity to our guest. He would like to make some comments.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. In the culture where I come from, we normally say thank you so much. Domo arigato gozaimasu. That is Japanese for thank you so much. So listening to what the students have been saying, I get to the point of trying to compare what I experienced here. I did my master's and undergraduate and master's in JKU before I went to Japan. So the difference that is coming out strongly is that in as much as our director has said that, follow the rules and regulations. Believe you me, following the rules and regulations alone does not work. There must be an element of respect. There must be an element of identifying authority. There must be an element of knowing that human is to error. Please don't go to your supervisor and say that it's my right that you send me the red thesis tomorrow. It's not going to work. I also supervise students there, and I happen to supervise a student from Kenya who was my colleague at master's level. So when I went to Japan and did finish my postdoc, then my professor was asking for someone else from Kenya, and I connected this student. So when the student came to Japan, he did not come as my student. He was looking at me as Martin Sifuna. Tulikuwa tunasoma na wewe. So it caused a lot of friction because there is that chain of command whereby you have to, this person has to report to this person has to report to this person. And before we go to report to the next person, we must be in agreement. We don't go to the DVC, I'm the dean, and you are the lecturer in the department. We are going to report to the DVC, and the DVC asks us a question, and I say it's him. It never works that way. We have to agree first. For us to agree, you must recognize my position, not because of right, but because of respect. That is the only thing. So when I see a student saying that, I wrote to the lecturer and the lecturer said blah, 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 blah. You realize that it's not really about the thesis. You go to the lecturer and you want him to know that it's my right because I paid school fees. It doesn't work that way. Once we respect each other, everything will flow. I was talking to the DVC here, and I was giving him an example of how my professor in Japan treats me. He's junior, but whenever he talks to me, he does this. He says goodbye, see you tomorrow. With that, your heart just opens up. You try to close it, it just can't close. It just opens up, and that's why I did my master's for 6 years, but I did my PhD in 3 years, and I was the best in the whole faculty. Why? Because of that communication, not just rules and regulations, but recognize your position and recognizing that the other person is a human being. He can make a mistake. When he makes a mistake, talk to him. Let him also talk to you. When he's a professor and you have no paper, that does not give him the mandate or the authority to look down upon you. He just needs to talk to you nicely because he was in that position at sometimes back, isn't it? So all that we've said, without respect and integrity, it's not going to work. Thank you so much. We'll be talking more about that next time. Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Masese.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification from the library because we have been having issues with this similarity index. We have been working with 20%, but I had a new number, which is 15, and I want to suggest that that's too low because in the sciences, we're having issues where the methodology we're using as standard published procedures that have been used by millions of people. So you can imagine you're trying to paraphrase a sentence that has been paraphrased by 2 million previous. It's not going to be different. So I think even in journals are using now 20% similarity index. And with justification, I think the Turnitin report gives you areas that have been, where the similarity index is high. So I just want to request that index, that percentage be looked at again. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Dipo.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I request that when things are already written in the guidelines and so on, we just ask the students to read them and shorten the time of reading out things that are already there and allow the students to give their opinion. So, like, there's a lady student who asked questions which were all very important. I believe, I don't know, you are saying thinking it may not be you. Okay, I believe that we can gain a lot more from hearing these students. This is a golden opportunity. Then the other thing that I just want to comment, the research work is joint work between you, the students, and the supervisors. So if it fails, we have both failed. If it succeeds, we have both succeeded. Please mark that. It's good to relate well with your supervisor. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll take the last few. Dr. Omega.
Thank you. My name is Omega from Animal Science. Professor Luther talked of disagreement between a lecturer and a student, or a supervisor and a student. But I think also there are occasions where there is disagreement between the two supervisors, and the student ends up suffering. Now, in our department, it so happened that almost half of us suffered from such wars when we were doing our master's or PhD. So for us, we came down with a solution that is working. It may not work in other departments, but for us it's working. When there is supervisor 1 and supervisor 2, we follow that order. And supervisor 1 is the most competent for that student. I mean, the core of his work or her work is the most competent. Supervisor 2 is more of supportive and, broader support. But supervisor 1 is the key supervisor. So what we do, when the student sends his script for correction or for comment or for perusal, it goes first to supervisor 2 with a copy to supervisor 1. Supervisor 2 makes his corrections through tracking, sends a copy back to the student, but with a copy to the supervisor 1. Supervisor 1 looks at the supervisor 2's corrections And you know, with the tracking, you are able to know hii ni ya huyu na hii ni ya huyu, si ndio? Then he makes that final one, sends back to supervisor 2, and the final copy to the student. So the student knows what supervisor 1 said, what supervisor 2 said. If there is a clash between the two supervisors, supervisors 1 suggestion is the one that takes the day. And for us, it has worked so well. Thank you. Number 2, students. Some students like to be spoon-fed. I do tracking, and you find the red letter is more than the black. You know what that means? Do you? It means I've written more than you. So who has done the work? So we don't like that. You know, it's not good. It should not be like that. Students should also take instructions. When we write comments there and we say, do this, do that, when we get back your work, we go back to what we sent you and now check. Like me, I sent you the 2 laptops. The one I sent you and the one you have sent me back. So I keep checking. I told you to do this. Did you? I told you to do this. So I'm also doing my turn in my own way with you. And if I find you are not doing well, that, you know, it also, so that relationship between the student and the lecturer, the supervisor, it should be that good so that when you're told to do this, you do it. When you can't do it, sometimes a supervisor can tell you to do something which you know may not be totally right. Write your comment and say, sir, you said I do this, but after considering this and this and this is what I now suggest. Instead of just ignoring and doing what you're, because how will I know that you saw a different perspective to that? So let that be that cordial relationship between the two supervisors and the supervisors and the student. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I want to say a few things. As it has been said, actually the relationship between the supervisor and the student should be a friendly one. It should not be a coercive one. And it should be such that both parties listen. I like the example from Japan. Sometimes the students forget the supervisors are human beings. We are your brothers and sisters, and you don't have to fear us in any way. We can discuss, we are objective enough and rational. However, let respect stay in its place. A master's and PhD is about academic interaction. If you are hot-tempered, I can assure you it will test your temperament to the limit. If you are impatient, that's not the problem. It should be very diplomatic, characterized by patience, characterized by honesty, discussion, and objectivity. You can imagine, do you know what it means to append the signature as a supervisor? That is what we take care as supervisors. Let me tell you the meaning. When I append my signature in your work, it means I have put my name on the line. It means I have said I am ready to defend you. If it is good work, then I get a credit. If it is bad work, then I get a blame. So when we are telling you do this, do this, do this, we are trying to remove errors to the extent that whatever comes out as the final product, the errors that are in there are actually within acceptable limits. Second, students sometimes, if two supervisors don't agree, then that is not the work of the student. The HOD can help, the dean can help, and then the two ladies and gentlemen, or ladies and gentlemen, the two supervisors can sit somewhere alone and then discuss and agree so that they give a common view to the work of the student. On the side of the students, we are requesting this new generation of students to improve. I will not shy away from telling you the area of improvement. The weakest area many students have is patience. Very impatient, sometimes hot-tempered, not everybody, yes? So there should be a lot of diplomacy. There should be a lot of patience, you know? Some students also, they come and leave the work and then they call the lecturer, oh, I called so and so. And then there's another thing we need to remember. When the lecturer is supervising you, you are not the only one being supervised. There are other students who are being supervised. The same to examination. And you see, the same lecturers are also administrators. So we need to understand that we should not be very selfish so that you look at yourself only, or you want to work, you want the supervisor to work, you know, at your convenience. No. It should be fair. Otherwise, we are mentors, we are your brothers and sisters, we are role models. When you graduate, we are happy. We are your advocates. You see? But as has been said, please let us appreciate that we are human beings. I'm one of the supervisors cannot cut annoy. So they are human beings. Yes, the Bible says, by evening, you should be through with that. You know? So, for the postgraduate students, let us be patient. Let us not, in fact, don't develop a negative attitude. And always remember you are a student. You are a student. What is the meaning of that? You are the one to be assisted. But when you behave in such a way that it is now, especially when you bring the issue, it's my right, you destroy everything from the beginning. Suppose you say it's my right, and the supervisor says, I can also, you know, the supervisor can say, I can also step out. And rather say, with due respect, ladies and gentlemen, I seek to. We don't want to move in that direction. Otherwise, we are for you. There should be no animosity. You should be happy. By the end of the supervision, you should be better than myself. And so you graduate and I'm happy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now going to move to another session where we'll have members of management making their remarks. And I believe students, the ones who are here and the ones who are online, you've got the sentiments that have been expressed, especially by the supervisors. And the supervisors also have heard what you've said. And I believe from today, we should try and come to that common understanding, that place where we will work together as a team, not in a confrontational manner from either side. So I believe this seminar is going to be helpful in that respect. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our DVC in charge of planning, research and extension to make his remarks, and then later I'll invite our DVC in charge of academic affairs. Karibu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to know whether you are still alive. Eh? Yeah, now we want to thank the directors of research and innovation and the director of postgraduate studies for organizing this meeting. This is a very important meeting which is really core to the university and also core to the postgraduate students. As management, we have been worried, particularly when it comes to Commission for University Education has certain standards we have to meet. And this is the completion rate. In completion rate for undergraduate studies, we are doing well. We are about at 85%. The standard is around 80, so we are okay. But completion rate for postgraduate is horrible. Last time, I think we couldn't even represent it because it was so low. And my colleague, I think, will confirm that. And this kind of meeting was prepared so that we could be able to talk about those practical issues. Because as at now, we have, I don't know how many, but not less than 1,000 students whom we do not know where they are, postgraduates. There are very many. They registered. We do not know whether they registered and went. We do not know whether they are still alive. But there are so many who are outside there. And as a university, it is our interest to make sure where are they. And so this meeting, let us treat it very seriously. And I think I heard the postgraduates wanted to bring their experiences, but I think there is a time for that after tea. So when that time reaches, please bring up your points and please bring them with, so that they are understood. Because we need to understand the problems so that we can see how do we solve those problems to make sure that when you come here at the University of Eldoret, you do your master's or your PhD within the record time that is recommended. So postgraduate is very important. Point number 2 I'm talking about is that postgraduate is very important because this is when you are shaping your career. And so as you want to start shaping your career, you can do a lot of courses in undergraduates. But when you come to postgraduate, this is now when you are fixing what is going to be you for the rest of your life. And so it is something that is important to all of us, to you as a student, to the supervisors, and even to the university. Because we are going to produce people. Who are these people? What are these people going to do? And so your entering behavior here is very important, postgraduate students. How do you enter into it so that you benefit? So you need to be very keen on that. Number 2, it's important to maintain your ethical standards so that you can maintain the quality. The quality of a scientist or a quality of a scientist, a quality of an academician you are going to be starts from here. And so it's important that you observe those ethics so that it is important you know exactly what really would make me a quality academician. The world will know you when you do research. And the thesis research in most cases is your first major research. In some cases, those who are in research institutions, they may come when they've already published maybe several papers. But those of us who come direct, this is the time that you start your first research. That your first research and the paper you will publish is very important. Because the world will not know you, even if you do a very good website and you have not published, they will not know you. But if in your area you start by publishing good papers, sometimes you may be known by just maybe publishing only 2 papers in quality journals. Then they read and say, this person did this. And so you will be known by what you publish, not by what you do or not by coming up with a website. So please, that is very important, something that you need to understand. And for you to be exposed to the world, it's very critical that you expose yourself to the world. So work together with your supervisors, do your research, relate very well with your research teams, publish your conference papers, attend seminars, and make sure that whatever you are doing is being known and being understood by the others. And always, as students, please maintain your links and your networks.
sometimes when we graduate, some of us just disappear. But from where we sit, sometimes we have even some scholarships. For maybe a PhD, we may have some fellowships, and we may have what? But some of you, once you have finished, you have disappeared. So maintain and make sure that your networks are there. And also with your supervisors, make sure that you have the link with your supervisors, irrespective of what happens. And try to learn everything you need in this journey. When you have a supervisor, your intention as a postgraduate student is to pluck all the knowledge that this person has, all the wisdom this person has, irrespective of his character. Because we have people with very, very different characters. So it is important, colleagues in the academia, you are our colleagues, that you know yourself, but try to get to know everything. If there is something that you cannot grasp well, see how you link up. For example, you may not be very good in statistics, and you cannot avoid statistics if you want to publish. Try to link up with your colleague, postgraduate students who are better in that, or in your lecturer, or even any other member of the department who may have taught you that, or whom you know is good in that, so that you can be progressing. Number three, what I want to say is that what does the university need from you? And what do you need from the university? Yeah, for us, and from where I'm sit, the Division of Research, we need your publication. Once you have your thesis, your thesis is very important for us. That's why when the director was talking and others, it needs to be a quality thesis. Because that quality thesis is going to be in our library repository. Number two, your publication is also going to be in your repository. What we request from you is that please, when you are publishing, use the university email address. There's an email address that you've been given, which is from the university, because that would help the university to be recognized in every publications that you do. Your email address, you may have several others, like I think me, I have 6 email addresses, but when I'm publishing, I use the university email address so that the university is acknowledged. And also try as much as possible to register with ResearchGates, should be in LinkedIn, could be in academia, Web of Science, because when you register in those, everything that you have done will be accredited to you and also to the university. And so it helps when we are being ranked as a university, whatever work that you've done is reflected in our ranks, apart from the other things that they are considered. So that is what we need from you, but that publication is not only benefiting the university, it's benefiting you. That's why we say, when you register with, let's say, ResearchGate or academia, they will always show you. If anybody has made a reference to your work, they will let you know. And that is very important in the life of academician. Somebody was saying that some people are coming to do masters not for academics. I think maybe you need to define what academician is. Because even engineer Sudi is also an academician. Bwana asifiwe. Now, what else do we need from you? Innovations. Colleagues, innovations is the key thing now. And some of us do very good research, which are very things that have not been done with anybody. It can either be an innovative idea or it can be an innovation. But as a university, we are there to follow up and to help you to patent or to protect that information. And Director of Postgraduate Studies, I don't know whether she's come out. Oh, yes. Anytime there's a defense, we really request that the IPMO, the Intellectual Property Management Officer, is alerted. Because sometimes we publish something which needs to be protected. And the protection the university does for you by university paying. So you do it free of charge. So if you have something that is an innovative idea from the Division of Research, once the IPMO gets to know it, will let us know, we'll request the university to protect it as you continue to work on it. We normally have innovation weeks here. Very few people come. But that is where you can start building even your work and also even your company. When we go for International Innovation Day a week, the national one in Nairobi, we get so many young people like you. They call the young CEOs. They have money that cannot even be compared with a professor because they have come up with something. And when you come up with something, please don't keep it to yourself. Because the longer you keep it, somebody will invent it and then it will no longer be yours. And if you expose it before we protect it for you, somebody will go and listen what you are saying and then they create it and then it will no longer be your idea. So we are offering that just for your knowledge. Next, let me come now to the supervision. I think a lot has been already talked about supervision. But in supervision, first of all, as a student, you should be supervisable. There are some students who are not supervisable. Please, I think my colleague from Japan really described it well. Allow yourself, humble yourself, so that you can be taken through. Even if you know more than the lecturer, you may know something better than the lecturer, but be humble. I remember when we were in the University of Nairobi, there's a student who took 10 years to do his master's because he was very good in statistics, and when he did it in class, he was proud and told the lecturer that, you know, I know it, I can do it. The lecturer was stuck on the board and he stood up and solved the problem and said, yeah, simple. Now, the lecturer felt, now this student is belittling me. So he really worked on that student. 10 good years to graduate. So some people have some of those kind of attitudes. But please, I know most of us have not heard of that in the University of Eldoret. So you get to know, be humble and get to know who is this your supervisor. I was privileged to be supervised by 2 supervisors. One was the worst supervisor in the University of Nairobi then. He would frustrate you and do everything. I think my colleague can remember him. We were with him when we were doing our masters. The worst supervisor in the world. In fact, later one year, I think I met with her in somewhere in Kampala when we went for a conference. And then I was introducing myself. Oh, this was my supervisor. Then the lady with whom they were told me, you mean this guy supervised you? Then you know God exists. So then I said, yes, I know God exists, and I'm actually a professing Christian because I know. So I had the worst on the one side, and he's the one who knew the content, but he would not help me. On the extreme, I have the second supervisor who was very cooperative. Anytime, he will accept you. And anytime you give her work, he will bring the work very quickly. But there was totally no content change. It was typographical, spelling, etc. only. But was very good. So, you know, I was in between. So sometimes as a student also, if you find yourself in between, make sure you don't fight any of them, but find a way. Okay, me, I was fortunate. I found a way. There was a visiting professor from University of Chicago, and he was also somebody good in my line. He's the one who did all the work. After he has done it, I took it to these people. And I graduated without any question during my defense. And you know, those days, defense was defense. It's not like what you do now. Professor Nkware will tell you, we didn't have a laptop and you are seeing and presenting. You present your thesis from your head, right from the title, right from objectives, methodology. You defend without even a paper. So it was not as easy. Nowadays, this is not a difficult job. So you should excel. As we had a big problem. Because you go there, you must have everything here. So know your supervisors and please humble yourselves. And supervisors also please let us treat one another nicely, because you are our colleagues. We are leaving it for you, because we can't be in the university forever or in academia forever. Time comes for us to retire. So it's good to make sure that you do a good job. So have good PR and consult widely so that you can get the best out of it. As I conclude, I want to say that from our division of research, we work very closely with postgraduate studies. And I think from the talk that I had, we are going to share with you, I think the director will share with you some 3 policies: research and innovation policy, intellectual property policy, and code of conduct and ethics in research, so that at least you can also give them, because there's a lot of things that they need to know from there, particularly IP, as I talked about. Somebody talked about code of conduct and IREC. Yeah, we are sorry, we have never had that before, but just last week, I think we are getting there. It's going to be approved by council, and then from there we'll let you have it, so that we don't still not have, because currently we go to MTRH, is the IREC that we normally use, but we are going to have our institutional IREC. Members have been chosen, and NACOST is going to come here to train us. I think it's the next 2 weeks or so that we have our IREC established here within the university. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as a way of proposals, I would propose, Director, that let us have regular postgraduate seminars. We had pushed this from our division through Senate, and it was minuted that each and every school should have seminars where the researchers, the lecturers, the professors would give their presentations, and even the students would give their presentations at least once every month, so that at least they'll get the culture. People like us, that's how we grew up. When we were in the University of Nairobi, there was a seminar every week. Every Tuesday there was a seminar. So by the end of your studies of a postgraduate student, you get to know how people do research, the challenges, how they analyze their data, and things like that. So that is what I would recommend, that we see how that can be instituted. And I know from the minutes of the Senate, it is something that was already approved. And last but not least, I wish we could have a graduate week. There's a time we had some linkages with another university called Linköping University in Sweden. And I really got impressed. They have 1 week in every semester, which is set as graduate week. Now that week, all the lecturers in the department must be there physically in the university. All the students must be there in the university. And each and every, all of them are linked. So that if somebody has a problem with the statistics, you put it there, somebody answers it. If you want to go and physically see your supervisor, you go and see him and sort that issue. If maybe your supervisor can't help you, but somebody else can help you, you go to that somebody, and it makes work so easy for the postgraduates, so that at the end of that week, more or less, all your problems are solved. And that would help us, something that could also help us to make sure that we graduate within the record time. Because as at now, it is a big challenge for us, and we really would like it to be solved. So ladies and gentlemen, sorry for talking a lot, but postgraduate, you mean a lot for us. Your publications are very important for the university. So when you are graduating, we know a master's will give us at least 1, PhD will give us at least 2. Now that helps us in boosting our publications. I was looking at the Q had some data that they were collecting from all universities. And the notion you have had is that University of Eldoret, you are not doing very well. But from what I saw, we were number 3 in the country in terms of publications. And I said, You guys are doing a good job. The lecturers are doing a good job, and the students continue doing it so that we can remain up there. Because this was the data for the last 2 academic years. And I saw our figures, because there was publications by staff, publications by students, we were ranking excellent in both areas. So please keep it up. Allow me now to take this opportunity. The Vice Chancellor was supposed to be here, but there are some function in town campus, which he's attending right now. So I would like to invite my colleague, the DVC ASA, to give his comments and also to represent the Vice Chancellor to open this conference. Thank you very much. Can you please clap for him as he comes?
Thank you, my colleague, DVC PRE, the Director, Research and Innovations, Director, Board of Postgraduate Studies, our visitors who are facilitators, our colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I've been sitting here for quite some time. I've listened to the presentations, the questions, and it's very interesting that we have challenges and we have also some positives. Today, at least the University of Eldoret is taking a very significant step towards enhancing quality of postgraduate research through this workshop. As my colleague has just alluded, we were with him at masters, though pursuing different areas, but in the same university, same, I think, just sister departments. And as he said, that time there was no AI, no computer, almost no computer. But we were very, very determined. You know, when you choose to pursue postgraduate, you have decided that you want to do a master's and proceed maybe to the next level. So you have made a very, very serious decision. Once you have made that decision, you have to face the positives, the challenges as you pursue your studies. As he said, we have different supervisors, characters. Everybody will have a story once you have gone through postgraduate supervision. For me, I also had one supervisor who was just waiting to append the signature. Once the other one has read, it's like he has also read for him. So that kind of scenario is there. And it's amongst us. Where I came from in another university, it's also a similar story. We have those who are just passengers and those who do the work. But that is as it may. I've said you have made a decision, you're spending resources, you're paying fees, and that is a requirement. So when you decide that you are doing your postgraduate, please ensure that you complete and complete in the shortest time as prescribed. As a university, University of Eldoret, he didn't mention the completion rate for postgraduate. Last year it stood at 15%. So when you start with 100 students, say 20/2022 for masters, stroke 2022, it means that within 2 years, you are supposed to finish. For PhD, maybe 2019, you expect to finish in 3 years. So if you have a completion rate of 15%, it means that out of 100, only 15 are able to complete within that period of time, which is rather too low compared to other universities elsewhere in the world. We know we have challenges here and there. Some of them we have mentioned, and you know them. It may be because of fees, because of finances, because of resources for research, and so on. But strive to make it to that level that you can complete within the stipulated time. When you attend such a workshop like today, I'm sure you are picking something. You are, first of all, being encouraged. I want to thank those who made it today, because this type of encouragement is very, very important. Sometimes research can be very stressful. If you don't get this kind of encouragement that you're getting today, you can easily think of giving up. But because you are here and you are listening and also seeing that it is not just you who has these kind of challenges, it encourages you. So be encouraged that you are not alone. You have supervisors, you have colleagues that you are pushing along with. You are here at different levels of progression. I'm sure we have students who have just joined. So you may be discouraged that if this is the case, then I may not continue. But we want to encourage you that it's not that bad as you may realize. First impression, when you are doing coursework, it is normally a very smooth sailing, because it is just like undergraduate. You are attending classes, doing exams, doing cards, but the real work begins when now you want to think of what you want to research on. That is where the problem normally begins. From experience, when you want to start a proposal, usually some lecturers may encourage you, others may discourage you, but from my experience, because as you continue doing the coursework, you learn to know who is possibly going to be a supervisor from interaction. And that pre-proposal stage is a very, very important stage. Learn the people who are likely to be your supervisors, because that is the time that you start to have a relationship. You start to have a relationship. So, and that relationship is the one that will guide you. Because if you don't have a good relationship with your supervisor, you will have challenges. And as you now try to write your proposal, you'll start with a concept note. Then it develops into something bigger and bigger. From experience, the statement of the problem is a very, very important component of the thesis. But that is where the problem starts. I've had cases where a student writes that statement of the problem, and the supervisor crosses and says, "There's nothing here. There's nothing." That is a very big discouragement. So our supervisors, I hope you are not like that. Usually, the statement of the problem and identifying the knowledge gap, that is where the problem starts. But once you crack that one, then the rest will just follow. Because that is where you identify the problem that you are going to solve. So it is very, very important that you understand how to write the problem or statement of the problem and identify the knowledge gaps, because they will now lead you to generate the objectives, and from the objectives you can write your methods and literature, because everything is linked. In a thesis, it's just you are going to write a story, but all those chapters or sections are linked. And if you don't get it right from the start, then you will have a problem. So that is very, very important that you start from the beginning to have your statement of the problem properly identified. I don't think I have many more to say. I want also to just say that, as my colleague said, the Vice Chancellor is occupied elsewhere, and I'm taking this opportunity to represent him, and therefore, I want to take this opportunity to declare this workshop officially open.
Thank you very much, DVC. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break so that when we come back, we'll have a session where you ask the questions you wanted to ask, and then thereafter we'll have our two facilitators make their presentations. So I believe we are going to have the tea. For the students, you can give me directions.
So, sorry, let me clarify. We had a challenge today. There are so many activities on campus, and the guest house, which has been providing us the catering services, are a bit occupied. So what we agreed was, I think all of us will be served from the cafeteria. It will also give us a chance to interact with our students and also share other experiences that could not be brought on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll all move to the student cafeteria where they're going to serve tea. let's take the shortest time possible. Maybe about, it's 1 o'clock now. Yeah, this is tea. You'll have lunch later. So let's take about 20 or so minutes, and then we come back here for the next session. So let me pray for the tea and whatever it is you are going to take, and then we'll proceed there. Our Father in heaven, we thank you, Lord, for the session that you have taken us through. It has been very interactive. We thank you for all the sentiments that have been expressed by the students, the staff. And we pray, Lord, that you help us get this thing right, because we have all these students who are looking up to us, and we pray, Father, that we'll help them to go through their programs so that they finish within the stipulated time. As we move to take the tea and the snacks that have been prepared, Lord, we ask for your blessings, that all these things will nourish and strengthen our bodies. We worship you and we honor you in Jesus' name. Amen.
They are very interesting topics that I think during the course of this presentation, he'll try to touch on some of those aspects. Just to mention to the students, we had a similar workshop with the supervisors, and we were able to identify some of the problems that you have brought across. And we believe by combining these two workshops, we should be able to find a way forward, which will be for the betterment of all of us. We are here not to complain. We are here not to accuse. Let us just identify the challenges and see how we can be able to move forward as a team. I think one of the things that we have realized is that we are doing things differently in the departments, which should not be the case. We need to do things uniformly, and we'll try to see where that gap came from. So let's work together, and as we talk, we are not trying to accuse everybody. I think the DVC, as I said, this is not that we are accusing. Let's try to see how best we can work together. How best can we work together so that the students can be able to finish their work in time. Because when you get a completion rate of 15%, what does it say? Does it mean that we are admitting students who are not able to meet the standards of the program? I don't think that is so, because I sit in the admission board, and I believe we normally take the best students. So if you pass undergraduate well, you should be able to finish your postgraduate in good time. So I think we just need to see how we can handle the structure part, and if that is well handled, we should have people finishing. And I think we can discuss that towards the end, the proposal that we have. How can we assist ourselves financially? By allowing people to teach and get some little money, by maybe encouraging our staff to do proposals so that we get our students being sponsored into the program. So I think those are some of the things that we might want to discuss towards the end. But I think, as I've said, this may not be the final workshop that will enable us to discuss everything. Let's just see how best we can handle the time, and maybe in future we can propose that we do it at school level, and then we have that graduate week or maybe graduate day where we can now meet together and discuss the problem. So I just went a bit off just to allow people to settle. It's now my humble pleasure to invite our external facilitator to give us his presentation. I think that I'll not read the title, it's on the slide, and he'll be able to move on from there. Prof, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yes, my presentation is based on a module that we use in some of the trainings that we have with some of our partners We have partnership with what we call Consortium for Advanced Research Training in Africa. We usually abbreviate it as CATA. And we also have creating postgraduate collaborations, CPC, European Erasmus project, and we have what now we have called DigiGrad, digitalizing graduate studies, again, European Erasmus Plus project. So all these projects are meant to build capacity for both supervisors and graduate students. So the module that we are using right now is one that we use for training in Qatar. So what happens in Qatar, and I think this context will be important for us to understand why we are sharing this the two modules that I'm going to share with you, is that in Qatar, when we recruit PhD students from the collaborating institutions, that is Moi, University of Nairobi, we have University of Rwanda, University of Malawi, we have Awolowo University from Nigeria, we have Ibadan, and all these, and Makerere University. So we select the PhD students from all these universities. And then we have what we call a joint academic seminar. This joint academic seminar brings together supervisors and the PhD students so that we come up with what we would call a level playground, so that the supervisors get to know their expectations, what is expected from them, and the students also get to know what is expected from them. So this module is about roles and responsibilities of supervisors and supervisees. So when we're talking about what we are calling social inclusion and exclusion, I would want to begin by giving some anecdotes that we are familiar with. I like using anecdotes when I'm giving a talk or a lecture. There's a video that is going viral about a family meeting, and it is a Luo family meeting. And in these family meetings, if you don't have anything, then nobody listens to you. You are excluded. So if you say something, people just continue talking about other topics. But when the guy who brings the butter home begins to talk, everybody stops to listen. So that is what we are calling exclusion, the way you can be excluded, even in a class, a PhD class, that there may be some people when they begin to talk, the supervisor or the teacher, together with the students, just switch off. A very basic way of understanding what we mean by exclusion. But we, in our learning, we need to understand what these things do for us as learners. And there are several ways that I'm going to talk about. The second anecdote is in the family, again, you have these people who are named after, like the person named after my father, the ones you call daddy, the one who is called after your mother, you call them mommy. And they have this sense of entitlement. And even the parents make them to feel that they are more important than the others. So that the parents will bring mandazis and the others will share half-half, and the daddy and mommy will have full mandazi. So already you can see some kind of discrimination, some kind of exclusion. And this do interfere with our studies. If such things are happening in our cohort, then we begin to have problems. If you see that the supervisor or the lecturer who is teaching you coursework is always favoring some students in the class, then you can see discrimination taking place. So this exclusion will most probably be as a result of religion, ethnicity, and we know that ethnicity plays a big role. So that if there is a scholarship, then the supervisor might give the scholarship to the person that comes from from whom they share with the religion, or whom they share with ethnicity, or other kinds of orientations, or even the topics. The supervisor will be favoring those people who maybe the supervisor is teaching research methodology and is from biology. And we have students from biology, you have students from chemistry, you have students from all these areas, because general research methodology brings together all the students. And so if there's something, he will always give to those who are coming from his own discipline and not share with those others. So that then becomes some kind of exclusion. So social inclusion are processes that ensure individuals and groups are able to participate fully in society, especially in education. Even gender. Most of the time, we will say, if we give a woman a scholarship, she might not finish because she has all these other responsibilities. So she might not finish because she will be disrupted. At one point or the other, she will want to go to maternity, and that means that she'll be away for 9 months plus 6. 9 plus 6. During the moment when they are carrying, they might not be able to be attending, and especially if it is a scholarship that requires one to go abroad, then it becomes extremely problematic. And then after they've given birth, then they need another 6 months, or even nowadays, I think even 12, to take care of the baby. And even nowadays, they invite you, the husband, to come, and which is a good thing for men, because you get a break from work to also help in taking care of the baby. But you can see that can make it impossible for women to access certain opportunities. And that is what we are calling exclusion. So exclusion, therefore, is the systematic disadvantage of certain groups based on identity markers such as class, gender, race, disability, and economic background. So right now, most of you I know are paying your way through. So if there's an opportunity, we will maybe go for those whom we think will be able to pay their fees very easily. Again, when we see people with disability, or nowadays people that we call people who are able differently, we tend to assume that they cannot do certain things. Or we imagine that if we admit them in a program, they are going to become cumbersome to us. Because if they're blind, then you imagine that you'll have to go out of your way to ensure that they get the facilities that they require, that you must have to work with them beyond the prescribed time and all that. So all this leads to seclusion, and which is important for us, so that when we are here, we have to know that there are certain differences that would make us to be secluded from benefiting from what is going on. So in postgraduate supervision, exclusion can manifest in unequal access to resources, biased expectations, or neglect of diverse epistemologies. So, for instance, let's say those who are working in the lab, you might get a supervisor who is ready to provide, if they have funding, certain resources or reagents or whatever for some students and not for others. And I think I've seen that happen elsewhere. Then biased expectations. When students come, we have our expectations of the students. And then when we begin to interact with them, then we realize that we don't share expectations, and then we go looking for those that we think we share expectations with. And that now leads to neglect. You decide that I'm not going to bother with this particular student. And then when it comes to diverse epistemologies, these are the areas of knowledge that, again, we would decide that we are not going to, I'm not going to support students who are doing the arts. Like right now, everybody is talking about STEM. And those who are taking social sciences, humanities, and the arts are being denied opportunities for funding. I was invited by NRF the other day to review some proposals for anthropology. And they told us that this is the first time they are giving funding to people from anthropology, because they've always been giving fundings to people from the from the pure sciences, the STEM, because they believe that is where innovation will take place. That is where development will take place. Not realizing that even in the arts, there's a lot of innovation. And you cannot even communicate these STEM things if you don't have language. If you don't have the art, you can't. But these people are being excluded because of their epistemology, which are not respected, because people think that they are not very useful. But I guess even for you who are here, when you are talking about Isaac Newton, you begin from his history. Begin with the history of Isaac Newton. We begin with the history of plants. But maybe we don't realize that we are engaging in history. We are engaging in what value Isaac Newton's discovery, if it was not for the society, and how is it communicated to the entire society. So humanizing pedagogy is a framework that recognizes learners as human beings, unique experiences, identities, and aspirations. In the morning when we had discussions, we were actually talking about this thing we are calling humanizing pedagogy. When somebody said that you go to your supervisor or to the department, and then you ask a question, and then you are told, go and read the manual. And he said, that is an arbitrary way of responding to somebody's question. Why does that happen? Because we are not humanizing our pedagogy. We are not asking, why should a PhD student come to ask us about policy when we believe very strongly that they can read? But he's coming to ask. And I had somebody ask here that, should I acknowledge my supervisor or not? It is humanistic. This student wants to show their appreciation of their lecturer, of their supervisor. But the rules and regulations, as rigid as they are, say, do not acknowledge. And the student can't understand that. Why shouldn't I appreciate somebody that I worked with and do some praise poetry? Some students are very good with praise poetry, you know. They will describe for us Professor Dawn, You know, my professor who walks deliberately, you know, and dresses so smartly. And this is the smartness he brought into my work. Why don't you want them to say that? But the rules say otherwise, okay? So if the rules say no, then you can't have the opportunity for praise poetry. But we also know that sometimes you are doing that to try and negotiate other things so that when the examiner reads that and he knows Professor Don, then even if your work is not that good, they will just say, this one, let it just pass. So humanizing pedagogy emphasizes dialogue, empathy, and Sifuna talked about integrity, and even talked about respect. So it talks about dignity, mutual respect in learning relationship. The traditional way of engaging was, I'll talk about in the next talk, was about power. It was about power relationship. I remember when we were presenting our proposals for masters, we used to have the entire faculty coming, and the chair was a professor renowned of history. So even before you start presenting, he would pick your proposal when you are like now here, because those days we didn't have this. So you would pick your proposal and then raise it like this and then ask, what is this? What is this? There's nothing here. You've not even started presenting. And then he lets it drop down. You don't even know whether you should continue with your presentation or go. So you can imagine. And then he used to tell us that we used to also have our orientation when we were invited to do masters and even PhDs in KU. And he would have a meeting with you. And the first thing he would tell you is that if you don't want to finish your degree, postgraduate, antagonize your supervisor. And we will stay with you here until you become my age mate. And I think that time he must have been about 60 years maybe. And you are just about 24 or 25. And he tells you that. And so there was a lot of intimidation. So that you now become a slave to the learning process. You fear even meeting your supervisor because you have been told that a supervisor is some kind of a god that you should not even question. And he used to tell us, and this he used to say in Kiswahili, msianze kuuliza supervisor hizi maswali zenyu nyingi hapa. You listen. But fortunately, I had a very good supervisor from a Ghanaian lady who allowed us to engage. She would allow you to ask questions and all that. But that is how we were given orientation. So, humanizing pedagogy, for those of us who come from, who have a background in education, is inspired by Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Pedagogy of the Oppressed is about moving away from what we call banking theory of education. And banking theory of education assumes that as a learner, you have nothing to offer. You are an empty slate, what they call tabula rasa. And therefore, it is the job of the teacher to bank knowledge in your head and then withdraw it at the end of the semester through exams. So you simply regurgitate what has been put in your mind, and during exam, the teacher withdraws, just like when you deposit money in the bank, and then when you need it, you go and withdraw. So this pedagogue, Paulo Freire, wanted what he called liberatory education. And in liberatory education, it says that the learner and the teacher should be seen as collaborators in the process of learning. The learner and the teacher should be co-researchers and should also be co-investigators. So that is what happens in a good supervisor-supervisee relationship. That the supervisor brings something like my friend Dr. Osano keeps on reminding us, that the supervisor brings something and the students also brings something. So it becomes a collaboration. And the collaboration does not mean that there is no longer some power relationship, but which is based on respect. So that you respect your supervisor, and your supervisor also respects you as a human being. What about social justice in higher education? This refers to fairness in access, opportunity, participation, and representation. So a social justice-oriented supervisor actively identifies and addresses structural inequalities. So as a supervisor, you should be able to understand your students. You might want to find out, as we'll see later, why is this student not submitting their work on time? Because maybe the student is having financial problems, so they cannot even visit the library and all those things. So you need to think of them as human beings and not as machines. You see nowadays, even the artificial intelligence, when you are filling in certain things, will ask you if you are not a robot, so that it accepts. Because we also have robots, so we are not dealing with other human beings as robots, but as human beings. So it also involves redistributive resources, recognitive, that is culture, identity, and representational, that is voice, justice. So your learners, your supervisee must have a voice. If they don't have a voice, then they cannot come up with a good work. Because if their voices are suppressed, as we were told that you write and you come with your statement of the problem, and then you are told there's no problem here. You have no problem, and it is not just written on the side that there's no problem, it is actually cancelled and then given back to you. So after that, you wouldn't want to speak again. We'll talk about the others as we move on. So contextualizing supervision in postgraduate education as part of this. So postgraduate supervision we've talked about is more than academic oversight, we've said. It is a relational and developmental journey. That is why we talk about mentorship. Mentorship goes beyond supervision, because you work with these people even after they've finished their master's or PhD. And this is where you even identify for them opportunities. If somebody has finished their PhD and you get access to a postdoc scholarship or fellowship, then you give it to your student and tell them there is this opportunity, can we work on the proposal together? And then you can proceed. So you don't leave it at that level. But power balances exist between supervisors and supervisees. This can either support or hinder academic growth. The power is there. And I think when Ayuma asked a question, the students responded about power relationships. Power is there. But the most important thing is how you exercise that power as a supervisor and also a supervisee. Because when Sifuna was saying that when you come and tell your supervisor that because I've paid fees then I want you to read this chapter now. Because you feel that because you're paying fees, you have power. You are the one who is bringing money. But that doesn't work. And it's also when the supervisor receives a chapter and decides to sit on it, one chapter, for 6 months. Again, that is the negative exercise of performing power. Maybe performing power for its own sake. But maybe there might be other reasons, because some of us are supervising so many students, and so what you do is that you put them on your tray, and so you deal with them according to how they arrive. But we'll speak about that again, how to deal with that later. So supervisory relationships often mirror broader societal dynamics of privilege and marginalization. The way that we engage with our supervisors or with our supervisees actually reveal how we share privilege and how we marginalize others. There are people who will call you and tell you, I have some books here. Can you come and pick them? Hardly call some other students to tell them that. And this might be because of so many other reasons. Maybe you share the same religion, or you come from the same ethnic, or you are the same gender, or from the same class, and also maybe other undercurrents that we might not know. So humanizing pedagogy in supervision principles. So dialogue and critical consciousness are extremely important because it is through dialogue and critical consciousness that we can engage in what we call co-construction of knowledge through meaningful interaction. So if there is no dialogue, then you can't have critical consciousness. And therefore, you cannot co-construct knowledge through meaningful interaction. Like what most of us do, we use the tracking system nowadays because I don't know if there are people who still receive hard copies of students' chapters. I'm told there are some people who don't accept soft copies. They still insist that the student must submit that. And I think there's something that people feel when they bring that, give you hard copy, and then you write in red, as opposed to when you use track. You know, track is impersonal. But when it is in red ink, and it is all over, then you can see the kind of power that the red pen brings, as opposed to just the track on the document and the comments that you write on the side, which look a bit mechanical. Then also, as you're working with the student, you have to recognize the student's subjectivity. All of us have our own subjectivities. And subjectivity simply means the way we are, our identities, the way we think about the world, and all that. And we don't think about the world the same way. We think about the world differently because of our subjectivities, which are informed by our cultures, by our religion, by our upbringing, and all that. So, by recognizing the subjectivity of the learner, then you will be able to value the lived experiences, especially of those that might have come from marginalized communities. Many of us don't take time to listen. And I think that is what I think would be for me very interesting at the end. When you postgraduate students will share your experiences. Because we meet students, supervisees, and we don't get to know them at all. Other than their name and working with them, we don't even ask them, where do you stay? Okay, I know this one sometimes can cause problems. If you are a male and she's a female and you ask, are you married? They might think that you want something. And so that becomes a bit difficult question. But it would be a good question to ask so that you get to know maybe they're having problems. And that is why they are not doing certain things. And you know, African cultures have a way of making other people to become submissive. So when she goes home, she cannot even sit down to do the work that you gave because the husband wants certain things. He comes late as usual. And then he wants her to cook at midnight. And that is when the statement of the problem was getting, you know, being germinated proper. And then that is destabilized. And then she gets disillusioned and puts it aside and takes maybe another 3 months before she can again think about it. And when she's beginning to think about it, one of the kids begin to cough. And she's the one to take the kid to hospital. So we don't get to ask people we are working with why things are not working. So the other thing we need to have, and these are the things we share with the students when we have those, what we call JASES, Joint Academic Seminars. At the very beginning, this is something we should have had with the students when they reported, so that they get to know the roles and responsibilities of the supervisors and the supervisees. The ethic of care. As supervisors, I know it might be very difficult, but we must have ethic of care. We need to think of other people as human beings also. What are their fears? What are their suspicions? What makes them be who they are? And for us also, we also expect them to reciprocate. They should not just look at us as automation who are just sharing knowledge. We are human beings also as supervisors. We also have our similar problems. You come to work, and like I saw in some video that was viral, you have been, they say, the young generation says that you have been pooped. So you come to the office with black eye, and then this postgraduate student comes to your office and wants their work. And you had a bad night. Mama alikuchapa kweli kweli. And so you decide that you want to compensate or rather project on this student who comes to your office. So ethic of care is important. I mean, when in such situations, you just don't accept appointments. Why would you want to accept an appointment when you know that you'll antagonize each other? So you just tell the student, can you come next week? I'm not in a position to engage right now. So in practice, this is what we tell our students, that both the supervisor and the supervisee must be culturally responsive. Our cultures play a lot of role in terms that in the ways that we engage. Some of us come from cultures where you can't look at the face of somebody you think is senior. So when they come to your office and you are talking to them, they can't look you straight in the eye, so you begin to feel suspicious. Why can't this person look at me? They've not done their work. There must be something wrong. Culturally, some cultures do not allow women to sit in the same space with men. So you must be aware of that. And it is problematic for Islamic female students. They don't even greet you with their hands. So you have to be aware. If you give your hand and they don't take, and you are a supervisor, why would you want to commit suicide? Just go on with your work. So think about flexibility in deadlines and expectations without compromising academic standards. And nowadays we're talking about, I don't know, Prof, if you've already started, as we talked last time, thinking about contracts. So you enter into a contract. supervisor-supervisee contract. So it is not this thing of walk in, walk out, that the student just decides that they want to come to your office when they feel like. There's nothing wrong. They can just come and greet you if they're around and all that. But not bringing work at that time just because they heard your voice when they were passing through the corridor. And then they say, today I think he's there. Create safe space for emotional and academic expression. I know that if you go out, like Don was in South Africa, many of us here have been to Europe, you realize the spaces where you meet with your supervisor. For me, even the official space that I have in itself is not conducive, because I have only one seat. So when the student comes, I have to go and look for a seat from another office. So if everybody is in that day and they are seated, then what do? Then I say, can we go to the eatery? Because at the eatery we'll definitely get some space. But what does that mean in terms of engagement? People are coming and greeting you as you are discussing with the student. Others don't even realize. They just come and sit now and want to engage also in this. They think it is a debate on Kenyan politics. And so they want to experience it also. So social justice-oriented supervision, how does it manifest? First is equity-focused interventions. What do we mean by equity? Fairness. So we need to decolonize supervision by allowing space for other forms of knowledge, not just say Western or African, but for other forms of knowledge. And as we've said, many times we kill the aspirations of our students because we decide that this is what constitutes knowledge, and mainly knowledge from the Western world. And if you can't talk about certain theories that have been formulated in the West, then we don't take you seriously. If you begin talking about the theories as propagated by my friend Dr. Sano, then they will ask you, who is this Osano? Who is he? So they will dismiss you. So you have to look for Aristotle, Socrates, Michel Foucault, all those names. And that is when you get validation. If you don't have those, then there's no validation. So as a supervisor, you should be able to say, yes, I think that Rachuonyo has come up with some ideas that constitute a lens through which we can analyze this work. And that is how you create knowledge. But if you just decide, this for me is not knowledge, you don't even allow it to grow, then you begin to have problems. As supervisors, within a social justice system, we should not become too much of gatekeepers. We should not become too much of gatekeepers. You should let your students explore and come and share with you. And that is why we are talking about collaborative research, collaborative investigation. And you can tell them what works and what doesn't work by simply referring them back to the literature. Tell them, go and read literature and then come back and tell me where this comes in and all that. So when we're also talking about this social justice, we should talk about inclusivity in terms of policies. Are these policies inclusive or they are not? Are they taking care of gender? Are they taking care of culture? What are they taking care of? So that all the learners feel that they're taken care of. So it is important. So in all this, the supervisor should be a transformative agent, as we've already said. They should reflect on their own positionality and potential biases. Because as a supervisor, I also have my own subjectivities as much as the student has his or her own subjectivities. Like for me, before I used to insist, when I still didn't have a lot of experience, I was still, I started actually supervising MS students when I was a tutorial fellow. Before I became a lecturer, I was supervising. And you know, I had limitations, obviously. So if you did not know post-colonial theories, we could not engage. Everything you came with, we had to sneak in post-colonial theories. Until much later on, when now I got exposed to so many other theories. Nowadays, allow them to come and then we discuss if it is working or not. But before, you had to sneak it in, even if it won't work. We will panel beat it until it works. And many of those earlier students, I realized one time that behind my back they were calling me post-colonial. And I know that. And I remember also when we were doing our masters, one of my classmates wanted to write something on David Mailu, what he was calling porno aesthetics, the aesthetics of pornography. And you know, when people hear pornography, they just think about nakedness. They don't realize that it is more than nakedness. So when he gave his concept, the supervisor just told him, we don't want pornography in this university. Can't you look for something else to do? And he ended up doing something on Maragoli songs, which were safe, did not have any porno aesthetics. So we deny because of our own biases. So as a supervisor, you need to foster peer learning among your supervisees. I think that is where Kata for me works very well, because they work with peer cohorts. You work in groups, and so you have time to engage, you have time to discuss among yourselves, so that when you come to meet the supervisor, you are a step ahead, because there's a support system. And we hardly have that. Like I can say in Moi, I don't think that we've tried. But okay, because Qatar, all these people are sponsored. They are funding and they are invited to Malawi, we go with them. They are invited to Rwanda, we follow them. They are invited in South Africa, we follow them. And they work on their own and then we meet in the jazzes. So that gives them an opportunity to do things that our students who are struggling as a teacher, to pay their fees. You can't even ask them to teach for you because they don't have that time. So you can't even bring them together as a cohort so that they can work together, because each one of them is chasing his own stuff. They want to make ends meet first and foremost. So challenges and barriers to this social inclusions and humanistic institutional cultures resist change. Even here, when you want to come up with some of these systems, a number of lecturers maybe, and even students will not be ready to accept if you ask them that, can we be meeting this cohort every Saturday after the SDA church in the afternoon, because I think on Saturday the SDA finished their Sabbato. Otherwise they will not come. And I know the SDA, they are very strong. I remember when I was teaching as an adjunct at a Baraton, I used to forget if I'm teaching up to 1 o'clock, and then I would still go on talking, and then they would just shout, Sabbath! And I have to stop whatever important thing I was saying at that point. So if you start that again, you might have problems with such kinds of attitudes. Supervisors' lack of training in inclusive or humanizing pedagogies. These are things that are just coming up now. It is now that we are having literature on supervision. Most of us here have just been supervising. How we were supervised. Whether it was like Professor Aburu says all the time, if you have two supervisors, at least you have an option of following the one who looks like a human being, and forgetting about the machine, the other one who behaves like a machine. So, but if you have just one, then you die with that. So when you also start supervising and you are not reflective enough or critical enough, you simply think that is how people are supposed to be supervised. And it becomes like this thing people must suffer. Supervision is about making students to suffer, you know? You tell a student to come to meet you, and you know very well that you'll be going for a funeral. And the student comes, and you have gone for a funeral. They've traveled all the way from Moyale, you know, and you expect them to be happy when you meet them next time. So, some of those things, I keep on saying, just be a human being. You know, there's nothing you can do with knowledge if you don't share it. Knowledge is useless if it is not shared. Because you can't use knowledge to go and buy bread unless when you share it and then you get paid. But otherwise, imaringo ya knowledge that you know it and you're not sharing is a waste. You don't even leave behind a legacy. So be human beings. I'm talking to both supervisors, because you'll become supervisors also. That is why we are giving you this orientation. So that when you become a supervisor, you realize that you're dealing with human beings. The other time when I was talking with them, with the supervisors, I was telling them that there are these people, my friend Professor Don comes from zoology. We used to call the bot zoo. It used to sound sexy when you were in university, when you are doing bot zoo, you know. So I was telling him that, you know, if you are a student, you are a supervisor, and you are from bot zoo, and you are dealing with the animal part of it, and every time you are dissecting, are they guinea pigs or rats? When a postgraduate student comes, you just see that rat. You don't see a human being. So, then there's risk of tokenism or of abandoning students from marginalized backgrounds with diversity work. You know? You know, if you're coming from a marginalized background, there's this thing of people taking advantage of you. And I saw it in Germany, mainly with Nigerian students. These Nigerian students were babysitting for their professors because they would get something small. The professor would organize for them trips because they didn't have scholarship. So again, people take advantage. And even in our situation here, a professor will say, oh, can you mark for me this script? And then they give you 500 shillings. And then they want you to say thank you very much, which is okay. So what are the recommendations for practice? Train supervisors in humanizing pedagogy and social justice principles. And now we have the curriculum, the one we are talking about. Mentorship frameworks that pair students with culturally and academically aligned mentors. Sometimes you wonder how we end up pairing students, because you just see there's nothing that brings them together. Yeah? These are people that when you see, you just see Vietnam War. Even from their physical appearance, you just see here there is Vietnam. And when they meet, it is Vietnam. Like what that young man was saying. The student says this, the lecturer says this. And at the end of it all, there is no work being done. So we need to think of how we pay our students. In Moi now, they are insisting that students should choose supervisors, which might look beautiful, but if you look at the Q rules and regulations, then you can see problems. Because if the students know that you are good, they all want to come. They want to come to you, and what does that mean? That at some point you'll become inefficient. Because you'll have so many of them coming to you, and so that becomes a problem. But there should be some kinds of mechanisms or strategies of pairing students with people that you think they can work with. And then you should establish feedback loops where students can share their supervision experiences safely. I know that when the students were asking questions, you see like the most vocal person was kind of putting his life on the firing line. Eh? But that is not the case. It should not be like that. Because you say, okay, now that I spoke, what will my supervisor do? What will be his response? So it is good to have some of those experiences shared with the graduate school. Like when I was a dean, a lot of students used to come and tell me stories about their experiences. Some very beautiful stories, some horror narratives that you don't even know how to deal with it. But they used to come and share, and we would organize and meet with the supervisor and have a chat and tell them that don't be an ogre. We know an ogre, eh? Those from the African stories, the one that likes to eat the fingers of young girls. So you don't want him to be like that. And then institutional supervision guidelines that prioritize inclusion, empathy, and support. I have certain scenarios, but I won't go into them. But maybe just one, quick one, and then we go to the next one. Eh? You'll come and set the next so that we finish. I think, have I eaten so much time now? A lot, eh? It's okay? All right. You don't care when your time is being eaten? So this scenario, languages and epistemic exclusion. You might think that this is a joke. But if you get students from Francophone Africa coming here, they are like our own students who are coming from the village. Eh? Because of language. They are like that because they don't know English, so you think that they're stupid, which is not true. They know French very well. So a postgraduate student, I'm using this as a metaphor, a postgraduate student from a rural African background proposes to research indigenous healing practices in maternal health. The supervisor discourages the topic, insisting on a scientific approach using Western medical frameworks. The student is told to frame the topic properly without guidance. The student feels inferior, confused, and may abandon the culturally relevant research. Later on, the supervisor acknowledges the legitimacy of indigenous knowledge systems and helps the student bridge traditional practices with academic methodology, guiding them on ethical documentation and critical analysis. So that is the growth we are talking about. Initially, you might have your own anxieties as a supervisor if this thing will really work. But then, through collaboration, you begin to understand that, yes, there is some knowledge in African indigenous ways and which are valid as systems of knowledge. So I will stop with this part one, the I think I've already given the slides. They will be shared. So I go to the second one. I'll run fast. Can you come and fix? This is the few moments that we exercise power. When you can call him to come and fix this now. So the other one. Yeah. This one here. Yeah. Where is it going? Oh, we need it. So just I thought we had it, did you? So remember we okay, so you remember we need it, eh? Where do we put it? It is not there. Oh. No. So let me just, yeah, so let's go back to, oh yeah, these ones are in order. Alternatively, you can, this one. No, not done. Yeah. About 15 minutes. Yeah, this one. Yeah. So the next one I'm going to be because all these things overlap. Most of them you talked about. So I'll take about 15 minutes with the second one because we'll share. So the second one is managing supervisor-student relationship, psychology of the supervisor-supervisee relationship. I think you can already guess some of the things that we'll talk about. So the question is, does it matter? The quality of the supervisor-student relationship significantly affects student satisfaction, completion rates, academic identity, and mental health. So supervisory relationships are psychological contracts shaped by expectations, personality, communication patterns, and power dynamics. Then we have power and psychological dimensions of the relationship, power and authority. As we said earlier, supervision is about power and authority. Supervisor holds institutional and epistemic authority because they have a position in the university and they already have the knowledge. The relationship is obviously hierarchical, but should not be authoritarian. And I think that is what Sifuna said, that we must maintain the hierarchy, but not being authoritarian as such. So we should maintain healthy boundaries, and mutual respect are essential. I'll keep on referring to that. For me, it was a classic when you said it. Attachment and trust. Supervisees may seek emotional validation, not just intellectual feedback. You know, it is not all the time when the student comes to you, they want knowledge. They might also be having other emotional problems. Like right now, we have a number of TFs, not even TFs, early career scholars in Moi who are lecturers but who are working on their PhDs. And they have gotten these popular letters that have come around. So when they come to see you, they might just come so that you can comfort them because they've lost their jobs. So when they come, they are not coming for anything else but just for you to tell them that it is well. And you can even sing for them that song, It Is Well With My Soul, and move on. Building trust fosters openness, risk-taking, and creativity. The other levels I will run, there's autonomy versus dependence. Don't let the student depend on you. Somebody said that, the students have to do their work. Emotional intelligence is important for both of us, the supervisor and the supervisee. Because when we don't have emotional intelligence, then that is when we have a lot of problems. And then we have expectations and misunderstandings. You have agreed on timelines. work ethics, but the student maybe is not doing that, or the supervisor is also not respecting that. So you have to find ways of reducing that. So supervisors should set clear expectations from the beginning, communicate regularly and respectfully, practice active listening and emotional sensitivity, recognize and respond to students' well-being. I think it is too much work sometimes, yeah? I mean, when you have to take all these responsibilities and yet you also have your own life. So sometimes you just have to become a philanthropist in terms of knowledge, in terms of emotions and all that, but it's not easy. And also as a supervisor, reflect on your biases. For the supervisee, take initiative in communication, respect boundaries, as was said. Some students surely don't respect boundaries. Some students just call you at midnight. And unfortunately, that day, that night, you had put on speaker. And it is, you are a male supervisor, and she's female. And it is not that she's having anything with you, but she just said, my dear. And the other, your dear gets this. And that is where now the Third World War begins. And the instinct is that when she says, my dear, the first instinct is for you to remove the speaker. And that is now, again, another suspicion. As a supervisor, be honest about challenges and seek the help earlier. Keep records of feedback and actions. Seek support or mentoring outside the main supervisory relationship. Many of our students don't talk with faculty. Maybe because some of us also do not want our students to talk with others. We want to own them, you know, so that they don't get expanded knowledge. But you should let the students consult. I mean, there's nothing wrong. So long as the people they are consulting are experts, I think that should be in order. Then quickly, I'll just finish with this so that I don't go into others, so that Sifuna can come in. So models of supervisory styles, there are several. There's the directive supervisor, that is task-oriented, sets clear instructions and deadlines. Then there's the supportive supervisor, encourages emotional expression and student confidence. Then we have the laissez-faire supervisor, hands-off, gives minimal guidance. And they're the ones that when they get a chapter, you just see things like, in bracket, what do you mean? You know? And the person who has written that thing thinks that they mean something. So you don't even direct them by saying, okay, what were you trying to say here? Have you read this? No. What do you mean? And then at some other times, they become now annoyed, and then they write, this is very useless, in brackets. So there's no involvement, there's nothing. Then the mentoring supervisor, this is a holistic approach, focusing on academic, personal, and career development. I would want to say that I was lucky to have had one like that for both my master's and my PhD. They were quite supportive. One of my supervisors at PhD made me to travel nearly in all the countries in Africa. He used to organize for his PhD cohorts summer schools in each country where the students came from. So we were always traveling and sharing and discussing. And it really, really helped us a lot. And that is what made us to be good supervisors. So practical tools for supervisory relationship management so that we can deal with these psychological problems and all that. Agreement, we've agreed. Regular reflection, checks in, discuss what's working and what's not. Feedback logs. I think all of us here, postgraduates, should have feedback logs that you keep. And then finally, conflict resolution protocols. I think a director explained that very well. We'll not go to the scenarios. I'll share them and you'll have them. So there's something I'd want you to look at. It's called the feedback sandwich. The feedback sandwich, also called the critic praise method. You have to first be able to praise and then you criticize, and then praise again. So it is not a question of always critiquing throughout. I've given the expansion of that. So I'll stop there and say thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Prof, for that. Those two very good presentations for our students, how they should relate to their supervisors, what they should do, what they shouldn't do. I think it would be quite helpful to all of them. Thank you very much. Yeah. So now we are going to switch gears a bit. We want to listen to a presentation by Dr. Martin Lawrence Sifuna. I'm going to introduce him, but before I do that, I'd just like to invite the Director, Industrial Links, Partnerships and Collaborations to give a few remarks, and then I'll come and introduce Dr. Sifuna. Karibu.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah, I want to take this opportunity. We have been talking about supervision, where the challenges are, and sharing experiences. What I can say is to encourage you to find a way of working with your partner in that engagement. As such, once in some other areas, students have an opportunity to select a supervisor. But I think in our situation, you sometimes get the outcome of being allocated as supervisor. So you have to work with the one you have been allocated. But I want us to transition now so that we can talk about a talk that's going to be offered by our guest speaker, Dr. Martin Sifuna. So the topic is quite interesting. I think this is also, I'm keen to listen, because I was at the Central South University in Changshan, China, a few weeks ago, and I found students working in bioelectrochemistry. Out there generating electricity from biosystems. So I was quite captivated by some of the research that they are doing, because it's quite an interesting research that brings in biology, technology, and physics together. So it's a quite interesting topic. And I want to invite you to listen and learn, as I also want to learn. And also try to see how, I think even if it's not related to your area of research, there is always something that you can learn. And that's why we are here, all of us. And I hope that this is going to be a very important session for us. So I want to welcome you all. And from the Directorate of Industrial Links, we really cherish collaborations and partnerships. And this is an area, if you are interested to work on the same topic with Dr. Sifuna, we welcome you to express your interest. But I'm also here representing the Directorate of Research. Professor Liz Mwamburi is not around, so we want to also, from our research perspective, welcome you on board. So thank you. I want to return the mic to Professor Dan.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to listen to a talk by Dr. Martin Lawrence Sifuna. Dr. Sifuna hails from Bungoma. He received his BSc and MSc in biochemistry from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and a PhD in engineering from the Graduate School of Science and Engineering in Chiba University in Japan. He was a JSPS postdoctoral fellow at CU from 2022 to 2024. That's Chiba University. And he's now a researcher at Chiba University and a special appointed assistant professor at the National University of Technology, Kisarazu, Japan. His research interest includes applications of bioimpedance spectroscopy for disease diagnosis. And today he's going to share with us a talk titled Listening to the Body, Bioimpedance Spectroscopy as a Window into Health. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Martin Lawrence Sifuna.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon again. Good afternoon. You seem so tired. Please don't tire up because we've just begun. Yeah, I'm Martin Sifuna. I'm Martin Sifuna, a specially appointed assistant professor of biomedical engineering. I did my BSc, like Professor Tieno had just introduced me. I was a Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology student at BSc and MSc before transiting to Japan, where I did my PhD and postdoc in biomedical engineering. So I'm very pleased to be here today because this is my second time being here. I was here last time. First time in 2004 when I came visiting one of my colleagues as I was on my way to JKUAT. So it was a long time ago when it was still a constituent college of Moi University, right? So I'm pleased to be here today in a totally different capacity because then I was a student, but today I'm somebody different. So thank you so much, Professor, for having accepted my request to give a talk. I live in Japan, but I came to visit my family. Then I said that because I'll be staying around here, why not try to talk to the academic class, the academicians of this place, the place that I had been before, but only just once. So thank you so much, Professor, for the warm welcome. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. And thank you for everything that has made it possible for me to be here. Of course, we thank God for having enabled us to be here because I remember my flight back here was so turbulent. I had never experienced that, and I was like, will I make it? But God saw us through, and that's why I'm here today. So today I'll be talking about two things. Like I had requested Professor to just talk about academia, but then he said, please talk about something wide. that may be relevant, not just in your field, because some of the listeners will not be interested in, may not be in your field, but they may be interested in something else that maybe you might have learned in Japan that you would like to practice here in Kenya. So because of that, I divided my talk into two. In chapter one, I will introduce, so I had written it here, my introduction, as Professor had already said. So in section one, I will talk about my research in Japan. I will introduce the principle of bioimpedance spectroscopy as a window into health, listening to the body. And the second one, I'll talk about respect and integrity in the society. This is a topic that has hit me so much because of what we call culture shock. Culture shock. You move from one culture or one society, you get into another society, and it's a complete shock. So what shocked me when I transited from Kenya to Japan, and what can we learn from that transition? I mean, of what importance can it be to us, and how can it help us to be better people? So I'll begin my talk by looking at the first section. As I had said, the review of bioimpedance spectroscopy. What exactly is bioimpedance spectroscopy? What do we mean? What do we do with bioimpedance? What do we do in bioimpedance spectroscopy? So the question we are trying to ask ourselves is, how can we understand what happens inside our bodies without being invasive? Invasive is like having an operation. We want to see how the kidney is working, so we have to cut you open to see it. So we are asking ourselves, how can we see the kidney and understanding its functioning without necessarily opening your body up, without using radiations? Radiations is like injecting some chemical substances, and then we image them as they circulate around the body. That's being radiative, because we have to inject something radiative into your body. How else? Then how can we understand what's happening in your body without being expensive? For instance, if you have to undergo a surgery, you all understand that it's a very expensive procedure. Expensive in terms of money, and also expensive in terms of the risks involved, isn't it? So how can we achieve that without being expensive, without being invasive and radiative? And so bioimpedance spectroscopy comes in to respond to that question. How can we do it without being invasive? So bioimpedance spectroscopy is a system of measuring, it's a system of detecting or understanding the internal structure of anything. It can be anything. That's why it will apply not only in the biomedical field, but also in other fields of engineering. So bioimpedance spectroscopy works in, can you imagine you are in a dark room somewhere. You get into a dark room, you want to understand the structure of the room, but you can't see. And you are relying on the echo, just like the bat, how the bat find their way out. So you get into this room, and then you clap your hands, and then you listen to the echo, and from that echo, you try to figure out whether this house has objects inside, how close are you from the walls of the building or something like that. So that's basically how bioimpedance spectroscopy works. So it works by injecting current into an object of study. I wish we had some pointer. So if this one is the object of study, you place the electrons on the sides, inject the current, and then measure the voltage. The way that current is going to be transmitted through the body tissues differs between a normal tissue and a deformed or defective tissue. So basically, that's what bioimpedance spectroscopy does. Oh, thank you. So bioimpedance spectroscopy injects a current of very low intensity, because we know high intensity current will burn your cells. So you inject current of very low intensity. Sorry for that. So once you inject the current of very low intensity and then measure on the skin surface, the way this current is passing through the body tissues, it helps you to understand whether the tissue is normal or whether the tissue has a defect. So bioimpedance spectroscopy can be used in various fields. So because before I mention that, on this slide, we are saying that the way the tissue passes through, the current passes through the tissues, are we together? the way the current passes through the tissues differ between a tissue that is normal and the tissue that is defective. Number two, the way the current passes through the tissues depends on frequency. Frequency. Those who did physics, you know the alternating current moves in waves. So the frequency at which the current passes through the body depends on the tissue type. So when the frequency is very, very high, that current will pass through the tissues, the cells, without being affected, without the direction being affected. But if the current is, the frequency is very low, this current is going to move around the cells. So what does that tell you? It tells you that if you are a biologist concerned with how, for example, protein synthesis is taking place inside the cell cytoplasm, then it means that you'll have to inject the current at a given frequency to enable the current pass through the cell cytoplasm. So in this case, you'll just calculate or measure the change in R1. R1 is that resistance of the internal structure of the cell. So that way you'll be able to tell whether this cell is normal or not. For example, you are concerned with the cell that has been affected by, for example, cancer cell. But if you're not interested with the internal structure of the cell, you just lower the current. Once you lower the intensity, the frequency. Once you lower the frequency, then this current will not pass through the cell, but it will pass through the outside. So when it passes through the outside, then it means that you are looking at the interstitial space of the body for the biologists. So in that regard, you could be looking at, for example, a disease like lymphedema. You know lymphedema? That's what we are working on right now. Lymphedema is accumulation of proteins in the interstitial space. So your leg is in a furor, it furors. It becomes swollen like that. So if you can use this method to determine how for example, your drugs are responding to lymphedema treatment, or you can use the same technology to determine how the malaria parasite, for example, is growing and developing inside the red blood cell. So it means that once you understand the concept of bioimpedance spectroscopy, then the applications are very wide. We call it milking the cow. Once you buy the cow, you can milk it so many times, other than going to buy milk, isn't it? So you can see this figure here. Let me also. Sorry for those who are not in the biology section, but I'll also be moving to a general topic. So if this is your blood vessel and you are being subjected to an electrical impedance spectroscopy machine, then we are talking about just altering the frequency of the current so that at low frequency, the current cannot pass through the cell membrane. So in this case, you'll just be concerned with the inside of the cell. But at low frequency, at high frequency, this current is able to pass through the cell. So this cell will behave different if it's normal or if it is affected by disease. So that's basically what bioimpedance is all about. You can apply it to, for example, study sickle cell anemia, because the red blood cells of a sickle cell patient are different from the normal patient, isn't it? Normal person. You can use it to study malaria, because the red blood cell of a normal person doesn't have a nucleus. We understand that, isn't it? But the one that is infected with malaria, the parasite now behaves as a nucleus. So in that case, once you understand electrical impedance spectroscopy, you have so many applications. And that's basically what we are doing right now. So this one is, it's a lot of mathematics about data analysis. For those who are in the science field or any field, I think, because there is collection of data and then data analysis to extract the meaning from what you have collected. So let me not go into that because it's a lot of mathematics which can be done with a software. So where are we applying this knowledge of bioimpedance spectroscopy? We are basically applying it in diagnosis of lymphedema and body edema. Edema, we know edema, isn't it? Sometimes when you travel for long and you are seated for a very long time, your legs swell and sometimes they don't recover, something like that. Or you just want to know how the body is responding to dehydration and rehydration mechanisms. So in diagnosis of lymphedema, all you need to do is calculate the amount of water inside the body, inside the cell and outside the cell by doing these ratios. Then from that, you'll be able to, at low frequency and at high frequency, you'll be able to know how much cell how much water is inside the cell and how much water is outside the cell. That ratio is what defines edema and lymphedema. Having too much cells, water outside the cell, your legs swell. So by this method, we are able to diagnose lymphedema, edema, malaria, cancer, and so many other diseases. So basically, that's what we are doing. And for those who are deep into biochemistry, you can also use this method, for example, to quantify, to detect and quantify the presence of a specific protein of interest that you are interested in. Because all you need to do is to measure the impedance change as the protein of interest concentration increases within this medium. So in the first place, you will make the electrodes. These are just the electrodes, and then measure the impedance. For example, get a line like this, the impedance line like this without the antibodies. The next, culture the sensor, now we call it the sensor, with a specific antibody that targets a certain protein, maybe a HIV protein. Then measure the impedance, you'll find a change. Then next, culture the sensor with the antibody in a fluid of interest that you have. It will be able to capture that interest, and the impedance will also change. So this is a method that can be used in any field of interest as long as you understand it. And for that one, I published a paper on quantification of proteins in biofluids in diagnosis of lymphedema. There is that paper there, Sifuna et al. In electroanalysis. If you are interested in biomedical engineering or bioimpedance spectroscopy, you can read more about that. So, what am I doing right now? Like I always said that presently, universities need to work in collaborations, or other departments need to work in collaboration with other departments. When one department is working in isolation, then there is nothing much we can achieve. Why? Because even the biology students, they are using tools for diagnosis or measurement of whatever they are doing, but they are using engineering equipment. What if a biology student or researcher can collaborate with an engineer? For example, the biology department collaborating with the electrical and electronic department. And specifically, that's what we are doing. When you come to our laboratory called Takei Lab, you can type that, you can search that. Takei Lab, Chiba University, you'll find all that. We have computer engineering students, electrical engineering students, physics students, biology students, I myself, and we all come together to produce a tool. Then this tool, we can start a business with that. And that business will be the university's innovation. That's what is happening. But if just one department is just doing microbiology, all their microbiology, what about it? Where are we getting to? So we need this microbiology to ask the engineer, or the engineer to go to the microbiologist researcher and ask him, what are you doing? What tool are you using to measure, for example, to quantify a certain protein being produced by this bacteria? Then this biologist will tell you that I'm using this tool. And so what are the challenges of this tool that you're using? Then you share with this engineer. Then the engineer asks himself, what if I come up with this other tool here? Will it help? Then, of course, you have now the idea, isn't it? That is the idea we are talking about, the master's and the PhD students. You go discuss, and then you come up with, you two come up with something. You develop, the engineering person develops the tool with your input, and then you are used in the validation, and the two of you come up with an object or a tool, and you can use that to start business, or it can be a university project. And that's basically what we are doing. So what I'm doing right now is we are developing and marketing a high-precision portable EIS. EIS is electrical impedance spectroscopy, at the same time, as a rapid diagnostic tool or test device for malaria diagnosis. That's what we are doing. Where we are collaborating, I as the biology student and the other ones are the engineering students. So we are trying to fill in the gap in malaria. You know, malaria is a very dangerous disease that is affecting many Africans. So that one I don't have to go into it. But we are saying that there is a need. So this page is showing that there is need. There is a need that must be solved. So this need has to be solved by an engineer and a biologist working together. So what are we doing now? So the problem in the present rapid diagnostic kit is that of course, when you are developing a project, you must have a problem, isn't it? So what is the problem that I'm trying to solve? In the present rapid diagnostic kit, those who are in biology, you understand that the present rapid diagnostic kit for malaria detects or diagnoses malaria by detecting the presence of proteins from the parasite. How many are in the biology sector? In the biology section. So you understand what I'm saying, isn't it? So this tool detects malaria by using the antibodies that bind the parasite's protein, the proteins from the parasite. It does not bind or detect the presence of the parasite directly, right? Yes, it detects the proteins released by the parasite. The challenge here is that that method will have to wait for the parasite to start producing proteins. And when you look at the life cycle of the parasite, you find that at some stage the parasite is present, but it's not producing proteins. For the biologists, understand that parasites resist medication because they change the structure of the proteins, what we call mutations, right? So you have prepared an antibody that targets a given protein from the parasite, but the parasite undergoes mutation and it's no longer producing that protein. So when you use this method, you'll say that there is no parasite. So that will be false negative, right? False negative is very dangerous. Or sometimes the parasite has released the proteins, but you have treated and killed the parasite, but the protein is still there. The method will detect the protein and say that you are still sick, but the parasite is not there. So what are we saying? We are saying that we need now to develop a method that directly detects the presence of the parasite and nothing else. Are we together? So that's how we came up with our idea. We needed to develop a tool that detects the presence of the parasite itself and not the products of the parasite because of what I've just explained. So now we came up with this tool. This is what we are now making, this tool here. So you realize that in this theory I've explained, maybe a mechatronic engineer may not really come up with that idea. But I, as a pure biologist, cannot make that tool. You see it? So what do? It's very simple. Just like a mother and a father, they have to come together to make a baby, isn't it? Sorry to use that. But you see, I realize that we have to work together. We just have to work together. If we're going to work individually, then we are not going to achieve much. So my idea being developed together with that engineer, then we are coming up with this tool here that we are able now to measure the impedance of the red blood cell. Let me just go back one step. So you see, let's take this to be the red blood cell. We know that this red blood cell, the normal red blood cell does not have a nucleus. But the infected red blood cell will have the parasite, which will be working as the nucleus. So in this case, if I measure the change in the resistance of the cytoplasm, the RC, that resistance of the cytoplasm will change because of the presence of the parasite. In that case, what am I detecting? Am I targeting the parasite directly or the proteins from the parasite? Parasite directly, isn't it? So it means I'm achieving my objective. So this is basically what we are doing. You develop a tool that now targets the parasite directly and not the product that's now in the market. So this tool now has to be tested. Of course, once you make the idea, you can test the tool. Then you can test your objective at different stages, at different levels. Small object. You break it down. One way of succeeding in this research is that you break your objective into steps that you can easily implement, other than going for it collectively. That way, you'll not make it. So in the first confirmation of the idea, this one is just a small brief introduction of the device that we are making. It must be real time. It must be easy for sample collection. So these are the characteristics. It must be affordable. So we want to make something that's affordable, that anybody can buy, or a small clinic can buy. Sensitive, specific, user-friendly, rapid, and robust, and deliverable to end users. The last one was very key point to us because we wanted to develop a device that is point of care. That is taking the hospital to the patient rather than waiting for the patient to come to hospital. So here, a little detail of what I've just explained in malaria, because in science, you have to convince people to give you money. You don't just speak and then they give you money. And you know you cannot do these things without money. So you have to convince your funders. So this page tries to convince you as a person who is having money and me as a person who is having the idea so that we work together. Like we said, the work of the industry is to convert knowledge into products. And the work of the university is to convert, the industry converts knowledge into products or into money. Products means you sell the product and you get money, isn't it? So the industry converts knowledge into money, but academia converts money into knowledge. And that's why as an institution you apply to NASCO. Is it NASICO or what? NACOSTI. Why? Exactly what are you doing? You want them to give you money so that you generate knowledge. And then why are they giving you the money? It's just that cycle that's continuous, converting money into knowledge and knowledge into money. So here we have to convince this person that a normal red blood cell looks like that, while an infected red blood cell looks like this. So when we pass the current of this medium around 1 megahertz, the current will pass through the cell unaffected, straight like that. But if we have the parasite, the current will have to be affected. So the impedance will change. It's just basically that simple. That is the principle that we are using. That the current changes once the parasite is inside the red blood cell. And so this one is the basic principle that differentiates our method from the one that's in the market, which is targeting the parasites' proteins. And we say that they can change anytime. You know malaria. That's why we hate malaria queen, Homa queen, Dawa queen, whatever, amoxil. Amoxil is not for malaria. But why are we having so many drugs? Because the parasite is changing. So if it's changing, it means that the proteins it is producing are changing. So we have to also change with developing new systems. Now this one again explains why are we saying that the impedance will change. Here I have just said the impedance will change. But a little of biology, just a little. What will make the impedance change? The parasite consumes hemoglobin and converts into heme and hemozoin. Those who understand biology, the hemozoin makes the cytoplasm of the red blood cell more conductive. The red blood cell also consumes glucose, converts into lactic acid and releases it into the cytoplasm. So these are the reasons why the red blood cell will change as compared to the normal red blood cell. And so once we measure the impedance change, all these factors, then we will be able to tell that the red blood cell, that someone is infected with malaria. Then this one is basically about data analysis. So for those who may be more interested, maybe we can talk about what I'm talking about here. But for the biologists, you really understand this. The redox reactions taking place within the red blood cell as it converts glucose into pyruvic acid and carbon dioxide and oxygen and energy. All those things change the impedance of the red blood cell. So I come and explain this notion to an engineer. Then we sit together and then I explain. Then the engineer looks at me and like, what do you want me to do? I tell him, I want you to make a device that will do exactly what I've told you. So he goes, sits down and comes up with this tool. And then we now start working on it. We develop it together and then we start now doing preliminary experiments. So the first experiment that I did was to differentiate red blood cell of different types because I wanted to diagnose malaria, isn't it? And the basis of diagnosis of malaria is the fact that the red blood cell that's infected and the one that's not infected are different. So what do? I mix chicken red blood cell that have the nucleus and the porcine red blood cell that do not have the nucleus. And I apply the same principle. Can you see how science is very beautiful? But it requires dedication, my friend. Hakuna machezo pale. So I tried that, and then we want to validate that principle. Step one, can our device differentiate or determine the concentration of nucleated red blood cell inside a mixture of nucleated and non-nucleated red blood cell? If we can, then we say that we are going in the right direction. So I did that experiment, and then, so this is the experiment set up in our laboratory in Takei Lab. We have so many different experiments there. So I mix different blood composition, and then I subject the blood to current of 0.1 up to, current of 0.1 milliampere. This is to ensure that you don't burn the cells. Then the frequency range between this point and this point, 1 kilohertz up to 1 megahertz. So this one will determine the impedance due to this current will depend on whether the red blood cell has the nucleus or not. So now here I'm trying to validate the device that we have made. So after that experiment, of course, you'll have results and then submit your paper to the journal to look at is your paper meaningful or not. So this paper has just been accepted and published last week. Yeah, last week, because I got the publication notification thank you so much, I'm honored. I got the publication information when I was in the car coming here. That's when I got the message that it has been. Of course, there is acceptance stage, isn't it? So it was like 2 weeks ago when I was still in Japan. But then I got the information today when I was coming here, Prof, that it has been published. So that means that we have published section 1. In the development of the device for malaria diagnosis, we have published stage 1, that our device can differentiate nucleated and non-nucleated cells. Of course, we can't stop there. The scientists will not allow us to stop there. We have now to go to the step of using real blood from real patients. And so to do that stage, we are collaborating with, because in Japan we don't have malaria, so we are collaborating with Institute of Primate Research in Nairobi, where we will do now the field experiments using real malaria patients. So we are also still improving the device to ensure that it is portable, small enough, and it can centrifuge blood, meaning that you don't have to have the tool, the device, and the centrifuge on its own, 2-in-1, like we have phones that can accept 2 or more lines. So as you can see this tool here, I cannot make it myself. I'll be lying, then I'll be lacking integrity that I always stand for. So this tool has been made by my colleague, but I contributed the biology aspect, which he built onto to develop this device, and we are trying it out together. So this is what we are doing, and that's why I always ask myself, how much do we collaborate between departments, number one, and number two, how much collaboration do we have between the university and the industry? Because this is an idea that has been floated by Institute of Primate Research. That is the industry. And then the researcher floats the idea to us, and then we have now to think about it. So it means then that we are going to solve a problem that's on the ground. We are not just doing research. To the master's and the PhD student, you keep asking yourself, after I graduate, can I commercialize my idea? That should be the direction you are taking. If you are not going in that direction, then you are just doing your research to graduate and it will not have a meaning. By the idea that you can commercialize, then it means that it is very important. So all our research should be very important because it is solving a certain idea in the field. And that's why I always, like I've learned from the other side, my professor is always out meeting industries, including a gym. Can you imagine we can get a very nice research project from a gym? What do you think? A gym. You go to the gym, the person going to the gym wants to see how effective is the training he's taking. He's lifting a heavy tool. Are you just lifting it and going home? What if you could tell that today I have lifted and I have lost 20 kilocalories? What if you can lift and know there and then? It will be better, isn't it? So my professor goes to the gym, talks to the director. The director gives him a method that they are using to determine the weight loss, for example. And this method has these limitations. So in research, we are always looking for limitations, isn't it? What we call the research gap. That's our interest. If you remove that, then we are meaningless. So you listen to that method, and then being a researcher, you're looking for the research gap. He's saying that this person is measuring the the lactic acid content in the sweat that this person is producing. So you decide, as an engineer, you decide to come up, you look at the tool they are using. Then what if I can come up with something just very small, stick on the skin, and then you do your exercise, and then it's connected to your mobile, and then you can just read, something like that. So you find that you will need a computer engineering person in there, isn't it? To develop that software. The person we had, he was so good, he was poached. He went to US because he was developing very nice things. So when he saw an application from US, South Carolina University, he was taken away because he was developing something good. And we don't lack engineers and computer scientists in Kenya. If you look at what is happening on the internet, if we can come up with someone in a coffin, then these things we cannot fail to come up with them. So in Kenya, like I always tell myself, it's not educated people in the society that we lack. It's integrity that we lack, and that will be in the second section of what I'll be talking about. So, concludatory remark is that the future of BIS is bright. We are moving towards a world where health isn't just something we check once a year, but something we understand in real time. We must always be able to understand it in real time. BIS has the potential to democratize diagnosis and bring more specialized, proactive care to everyone. So, like I mentioned before, it's just about understanding the method. Once you understand the method, then you can apply it in all the fields. For example, if we have a bioimpedance spectroscopy lab in University of Eldoret, it can solve most of the research interests of all the students, because engineering students can be there, the biology students can be there, the technology students can be there, and all those. Of course, there is the bureaucracy and the lack of funds, but if all these things are there, and like in Japan, every professor has his own lab, and he runs his own lab, his own funds. I wish that was possible here, because it will solve so many problems. Like you just receiving funds into your lab, and you're managing your lab, you're buying what's needed there. So if a chemical is missing, you know it's not going into so many steps. So that is the difference, but I hope we can get there one day. So the next chapter is, like I said, this one is what I learned from the culture shock when I crossed to Japan. And this one, I always shed tears when I'm presenting this topic, because it really affects me, or affects the society where I come from. I always keep comparing what happens here in Kenya and what happens in Japan. And like I was telling Professor here during tea break, is that we Kenyans are really harassing each other. We really harass each other a lot. We really hurt each other a lot, because we've gone to the point of, I don't care as long as what I'm doing can add a coin into my bank account. I always cry, because that's why we are where we are. That lack of integrity and that lack of concern to the other person, and failing to just do good, just do your work, and having respect to that person no matter what. So that is what I'm going to talk about in my next slide, which is what I learned when I went to Japan. Respect, not just for persons, but property. Not just for person, but property. Respect for property. Respect for space. In Japan, if this is your room, you cannot take a box and put it on the corridor, because the corridor is public space. You will receive an email that please, and they'll always begin with please. Please remove the box from the corridor, because corridor is public space. How many times do we use public things to our own good? That's why we are not able to fund our activities, because money has been misspent somewhere, because there is someone who is not respecting another person, or there is somebody somewhere who is not respecting the property of another person. So this topic is I'm very sorry that I'm going to be candid with specific examples, but please don't hate me. It's an experience that I've learned, because it always touches my heart, especially considering what is happening right now. If I was a student right now, I couldn't have completed school because my parents, I only have my mother. Oh, my father is there, but sorry to say that. It was my mother who considered me, who oversaw my education. So I'll be talking about the honest levels in Japan and what can we learn from their culture. What can we learn from the culture of these people? What do they do and how do they achieve that? So if you Google on the internet, you'll find that Japan has the highly efficient lost and found system. The recovery rate is over 80%. If you leave your object somewhere and it gets lost, there is 80% chances that you'll get it back in Japan. But will you get it back here in Kenya? If you, today we were going for tea, and I don't know if Professor noticed, we went into that room and then I left all my phones and I went to wash my hands. And Professor was like, are you leaving your phones behind? Something like. So that culture, I really wish that you could leave your laptop somewhere there, rush to the hostel because you've forgotten something, then come back and pick your laptop and continue. So I've been there for 8 years now and it has made me very careless. When I leave my phones behind, please bring them back to me. Yes, because I might leave them somewhere. Now I'm very careless. I might leave them behind. So that recovery rate, why are they able to do that? Because of the sense of integrity. You pick somebody's object, you take it to a police station, and the police officer does not own it. Because right now, you fear taking to the police officer because you think he will go away with it, isn't it? So you are able to pick something, take it to a police station, and it will stay there for 1 to 3 months. If not, it will be given out as a donation to some children, charity home or something like that. It will be given out. But if it's a wallet, for example, it will always get back to you because maybe you have a card there. If it's a phone, you'll always have a phone number of a relative. Imagine here in Kenya, I lose a phone like this, and I just have to accept that it has been lost. Yet this phone number has my mom's number inside. This phone has my wife's phone number inside. Why can't you just call my wife and say, my husband, your husband has left your phone here? Why is it so hard? That's what you should do. That's what God designed. Sorry, I'm not preaching, I'm talking about reality. That's what God designed us or wished us to be. And sincerely speaking, Japan is an example. You leave something behind, it will come back to you. Then my personal experience is that I lost my documents and I found them inside the house. How? The documents were containing my address. So in Japan, we use bicycles. So it was in the carrier behind there and I'm riding bicycle. In Japan, you'll find professor on a bicycle or just walking. So bicycles are all over. So my documents were carried out by the wind. I went so far, when I realized I did not know where to start from. So I just let them be. I'll have to start the process again. In the evening, I go to my house and you open the door and you're struggling to reach the button for light. Then you are stepping on the papers. You are wondering, what is that? To put on the lights, I realized my documents have been brought into my house and that person who brought it put his card in there so that I can call him and say, thank you. So that is real life experience that I said. This is not a parable of St. James. This is real life. Number 2, my lab member lost a wallet and it was brought back to him exactly the way it is. I picked myself. Number 3 is again myself. I picked a wallet at a train station and I took it back. Without opening. Na unajua kile kiwallet kinono hivi kimejaa mayens. Unajua tu iko na mayens. But that integrity, it just tells you, you can make this money. You don't have to steal this money. Take it back. So my language is very poor, but I have to explain to the policeman. The policeman is not just going to grab it. You'll have to convince him, what do you want? So I have to struggle with the language to tell this policeman that I picked this wallet from a train station. It's not mine. Please find the owner. So that's a real experience. Number 4, again, is mine. I picked a phone. Someone had dropped it. Then I left the phone on so that the person can call me. Then he called and I directed him and he came to give me. And he said, thank you so much. And he gave me a small parcel. They normally give you a flower. The Japanese like flowers. The person saying, he expects money. They hardly give you money. Because they know and they thank you, the God in heaven is seeing you. So the person just said, thank you. He gave me a flower and then he left. A flower, a card printed on a flower. That's what they value so much. And then my case in Naivasha, this is number 5. I experienced this when I had come for a conference in Naivasha. I went to buy a casing to a phone shop. And then I asked this shopkeeper, how much is that? Then he said 1,800. Then I say, kindly give it to me at 1,500. Then he was so shocked at how I said it. He said, what do you mean? Where do you live? Do you live in Kenya? Why? He said, take it at your price. Because he was so shocked. He is used to, nikisema, mtu akisema 1,500, he was expecting, 1,800, he was expecting that, na haka ka plastic. Yisi unifanyie 200. He was expecting that. Because that is the culture, the environment, the society in which he is operating. So when I told him that, kindly, please, I used the word please take it, give me at 1,500. Then he said, because you've used please take it at the price you want. So I gave him 1,500. So this person the fact that he was shocked is because the society we are living in, we have trained ourselves, we have normalized bad things. La ati ukienda tao, utachanuliwa. Kama hujachanuliwa, ati siwe ulijua utachanuliwa, mbona ulibeba laptop yako ovyo ovyo. You tell someone and he tells you that because we have normalized kuchanuana. That is not good. Kuchanuana is never good. Then the lessons from Japan, integrity as a cultural norm. Let's normalize integrity. Whatever we have spoken here, whatever professor has spoken, everybody has spoken. If we lack integrity, we are not going anywhere. That's what I've learned from Japan. Japan, integrity and respect is very, very high level. Very high level. Systems are designed with the trust, but also accountability. And this trust, it's cultured. You develop the trust slowly by doing something small, something good, and it encourages you. Unaonanga mtoto kama amepokea kitu na amepelekea mama na mama nampikia makofi. The child feels encouraged and he will do it again. So as parents, we here, let's train our kids, train ourselves to be people of integrity. If we lack that, my friend, we are not going anywhere. I'll give examples of how it happens. Then people act with a deep sense of collective responsibility. Small tasks are done with care and honesty that is embedded in their culture. Small things done with honesty. Can you imagine this person returning my papers into my house and putting a card there for me to just tell him thank you? So there is a strong concept of giri, that's a Japanese word for duty or obligation. If you are the dean, for example, you are the vice chancellor, you are the head of research, please do your work diligently. Just do your work. Just do your work. God will reward you. Just do your work, duty and obligation. Then there is meiwaku, means avoiding causing trouble to others. That's why I said, if you put a box on the public space, someone will maybe want to pass with a trolley. He's supposed to pass because that is public space. But you put your box there and you are not there to remove the box. What will happen to this person? You have interfered with him. So there is, for us to develop, we must inculcate the culture of avoiding to create trouble to others. That way, we will not need the Bible. Because we will not need the 10 Commandments. Because the 10 Commandments, if you remember, the 10 Commandments came long after God had created man, because he wanted us to just live by integrity and common sense. But when he realized we can't, ndiyo akatuletea amri long time ago. But we need to go back to this sense of just doing the right thing at the right time and just being good. Being good does not mean selling your property to give to another person, but avoiding taking away someone's rights. Are we together? Good does not mean giving out your money. I always point this on my Facebook page and people start asking for money. I tell them, good does not mean giving you my money. Anyone who promises you money, whether it's in politics or whatever, no, he's lying to you. Where will he get the money? If at all he will give you that money, there is some deficit he's creating somewhere. A problem he's creating somewhere. No one should promise you free money. That's also the culture that we want to talk about. Don't expect free money from anybody, because nobody is picking money from a tree. That's where problems are beginning from. Don't expect anything for free. Work for it. Just do your work. So how do they enforce integrity without always needing formal audits? As for us here, we do good because we are thinking they will come and audit us, they need to julikane. Sindio? But we are being told to do good without needing formal audit. So in our university, and I think that's what happens, is that they have a team of the research integrity team that is tasked with ensuring that the members are reminded time and again. Just like we go to church. We go to church and the pastor reads a verse that we have been read to many times, isn't it? Do you raise up your hand and say, Pastor, hiyo nimeshasikia? The pastor, hiyo nimeshachisoti. Put after verse ingine? No. You are being reminded again and again so that you keep doing good. So there must be a system to keep reminding the researchers, the professors, every member of our society that we need to be people of integrity. So in our university, what we normally do, the research team sends you the materials, like an essay. You read this essay, and then at the end, you have questions that you must respond to. So once you respond to these questions and pass, there is a percentage score, 70% that you must always get. So once you pass that, the certificate is generated directly, automatically, and then you forward this certificate to the integrity team. And then your account, your student or your staff account will be cleared. Itakuwa red, so it changes color. So there is this team on the ground which is just ensuring that all staff have read and submitted, so that you don't say, I did not know. So that one is being done every time. So they give us the materials, we read and answer the questions, then get the certificate and forward, and that helps us to improve our integrity because we are being reminded time and again. So there is, in organization, there is constant training and reminders via legal binding documentations where all staffs are provided with ethical guidelines. They study pass-related exams and submit binding result certificates. The reminders prompt us to always ask ourselves, just what kind of a person or society are we, or what do we want to be? All the problems we have in Kenya is because we have failed to ask ourselves this thing. Who do we want to be as a society? That is the question. So here I'm giving an example. I'm now using an example of the latest integrity test that we had. So in this case, they were teaching us of how fraudulent activities happen in our societies. And we need to know them, isn't it? Remember they say that knowing a disease is half the cure. You must know before you can cure. So in this case, they were teaching us how fraudulent activities occur, and we have what we call the fraud triangle. Fraud, so to make it fun, I said laugh triangle, fraud triangle. So whenever these three things happen together in your brain, you are going to be the most fraudulent person on earth. So you have to avoid either one of them and escape. The moment they all occur together, you are going to be a very dangerous person. And you can see so many dangerous people on the streets out there who don't care about the life of another person as long as what they are doing adds a coin into their ballooning bank accounts. Don't do that. Don't steal. Some are stealing even from people who are dead. You heard the story of the governor at ETC. People are dead. but we are adding money into our accounts. How sure are you that ile gari unanunua haita roll kwa barabara uende nayo? Please have that integrity. So how do we become fraudulent people? One is the motivation. Motivation of committing fraud. This is the psychological trigger which leads one into fraud. Example is money concerns which can't be shared, or when one is under pressure to meet performance quotas. You just need to pay rent. Sasa nisipolipa hii rent, mimi nitafukuzwa. Number two, you are the head of the department. You've been given this money. You must spend it. Otherwise, the university will think that you are a lazy professor. So you feel that instead of taking it back to be considered as a lazy professor, you decide to find alternative methods of spending this money. So you are motivated. You have the reason. You are motivated. Then justification is that lack of sense of integrity. Unararua pesa ya wenyewe lakini hausikii chochote. That sense of integrity is not there kabisa. Yani wewe, you can beat up somebody and you don't feel anything about it. That's why we are where we are. So I'm speaking from comparison between Japan and here. You find that in Japan, someone at my age has never seen two people fighting. At my age, you've never seen two people fighting. Never. And we are just human beings. So I keep asking myself, which DNA do we have? Why are we fighting all the time? It's possible not to fight. It's possible not to quarrel. It's possible to solve our issues amicably. And we can learn from these people. So justification is the lack of integrity, and then the opportunity, the presence of a situation that makes fraud possible. Yani ukiangalia hauoni mtu, you pocket it. Ukiangalia, you have the money, and then when you look at how possible someone can find out that you stole this money, you don't see that possibility. So you have an opportunity, so you decide to pocket that money. Or lack of controls and checks. You know very well the university does not have a system of checking for fraudulent activities. So you take it as an opportunity. Then the point we need to take home is that since it is hard to create a perfect management system, personal integrity is vital in fraud prevention. Fraud is not only in universities, even in our homes, in the societies out there, everywhere. So unless we curb this behavior, we as a country is not going to move forward. We are just going to have few people who are super rich and many who are super poor. And you can relate with what I'm saying. So how do we prevent fraud in our societies? One is strengthening governance. This is where chief administrators must declare a strong commitment to getting misconduct. For instance, making it a requirement for the matter to be discussed in board meetings. For example, the VC can say that in every departmental meeting, fraud prevention must be one of the agendas. Are we together? The university, the research professor declares in every, different departments have research funds, they have received research funds, and they meet to discuss the progress. Then one agenda must be fraud prevention. And the person in charge must report back to the professor in charge of research. If not, the professor in charge of research has the mandate to fire you because you've not taken care of public money. You are not being responsible. You must be fired. You must be held accountable. You must report back so that the professor knows when he goes to the chancellor, he is able to report truth, facts on the ground. So that way, we are going to strengthen governance that will help to prevent fraud. Number two, changing mindset. As you can see here, like I always say, lori ya mtu inapita hapa, inaanguka na bags za cement. Within 1 hour, the lorry is empty. What does it mean? Sisi ni? Please read with me. Sisi ni? Let's not live the life of wezi watarajiwa. We are here demanding integrity in governance of our country from the political elite, from the political class. The youths are out there demanding for integrity because it is in lack of integrity that it is denying them jobs. They are singing, integrity, integrity. Then a lorry passes by, rolls over, and 1 minute that lorry is empty. So what are these youths who are demanding for integrity? Who are they? They are wezi watarajiwa. What happens if one of them sells that bags of cement, campaigns, wins the election, and now he has a lot of money at his disposal? He's now a serious thief, isn't it? So it's not the political class alone, it's the society. It is us, the society. We are living the life of wezi watarajiwa, but we are expecting the political class to be clean people. Yet we are electing these people from our society. So are we wezi watarajiwa or are we mpenda haki? So changing the mindset from mwizi mtarajiwa to mpenda haki is the only thing that will save our nation. Otherwise, we will have meetings and meetings and meetings, but we will not go anywhere. The next one is strengthening fraud prevention mechanisms. That's why ukienda kwa supermarket kuna CCTV, si ndio? Kuna mtu hata iba just because ameona CCTV, si ndio? Mimi ni mwizi lakini hiyo CCTV bana. Sasa hiyo CCTV bana. Anyway, let me just go. Why have you not stolen? Because of the CCTV. So it helps us. It helps us who are wezi watarajiwa. The CCTV will help us not to steal. So we are saying that as an institution, we know that we are human beings. Some of us will be strongly tempted to do the dirty work. So please ensure that we have these systems to ensure to distract people from being fraudulent. And let's talk to people to change their mind. And just remind people that when we all work together and prevent fraud, our country develops. And I've seen that in Japan. So examples of fraudulent activities in our university, for example, an instance is where a faculty member wants to maintain a relationship with outsiders. So fraud comes in there. This is a professor in the Department of Agriculture Engineering. His lab has several working tractors. Tractors, ndio? Na akona marafiki kule nje. So what does he decide? He decides to hire out university tractors to go and work. And then he gets paid. So we are saying that the university faculty can order, that's a different example, he can order supplies through regular procedure, get that equipment, so get the tractor, but then he hires out the tractor. So what is the motivation here? The number of cases selected for internal audit is too small. He knows that even the auditors will come, they will select this department, this one, this one, this one. Tuko department nyingi, hawatatufikia. So that gives him the motivation to hire out the tractor. Then the opportunity is that there is a time lag between notification and investigation. The auditors will say that next week we are going to carry out the audit, next week Friday. So this person recalls back the tractor so that it is available for auditing. But the tractor has done a lot of work out there. Then justification is that the faculty lacked awareness of ethics and compliance. Ile ya kusema aki mimi sikujua hii kitu ni mbaya. Tunaona kuna watu wanasema hivyo. Mimi sikujua kama ni mbaya, I just gave it out. So that justification is there, and in that case we are misusing public property. And the problem is that once you succeed in one such activity, you will always be motivated to do next and a bigger one. Ukweli ama uongo? The next and a bigger activity that you are going to do. So that one is why now a university student will lack funds, because the funds have been misused in this way. The next example is fraudulent activities in the society, an instance of duplicate receipt of travel expenses. You go out and then, because you are in this university and this one, like now I'm in 2 universities in Japan, I receive travel allowance from the 2 when I'm going for one function. That is fraudulent usage of money. Then the next one, I want to show an example of integrity-based society. I'm always after an integrity-based society. We buy so many things online, but what is delivered is completely different from what has been ordered. How many have those problems? Have you experienced those problems? You order this, but what is delivered is completely different. That never happens in Japan. It's a beautiful environment. Why? The person describing the object describes it with utmost integrity. Look at how this person is selling. This person is selling a Samsung Note 10 second-hand phone. And then he says, the product description is a Galaxy Note 10. I bought it right after it was released, and I used it for 1 year. As you can see in the photo, the bottom left corner of the screen is damaged, and the back of the plate is peeling off. How many of us can describe the products that way as they want to sell it online? Ninauza kuku, huyu kuku wangu amehara sana wiki nzima last week. Lakini niko nauza. Tafadhali nunua ukielewa kwamba ilikuwa inahara last week. This is basically what this person is saying. Other than that, there seems to be no problem. The original box is in very good condition. The SIM is unlocked. Then he concludes by saying, please purchase this item only after understanding that it's junk. How many of us can describe our products that way as we sell them? How many? And imagine that's where we will need to go to. Imagine if the Minister of Finance in a country can be this honest. And we give him 1 year. Where can our country be? Wabi? You have a Minister for Finance who is this honest. Another example from a totally different person, a Japanese. He's saying, the model is a Galaxy One, that is the size of the GB. Although the appearance is very beautiful, I'm listing it as junk because of the following reasons. 1, when I insert the SIM card, the phone number cannot be read. He's describing the phone for you to buy, but he's telling you that that phone cannot read your SIM card. That's what he's saying. But the signal mark is not displayed and I cannot call, meaning that is not a phone. You need to do some repair. Then, there are 2 display issues on the screen as shown, that they does not affect operation. 3, the pen is compatible. So he's telling both positive and negatives. How many times do we describe only the positives? This person has a lot of integrity that he's able to tell you the positives and the negatives. So that when you buy and it comes, I always buy from them and I just write there, thank you for being sincere. When you check my online, I always tell them that. Thank you, the Japanese people, for being sincere. Because the object comes the way it is and you're like, Jay, could I have described it that way? And that point, that is where we need to go to. The big question is, how wrong are we if we say that the need for people with integrity in our societies has overtaken the need for educated people? How false are we? Out of 100%. How wrong are we? Are you with me or you are reflecting too much? You are? Time? Yeah, this is the second last slide. So we are saying that we need to improve. The last one where I talked about the respect. We don't have to look down upon the other person just because we are senior to them. But once we respect this person, then everything will run smoothly. Because this one is the boss here and is talking to his junior. And they all respect each other and everything is running well. This one is a very senior university professor and he was giving me something, but the way he was bending, showing a lot of respect. And that is just the same thing we were talking about, the supervisor and the supervisee. Once we have respect between the two, then everything runs smoothly. This is an example of how we are interacting with our supervisors. So in this slide here, this one is the professor that is the deputy vice chancellor. He's just having fun and friendship meeting with his staff. These are students and other researchers. just having friendship talk. So if you have this kind of friendship, then believe you me, you will graduate in time. You will always go to your supervisor with respect and will always talk to you back in with respect. So here we are having Nyamachoma with some other students from another country. The two here are from Kenya, and we're just having cheers. With your supervisor, someone who can determine your future. He's just here. Then here I had visited Kenya with my supervisor, the same person. He had never seen a camel live. So he decided to ride on the camel. Then here, this is me. This is the deputy vice chancellor, and this is the chancellor of the university. You can imagine, we're just having fun. The story too. Chapter 2 story. Here he had taken us out. The professor had taken us out to a hill somewhere. So we are saying that once we have that respect, we are able to work together and we relate with each other as friends, not as boss, and that boss relationship is not there. So this is our graduation, and this one he had again taken us out, and Nyamachoma. So we are saying that respect between the supervisor and the other team is very important. So the last slide is that thank you so much for being patient. I've been reminded of time. I recognize that. So this is my last slide. I'm very grateful that you listened to this very end. And I hope that we will be able to reflect about what I have said in my second presentation about integrity, because without that, sincerely speaking, our country will be moving nowhere. And with that, our country will be moving everywhere we want to go. So, domo arigato gozaimasu. That means thank you so much. See you later.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sifuna, for that very interesting presentation. What I've seen from his presentation are two things. One, he has indicated to us that it is possible for us to work, for example, our department, Biological Sciences, working together with the engineering departments to come up with something. It can be any other department, but that is something we, I believe, need to look into and see how we can begin those kind of collaborations between departments within the university. Okay, I believe it's happening, but not biology and engineering. Those are two widely separate areas, but you can see from his example it's working. And then the other thing that he has indicated from his later part of the talk is the issue of integrity within our relationships as a society. From what he has shared, to me it appears like the Japanese society is so orderly, it's so full of respect. I was asking myself, are there any bad things that happen there? But maybe he'll answer that. So I just want to open it up for all of us. And remember we had agreed earlier on that we'll give you some time so that you can express yourselves, the things that have been really pressing on you as students. So we want to do that, but also we would like you to jot down any questions that you have, so that you can also ask the two presenters as you also share your experiences as students in this institution. So we want to do that now. We don't have a lot of time, so that let's see if we'll be able to get something from you as students, which will help us in in the way we supervise and also help in the way that we relate with you as students. So we can start that. Anyone who wants to ask something or make a comment, yes, we have somebody at the back. Maybe you can just give out the mic so that they can ask their question.
Good this time, because I don't know it's what time exactly. Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Thank you. I know all of you possibly are tired. By names, I'm Mokademi Nancy, the postgraduate and international student representative in the Student Council. Mine is just to, one, give the views generally in terms of postgraduate. The first question I will ask is the question of the question concerning tutorial fellows, concerning part-time lecturing, and the issue of marking assignments. If I think today, most of the postgraduate coming here today had ideas of getting guidelines of how well they can go about that process and how the university is going to help them to even acquire some opportunities on that line of thought, because I have been receiving several calls asking me of exactly what the institution is talking about in that aspect. So I would want guideline or guidance so that other students can also benefit on that. Secondly, we have had a good interaction in terms from morning up to now. We have taken notes, we appreciate, but also we will personally, on behalf of others, would like to give my, I will say, disappointment, because we thought we are going to have an interactive section of a good time, because right now it's around 4 and 4:30, and most of us are even tired, and we have been given this last moment to speak as fast as possible, and from your words, it is, we have short time, and if we can fasten our questions, and also we are hungry in the same note, so we might not be able to seriously give our views. Most probably, maybe I'm speaking on my own. Yes, so I hope we could have another meeting, this is a request, another meeting for postgraduate, exactly to say our problems. Because one of the agenda in the agenda we were sent, it was about talking about our experience and the backlog issue. And since I was elected as a postgraduate representative, I've been having phone calls from backlog students on their issues. So I expected this will be the platform, because most of them, I was telling them, make sure you are present during the meeting so that you can air out your issues and get assistance. So I hope we will have the time and the pleasure for those students who are here who made phone calls to me to give their views. Thank you very much. I'm from School of Environment and Natural Resource. I'm a PhD student. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody else?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening, good evening. My name is Muga Moses from School of Agriculture and Biotechnology. Currently an MSc student, my 3rd degree. I have a request. One, the university has a mission, vision on thesis guidelines. We are now talking about global. How about can the university review the thesis writing so that we can fit on a global scale? That's one. And then on the second one, when I came back here in 2018, after my graduation 2018, then I came for 2019. I came for Master of Science, Seed Science, and we were 2 students. At the university calling letter, it's written, masters take 2 years. There is an illusion, there is a fact. In School of Agriculture, that doesn't work. Because when we came in 2019, I undertook my classwork in 2019, September. Then COVID came in, and everything was cut short. So even in my ID, it is minus 1 year. So we came back in 2021. And in 2021, we also took the classes digitally. And after which, some classes were rescheduled to 2022. So it's already 3 years. Minus 1 year for 2020, that's already 4 years. And not yet even a research. And you see now it's already 4 years. Now we are talking about 2022. We are now in the 4th year. That's when I completed the coursework, 2022. Most of my students, most of the students that we had in the class, they left. Those good students, those best students, leave alone me. Those good students, they left the university. But I'm just here struggling. I'm struggling. Yeah, I'm struggling. I'm trying to catch up. But I'm trying to catch up. How about can the university look on it? Because most of the students you see around here, the best students, they left the university. Some of them who are still struggling around here are trying to catch up so that at least they get the certificate and go and look for a job elsewhere. How about can the university review on the admission part? Let us not talk about 2 years while it's not working in School of Agriculture. It's not working. Thank you.
Thank you. We have at the back.
Good afternoon. It is not yet 5, it is still afternoon. Good afternoon. Leonidas Nwagaba is my name, from School of Environmental Sciences and Natural Resource Management. Leo, in short, is my name. My question is the practicality of the suggestions students give to the university management board or the university management, or it is a matter of just talking. Because if the postgraduate board is aware that completion rate is poor, and all these students have got supervisors, of which every supervisor has got a contact of this student, what has he or she done to reach out to this student? Failure may be a supervisor has not taken the step. Has the director followed this student one after the other to know their cases? If we are brought in here, suggestions are raised. Will they be implemented, or it is a point of hearing what students are saying and then thereafter books are closed? Does it make sense to the management? We need us to graduate and go home. For instance, a case in point, fees is a challenge to many students. You find he has published, he's ready to graduate, but he has not paid 20,000 balance. What is the management doing to uplift him or her to graduate? It is little money. Does it make sense for this student to be called a backlog student, and yet the university is called a mother to this student? Thank you very much.
Okay, maybe we can have some responses, or we take some more. Okay, the ones at the back. Let's have the students first before we come to staff.
Good afternoon, good evening, sorry. My name is Irene. Master student, School of Agriculture. I have two problems and they are so personal. The first one goes to the purchasing. Purchasing department or something like that. Supply. Yes. Procurement or purchasing, that one. I'm done with my field work, but then I have samples as from last year, November. I made a request for chemicals to be bought. They have not been bought until now. I only have 2 months left. My scholarship ends. As a good student, what will make me stay back or I'll also leave? And since the university says they don't know why people are leaving, why wouldn't I also leave? Because if let's say from November to July, when my scholarship ends, I'll not have received the chemicals, how sure am I when will they get here? So I keep waiting. Because definitely I'll not be waiting. I'll have to go. The second one is I just need a clarification on, still on the supply purchasing. My scholarship also comes with a laptop. I've not received it. So when am I supposed to use it? The chemicals, when am I supposed to use them? I have two objectives. Why I have a problem with that one is because I need to analyze data to answer my objective in the lab. I have a second objective in which an approval was made. This one that goes from the research and innovation to pre, to VC, to registry, that one. A payment is supposed to be made to ILRI to give me data to answer my second objective. It's still pending. I have 2 months left, after which my scholarship ends. So I want clarification on how long is it supposed to take? A month, 2 months, when an approval or a request is made from the research to when a check is written or when a payment is made to the relevant research institution so that we can get our results. Because this has nothing to do with my supervisor, but if he or she wants a manuscript, what am I using to write it, or even the thesis, so that I'm on time? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand at the back.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Christopher Murgor, School of Agriculture and Biotechnology, Department of Animal Science and Management. Mine is contrary to what my friend was saying finishing 2, 3 years or 4. I came here 2023 October, and so far, I think I'm on the tail end of finishing the project. What is remaining is those procedural things, setting the examination board and the others. So I would only request if they can hasten the process so that I can manage to complete whatever I came here for, not to come and hang around with everybody. So please, I do request.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. First of all, my name is Brian Ambale. I'm a PhD student from the School of Environment and Natural Resource Management, and I'm also privileged to be a Congress leader in this university, thanks to their votes. So that aside, thank you for all the presentations. It's been great hearing from all the guests. but this is home, and there are things that we would not like to say in front of the guests, but circumstances will just force us, because the info that came to us is that we were to come and air our grievances so that we get some help. So in 2020, I looked for an opportunity in Britain, and I was accepted, but unfortunately COVID happened. So I considered coming back to my home university, where I pursued my master's for 5 good years. So my main reason for looking elsewhere was because I felt like a master's course should take the stipulated time. Forget what you are hearing here. There are people talking in a very flowery English here, but we know our supervisors very well. We know who they are. They can say all the good things here, but unfortunately, things go south somehow. It's either we have people who just look at the grammatical issues in our projects and proposals, or we have people who crucify us. But there are some things we are not supposed to say in front of guests, but let us just say them. Yes. Unfortunately, every student in this room has an experience that they would never wish upon the next postgraduate students who come in. I don't want to mean any disrespect, but we have all gone through something horrible. I personally had an issue, which I'm not going to state all the details, but I resolved it about 2 months ago. I have written 12 proposals as a PhD student, and have been taken in wild goose chases for almost 3 years. This is my 4th year since I started my PhD, and I believe everyone here might have a similar experience. Sometimes a supervisor turns down his own corrections that he gave you and you effected. Such things do happen. I'm not blaming you supervisors, but these things do happen. We need to take ownership of bad decisions we make, both as students and supervisors. But students do own up to their mistakes. Unfortunately, supervisors don't. And that's why we are here. I'm made to understand that there's a PhD student who's been here for more than 10 years. So that does not inspire hope for the current people who just joined last September. Doesn't inspire hope. It just shows that there's something really wrong. Let me move away a bit from that whole issue. We understand that our lecturers and supervisors have a heavy workload, and we also request that for you guys to work with us well, some of this workload, like teaching, should be delegated to these postgraduate students. I know they are capable of teaching. They are very capable of teaching. So that when we are talking about the supervision, when we are doing our projects, we can feel like we are moving. We need to feel like there's some progress. Thirdly, like in any university in a good country, I believe that our lecturers, especially the professors, should be looking for funded research from elsewhere and incorporating PhD and master's students. But unfortunately, we feel we feel as if there are people who are comfortable being office holders. They let us suffer when we take our proposals and projects, they crucify us. And that is something that is not new, it has been going on. I believe that there should be a separate meeting for all the supervisors that should not be absconded by any supervisor, so that you resolve your issues as supervisors on the regular, not just once in a while, once in a blue moon. We need you as supervisors to have a separate meeting, maybe once after every 2 months, so that you know how to supervise us. Because from our experiences as students, we feel like there's no training on the parts of the supervisors, because there's a lot of unprofessionalism. There are people who've been quarreled severally by supervisors, like little children, and anyone who is above 25 should not be quarreled, even if they are younger. They should be talked to in a way that dignifies, a way that shows some respect. A man who is my age cannot be quarreled by his parent. My parent finds a way of talking to me as an adult. So such things should be sorted out. We need to move. That is the bottom line. Thank you.
Okay, kindly just, if you don't mind, please just ask your question. What is it that you want to pass on to?
Thank you so much. Keter, you'll allow me not to raise much of the complaint, but to first of all appreciate the insights and the knowledge that we have received. Let me begin with Sifuna. And first of all, appreciate the presentation, the last presentation on ethics and integrity. However, as noted here, and as the culture of Kenya will try to embrace. On your first presentation, I'm really pleading that if it will be possible, when you are in Japan, remember us who are in Kenya. We really wish to get those, like engage some of us to go. Today I'm not likely to assist you in data collection, but I can be an exhibit for malaria. We can be of help to become an exhibit for malaria. To my good Odiambo, I believe you've mentioned so clearly what happens. The only thing that maybe you will need to clarify for us is the issue of sometimes we have. You went to the extreme of talking about the calling hours, the contacts, and we also want to request that in one of your presentations, you remind the lecturers on the time also to call us, and even the time on how to communicate to us, and places to invite us to meet with them. Because sometimes you're invited to a place. When I was doing my master's, I remember someone inviting me. I'm a Christian, a staunch Christian. Somebody invited me to a club and leaves me with the bill. I'm praying that this thing will not happen in University of Eldoret, but that is what it should be. Sometimes we face it while we are in that journey. Because it is not only from the other side, it's also from the lecturer's side. Apart from, I want to appreciate the postgraduate. Mine is not a question, but to appreciate the postgraduate. But when you look at all across, there is lack of synergy. From, I don't know if
in future, the policies will be made so that it is clear which office responds to this. Like, for example, I only received this communication for this meeting one day to this day. I was affected at some point on my exams when a timetable was released and the dates were changed. I arrived for exam on a date that had been scheduled on the old timetable, only to be told a new timetable was released and I missed an exam. It hurts. But I will blame with the issue of synergy. Let the communication be made clear from one direction to the other, and let's know where should we pick the communication from so that we move in one direction and in one line for the benefit of the students. Because as we have seen it, I've noticed, you could notice here, what the department is mentioning and the School of Postgraduate is giving are totally different. As a university of 21st century, that should be things of the past. May God bless you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Heikal Ladala. I am an MSc student in the School of Environmental Science and Natural Resource Management. Basically, mine is a comment. Thank you so much, Dr. Sifuna. You've enlightened us on so many aspects. You've reminded me of some 8 years back when I was graduating, and I was reminded of ethics and integrity by a certain professor. And it's something that I've been practicing over a while. And I can say that in the relationship that us students we have with our supervisors, our lecturers, let's ensure that at one point you have a good relationship. Because I am a product of having good relationship with my lecturers, and where I am today, I am a product of that. So let's not look at the bad side. There are other aspects which are also good. As a student, be a good listener. You can also air out your views in the correct way. Don't say that because I am paying fee, it is my right to have this or to have that. Let us just understand that you are a student, and also let the lecturer understand that he is a lecturer, and at the same time ensure that there is harmony between the two of you. If there is no harmony, we've been directed on some of the aspects on how we can be able to air out our views and they can be addressed. At most, let's also, Dr. Sifuna, when you get any aspect or any field that you can involve students from this university, please do that, who are also in that field, because it shows that at the end of the day, you are a person that where you are able also to grow others in the field that you are in. And for my fellow students, this is what I'll tell you. We are here for a purpose and a reason, and it is for a certain period of time. I know for the suggestions that we've made, I know that basically, and it is my prayer that you look into that, so that at the end of the day, when we have a certain meeting like this next time, it will be more intuitive and students will also be happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. My name is Benjamin from School of Science. As we continue appreciating also, we must realize, or rather, we must appreciate that the fact the university has a vision and a mission. For example, we've been asking ourselves about the completion rates of the master's and PhD students. It's going down and down. But for example, taking an example with the School of Science, God save that school. Now, for example, it's fun actually to know that, to realize that every in botany tuko na labs tatu, zoology lab tatu, chemistry lab tatu, but none of them has a working machine. The only available machines that maybe you can count, they are very outdated, ni vumbi tu. Now, for example, I have a project that I need to do. Niko na 20 samples to analyze. I am being directed, or go to government chemist, go to University of Nairobi, go to JKUAT, go to Muranga. One sample is 5,000. I have 20, that's 100,000. I will proceed with the masters. The masters in Tawacha, ama ni 100,000 tatafuta. By that, una scholarship, for example, you're working on your own. Ni fee tutatafuta kwanza, or it's the 100,000. So, and I'm happy our DVC for planning and research is here. Mmetupangia aje is postgraduate, because now issue ya kutuma wanafunzi go to Muranga, go to JKUAT, go to wherever, that's hapo ndo watu wanapoteza moral. Yes, wanaingilia nyasi hapo actually. So as we continue to work on this, let's check on that. Lastly, the issue of supervisors. The most irresponsible act of a supervisor is to ignore the person you're supervising for. I sent to you work, you're not giving feedback. Then why are you there? It's not that we're not giving you respect. We give you respect. But now, this, you must guide us, and that's why you are there. So, tukitetea supervisors pia, let's also see the other side of the story. Everybody cannot be complaining because of a supervisor. Something is not right somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. and Directorate Postgraduate. I want to really appreciate the Directorate of Postgraduate, because for once, we have felt you. I saw the communication on the deadlines, but I think this is being done for the first time. And Professor Luther, we want to really appreciate you and say thank you for that great leadership. And we have a lot of trust in you that you're going to transform this directorate. We have issues with the supervision, as it has been noted by my colleagues. And we don't want to personalize the discussion, because once we personalize, we lose the point. We have instances where some supervisors think and decide when you're to proceed and when not. Very good case to just mention before I go to my summary. We have students here who have been told, this year, we are through with those who are to graduate. So the rest of you, I don't know what sort of arrogance that could be from a supervisor. And if we don't transform this directorate, for sure we are losing as a university. When I got enrolled here for MSc in 2013, in a class of about 10, only 2 graduated. I was not among the 2, because at least I was lucky to go to another university, where I was harassed more. And the only person who came to my rescue was one gentleman here, and I want to really applaud him. He's a gentleman. Daktari, thank you. That's the only gentleman who came through for me. And at one point, he actually came even to my office to just encourage me. And Prof, if you don't know, I was really down that time. A professor drew a document to me just because it had a survey. And she was asking, what does the survey have to do with hard science? We don't do social things here. Having said that, and because I want us to be constructive, the only thing that is lacking in the university almanac is the postgraduates. Partially considered because we have timelines for the exams. We have timelines for exam moderations and all that. But we don't have time stipulated in that university almanac on when concept notes should be presented, proposals should be presented, research should be going on, one should be having mock defenses. So we have students who have actually become, I think we need to also give them some PF numbers. Because they have been here full time. It's very unfortunate. Full time. Their scholarship ended 2 years ago. So they are struggling to actually meet up with the expectations of the supervisors who are not reading their works. Because I can attest, I have a lot of close connection to them. Some, the last comment they got in the past 6 months is, think you have received. For 6 months. Nothing being done on their work. So could we probably, in improving and making sure that this sector is transformed, ensure that now we have the postgraduate affairs factored in the university almanac, so that when School of Science are doing their proposal presentation, it's the same time School of Agriculture is doing their presentation. When we are doing mock defenses in School of Business, it's the same thing we are doing the mock defenses on the other side. When we are doing some presentations of the TBs to Senate, we have a collective thing that is being done across all the university, all the schools, the 6 schools. Probably that way, we'd actually have timelines that have actually guided us to administer exams and ensure a completion rate of 85% as a university for the undergraduate programs. Because if that missed, I'm telling you, we could actually be at 50 or lesser than that. Lastly, if the university management doesn't consider the amount of money they are losing through these antagonistic affairs with the postgraduates, if the university management doesn't realize the kind of negative marketing we are doing to our university, then it would be futile for the directorate to even organize for any meeting. And because I know we are being listened by the same management board, I want to invite them to look into these issues more seriously. Because it cannot be that students who had a scholarship, these were not for any person of funding, they are doing their 6th year for MSc, full time. It cannot be that students who are on scholarship pursuing PhD are on their 6th year and no hope for graduating this year. It's not about funding. It's not about the students' availability. But at the same time, let's also appreciate the so many supervisors who have made our work easier in this university. One point, I was allocated supervisors, and because of what the students are saying here, and probably because of the advantage of being a staff here, I had to disagree with all of them. And I had to change the supervision. And the moment I changed that, my proposal went very fast. It was being read on time. On time doesn't mean that I expect the feedback tomorrow. We have a lot of other things. We understand. The publication went on so well, and it's because we have gentlemen and ladies in this university who have decided to just do the right thing, mentoring young, aspiring academicians. To those, we say we salute you. God bless you.
Okay, any other? Seems like they're exhausted. Okay, one more person. That end.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn. I'm in my first year MSc, Chem and Biochem. I have no complaints whatsoever. We are in good terms with my supervisors. But on the negative marketing they're talking about, the first time I came into the institution, I was advised, whatever project it is you choose, make sure it's not a funded project, because you will suffer in this institution. And I was given a few cases about it. One of them is a very good friend of mine. He's from Rwanda. He came, did his project, he's done. His thesis is written. He has been waiting since last year for it to go to the external examiner. The situation is so bad, he has had to sell some of his properties because in Rwanda, they expect him to give us a thesis or a graduation of what you've done, and if you do not do it on time, they'll take your property and your money to refund what they used to take you to school. So how does it get there? Because if, as an institution, you cannot appreciate the international students you're getting, trust me, in the university that he lectures, he's not going to recommend anybody to come here. Because there is no need of somebody else to come and suffer the same fate he's suffering. Now me, somebody, maybe with a bright brain that can get a project that can get funded, I'd rather do something simple, be done with the MSc, and then for PhD, move to a different institution. And number two, the issue of communication. Sometimes we understand our supervisors are busy, which is very understandable, but we are also busy as well. There are people who take time off their busy schedules to come and deal with the project for the time that they are here. If you are not able to hold your supervisor accountable, is there a way that we can establish communication? If I send something to my supervisor, is there somebody else I can CC to, so that if it is not attended to in a reasonable time, I can raise the complaint? Because if I'm only communicating with the supervisor, as much evidence as I will have, and as much as I'll go to the HOD, and as much as I'll go to the dean, the process is going to be so tedious and long, it's going to take so much more time, rather than if I had sent a communication to my supervisors, both of them, CC it to somebody else who holds them accountable. Because I'm not in a position to hold them accountable. I'm supposed to be their junior, learning from them. But if there's somebody else somewhere who's holding them accountable, you have been sent this and this from this and this person. Can you please look into it? It makes a lot of the work easier, because most of the complaints we are having, it's about communication. And if we have a seamless line of communication, it solves all our problems. Because now, there are people who are told, work on your projects, you're on time, you write your proposal on time. Getting about to sit down to listen to your proposal is a whole other issue. If there is a streamlined way of dealing with these things, the same way it's dealt with in undergraduate, it will make a lot of our lives easier. Thank you.
You save the best for last. Professor Lota. Kongoi missing. Professor Lota, I repeat again. Hey? Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. Professor Aburu, thank you. And your team. I want to come from both the supervised and the supervisor. Please allow me. First of all, I want to appreciate the presenters, the facilitators. Professor Odhiambo, you abbreviated CJ. Sometimes I see Christ Jesus in there. You're coming to save a situation that was, that needed a hand beyond us. And I see my other facilitator, Dr. Sifuna. When I separate those two, I see Sifu, praise, and na, kijaluo hiyo ni yangu, Sifuna. First of all, going back to where I was mentored, Professor Odhiambo, you indicated that sometimes they call you and you tell them, sometimes they pass there and you are in there and then they say, oh, it's now in. That was what made me finish on time. Open door policy. And that is what I've given to all my students. If I'm not in a meeting, if I'm not in a class, if I'm not engaged with somebody, talk to me. And I've given them my phone numbers, my email address and I've told them it is 24 hours available to them. Chris, ni hivyo. Si ndio imefanya uwe mbele ya watu within time. Animal science we try. Animal Science, School of Agriculture, we try. Because the mentoring that you are given is what we are giving. In fact, when we were being mentored, we were taken to those people's houses. They gave us opportunity to interact, even to drink wine and hard liquor with them buying. Na nyama choma. We watched football together with them, sitting on their sofas. That is how we were mentored. And the best part that made us finish on time is weekly seminars. You have to present within the institution. The other aspect that made us go faster is you have to go to a conference in an annual manner. You don't miss. You have to have something to go and present. You just go and attend, and it is paid. It made me visit several states in the US and beyond, even Canada, even Korea. And that is when I say, arigato gozaimasu, and I can say, kamsamida. You're in Korean now. I want to focus now on the presentations. Please allow me. First of all, Bwana Sifuna, you brought something that is key in this, that will take us far. In fact, we are indicating we are innovating leaders. And I'm trying to be one of them. I'm just trying. You indicated that the wish of God is for us to interact, to collaborate, and work with each other, and have that integrity and respect. And one thing that you said that I value is the future is bright. Did somebody take that? The future is for UOE. The future is, and we depend on you. You know, we have you are the people that we have their names when we get to the promotion. It's not those others, but you. So that future, as it is bright for us as we get promotions, you also get to be elevated so that when we go, you can come and replace us. That future, it is bright for you because you are our future. We look up to you. Know that. Know that, please. Professor Sifuna and Dr. Simiyu indicated that we are uniquely and fearfully and wonderfully made. The part that I didn't like is when you guys tries to make us one. Sifuna, you said you want us to be like Japanese, that you admire them so well. Professor Diambo also indicated that we need to try to be the same in an indirect way. I just want to suggest that, can you allow Kenya to be Kenya? Hey, let corruption that is us be us. You don't take us to eat those clams, crabs, octopus, those things. Those ones are for Japanese. Let them be Japanese. And Kenyans, eat ugali. Enjoy it. Yo ingoho. Imondo. Kula yo. That is why you are in this location. And that is why you are not in West Africa where they eat monkeys. And that is why you are not in Chinese where they eat for dog. We are just diverse for a reason. And we are very complementary in that manner. We just admire and we say, hey, this is good, but I am what I am because God wanted me with that person. Please, maybe you will comment on that.
Harold,
I'm ending.
Okay.
I'm ending. You indicated that we needed to borrow technology, resources might be limiting. And your presentation, Dr. Sifuna, scared me because you are going to eliminate the need for hospitals. If I can have that gadget at home, why go? Just as I see universities being eliminated when we talked about CBE last week. University, you are endangered. I'm closing by saying that marking scripts and allowing those students to get what is best in us is key. I was allowed to teach. As they are requesting, please integrate it, Bwana Luther. Just integrate it so that they be allowed to be mentored properly. I was given scripts to mark, I was allowed to lecture, and that is what I'm giving. If we don't give them, they won't know what to give. And we'll say they are not trained because we were not trained. Let's give them what is best.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you.
Professor Don.
Okay, I think let's get some responses to the many issues that have been raised. So, Professor Luther, maybe you can start.
Okay, thank you for those questions. There are many. And I just want to assure each one of you that we are taking them positively. Okay, we are taking them positively. As I said earlier, today may not be enough for all of us to air our views, but I believe this is a beginning, and we can try to ensure that we have similar, regular engagement so that we correct these gaps before it causes other long-term effects, like delaying graduation. I think that is quite okay. We have taken it positively, but the day is still ours. We can still engage. I'll just quickly run through what the students have said, and we really appreciate. We are not taking it personal. Whatever you are saying, we are going to use it to improve on the service delivery. And just to mention, there's a questionnaire that we have developed. I think after this meeting, we'll roll it out to all of us. And I think from the answers that we get, we can now even be able to organize another workshop where we'll want to see results coming from these interactions. So quickly, there was the issue of allowing postgraduate students to teach so that in the process they can be able to get something for their upkeep and also pay fees. I think I can confirm here that that proposal is there. In fact, what we have now proposed is that in case we have any part-time course in the department, it should be given to our students. Unfortunately, the group that we can use effectively are the PhDs, because they can be allowed to teach undergraduate. If you are doing masters, you can only teach maybe the diploma class, but the number of diploma students has really gone down, and we don't have those extra courses. But in case of any opportunity which comes in the department, it should be given to our students. I think there's a paper on that. We are supposed to review some regulations to fit in that, and that one is ongoing. About the time of finishing and the timelines, we have agreed that people are taking a long time, and there's need for us to come up with the almanac stating exactly when should be done. Thesis guidelines, we agree. Maybe there are other guidelines that are being followed elsewhere. We have set as one of the targets for the next financial year to review our rules and regulations and also the thesis guidelines writing. So in case, if you have some ideas that you want to float across, bring it so that we see how it can be improved. And then the role of the supervisor, we said that. I think we go beyond mentorship, exposing students to conferences and scholarship. We would want to see these ones happening. And I'm happy that the division, the research division, has organized constantly workshops where staff have been trained on how to write fundable proposal. And I'm sure some of the students here are on funded project, but I was also surprised to see that, again, when you go there, it's another danger zone. So I think we'll see how to correct some of the mistakes around that area. Students have talked about fees, being allowed to graduate without fees. We used to allow this before in some kind of gentleman agreement, but I think as we speak now, the university is being owed close to 208 million shillings by students. In fact, they are almost being called bad debts because they don't know whether they'll recover the same. And because of that, now they have been very strict on the side of fees. Burgor, thank you for informing us about your progress. We'll be able to follow it up and see that the other sections which are remaining are done quickly so that the thesis can go out for examination and then you finish this year. If at all you have paid fees and finished the other conditions. Scholarship for students, yes, this one has been discussed, and there's also need for us to see how the students who are on these scholarships can be guided and have a common way of doing things so that they finish in good time, just like the other students. Venues for meetings, somebody has mentioned that. I think it's just a concern. But this one, we know where to meet in terms of place and even sometimes in terms of time. It's good that we practice professionalism in where we meet. And nowadays there is technology. You can even meet online and discuss this. I've done that with my students, and it has worked very well. And then for the policy, we have talked about reviewing the same. Somebody talked about changing the timetable. You come around and you discover that the exam date was changed. And when you came, you found it had been done and other problems. I think these are things which are not supposed to happen if we have proper communication, and we'll be able to see how this can be avoided in future. And then getting different information, we saw departments doing things differently. I think that's something that we are learning from this workshop, and we should be able to work together to improve. For the equipments, we agree. We could be having shortage of the same, but I know my colleagues are really working very hard to do proposals. Some of them have been able to attract funds that have been used for infrastructure. We have labs that have been equipped through a funded project, and I'm sure even the university will consider that, just to buy some equipment that can be used for research. Time of response, somebody talked about the contracts. We are also thinking about the same, coming up with a contract so that we receive progress report timely. The graduation list, I think we released an almanac for defenses and the other remaining part of the session. And to me, the window is still open. We can still follow that and be able to graduate. I think if there are other specific issues, maybe we'll try to see how to handle it. Because some issues seems to be specific to schools, specific to departments, and if we generalize, sometimes we may not be able to get that solution that we want. So we need to see where the problem is and then discuss with the affected departments, schools, and come up with a solution. Otherwise, we'll have people complaining generally, and that may not be help us a lot. We have an almanac for those who want to graduate this year on what should be done. If a student has a challenge with that, just see your HOD, your dean, or you can come to the board, and then we see where is the bottleneck in terms of the process. Because to me, I believe if somebody has developed a thesis, which is being read now, this person technically should be able to graduate this year. Of course, after fulfilling the other conditions like payment of fees. And then funding project handling, I think I've answered that. Communication, we need to see how we can improve on that, because that seems to be where the problem is. Somebody have talked about a student in Rwanda. We agree. This student finished last year, but there were some procedures which were not handled well, and he delayed. But I can report now that the student has defended the thesis, and he should be able to graduate this year. So for the weekly seminars, the DVC pre has talked about this. Weekly seminars, very important. This is what will make us academicians, not in terms of just getting knowledge and even research, meeting weekly and presenting our work, or frequently in the departments, in the schools. I know Department of Biological Sciences, they have got what they call, I don't know what they call the name, but they have a session where all postgraduates come and present and declare their status. So if you can have these things in the department, postgraduate meeting maybe bi-weekly, reporting on the progress, we should not have this case of some students being left behind. And then the conference, yearly, we have a conference. The DVC pre has just talked about this. But unfortunately, when you organize this conference, people don't come. So I don't know how best we can do it, but it's something that we can be able to know so that you have a chance to present your work as a kind of quality assurance measure so that it can be looked at by other peer reviewers and then for them to make the comments. Now, the other concern that we have, I agree with Nancy, the leader, that we expected to come and interact. Now, according to me, I was expecting to have 1,500 students plus. Now, the question is, much as we are trying to solve this problem, where are the other students? How can we get them? So that we have a proper meeting, discuss, and get the solution. Because you'll discover those backlog cases, in most cases, they are never around, and we wanted to bring them to bring them on board. They come around, we discuss where the problem is, and once we have known where the problem is, we can be able to move together and try to assist each other. I know for the undergraduate, they have started what is called the open week, where they come around, check their marks. But postgraduates can also benefit from that. But we can also have what we call a graduate week, as somebody has proposed, where we can have the postgraduate coming and declaring the status of their work, and then we get to follow up specific problems. So we may not be able to solve everything today, but we are taking what we have been given positively, because however bitter they are, it's good for them to be bitter, but they help us towards coming with a solution to solve the problem. I agree, I've seen Muga for a long time. And every time we have a function like Innovation Week, conference, you'll see him presenting data. So I was asking the other day, this data that you present, where does it go? Because he never graduates. And to me, I was looking at the data as being a lot even to do a thesis. But I think we have been able to solve that, and he promised me that this year, God willingly, he should be able to graduate. We hope that will happen. So I think maybe we can, I can request Professor, our DVC pre, to come and maybe respond, take the other questions, and then I'll also request Professor Arguin Sotieno to respond to the rest which I've left out. Thank you. Professor.
Good evening, those people who are hungry. Please, if you are hungry, your hands down. Okay. I think I've seen another room here with so many cups, so I'm sure that one will be solved. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I was here on my capacity as the DVC in charge of planning, research, and extension. Postgraduate does not fall under my category, but research falls under my category. So there are certain questions that I may not be able to answer, but from where I sit, our role is on the planning issues, dealing with all the buildings and etc., resource mobilization, research and innovation, industrial linkages, partnerships and collaborations, and IGU. So those are our the things we deal with, but there are some are cross-cutting, so I can just comment on what I know. But my colleague, who is the DVC in charge of academics, was here, but there is an interview going on in town, which he had to rush to be there, since the people who are being interviewed are in academic side. So that's the reason he's not here, not that he escaped. But I'm sure he will come. Now, you are being here colleagues, and dear students, is not an accident. Our VC is seriously concerned about our completion rate. And I don't think you're just here for talks. Something definitely is going to be done. Last year, when our VC came, our graduation list was very low for for undergraduates. So you had to find out why. And a reason was found. It was the issue of doing maybe supplementaries and whatnot. And when a change was made, instead of I think it was around 2,000 who was going to graduate, we had over 3,000 and something graduating. So it is something that the management is concerned. It is not just a joke of just talking and then letting things pass. That one I can say for certain on behalf of the VC. And he is the one who wanted this to happen, and even more. Actually, what he asked us last is he wanted to have a meeting with all the postgraduates, even those who left here and did not complete. And he wanted, even if it is an online meeting, with all the postgraduates. So this is a good starting point because we are getting some information. But be rest assured that that is the concern of the university. Because things sometimes may go wrong, but when it is realized that something is going wrong, that is when we are called so that we can make things right. So I want you to take that to the bank, that something is happening so that we correct the postgraduate studies in the University of Eldoret. Number one. That is number two. Some people ask about this question of postgraduates doing the part-time. I think Professor Luther said something. Last week, this has been a policy. We requested a policy because we added a policy of part-time where we were putting postgraduate there, but now it has been agreed, no, under the postgraduates policy, that is where this is going to be put, to allow postgraduates to teach, to earn some little money, to survive for those who are not really on any scholarship. But then definitely, as he said, masters can only teach a diploma because they will not have achieved their masters yet, so they don't qualify. In the university, there are regulations by queue. And PhDs can teach because they have a master's. So those ones, I think, are in the process, and it will be done. I think that's something that is already discussed and agreed. The next issue here is I didn't get some of them very well, some of the questions, because some lamentations were so painful. Then you start feeling for the students or shedding tears before you write it down. But I understand you very well, colleagues, our postgraduates. I think in the morning I told you I had the worst supervisor. Frustrated me like hell. But I think that shaped me because I said, I will never frustrate anybody's son or daughter the way I was frustrated when I was doing my master's. And so we have goodwill for you. And I think it's not good to talk about yourself, but I think my record shows itself. There is no my student who has taken long. Those who I supervise, postgraduate, or those in my projects. We had a project here on Kotra. We trained almost over 20, over 30 students. Most of them foreign students. I think all of them graduated in record time. And most of the people who went through my hands, one of them is here. Prof, can you just stand so that they see you? And tell them how much I frustrated you. Anyway, I will not allow him to talk, but he can talk. He's the acting director now of industrial linkages and also acting for research and innovation. He had to finish in record time despite the several problems that he had. And all my students, I think I am proud because I mentored them and none of them is suffering. All of them are not complaining. And I think that is what we need to do. Now let's come to the third thing, the fourth thing, the procurement delay. All right, if it is a project, a research project, and there is a delay, I think my office, that is in the, if at all you are doing your work under research project, that really falls under my office because the researchers have to get money through my office. But I've never received any single complaint about that. So I think there should be a way of getting these complaints because each and every government institution, including our university, has a book for complaints, which is there in the administration block there. Anything that is a problem to you, you are allowed to go and write down and complain. In all the dean's offices, all the head of departments' offices, and even in our offices, there is a complaint book. And so please don't suffer and you have not complained. The goodness with that complaint, which you have written down, it is upon the university to make sure that that complaint has been answered. Because the reports we give to the government is not remaining in the university. Reports we give to the government every quarter. In this quarter, we had this number of complaints. This number was resolved. This number was not yet resolved. But we must account for all those complaints. So the system is there. But maybe you don't know about it. That's why I'm saying that maybe we could have some kind of orientation for postgraduate students. Because undergraduates, we do give them that orientation. But postgraduates, I don't know whether there is an orientation. Maybe the director could tell us. So that could be the place so that you are told about your rights and the things you can do, things you cannot do, and how to be able to solve your problem. We can't bring you here to punish you. And if you're being punished, you must make noise. And making noise is not fighting because there are channels. The channels for complaints is there. All those complaints, even if it is somebody is abusing you, it's good that I've not heard of any lady student complaining of sexual abuse. Even if you're being abused sexually, there is a policy on sexual abuse. There is a policy on how it should be resolved. This university has all the policies to be able to take care of everybody who is within here. So I just want to encourage you that complaints, if you have any complaint, even now after this, you have a complaint which has never been solved, please go to your department, ask for the complaint book, and write it. If you cannot go, I think the chairman, is it Dr. Nyango? The dean of, who is the chair of that complaints? Dr. Nyango, the dean of arts. And he has to account to the management every other time. So we have never seen these your complaints. That's the reason why we were to call you. So please complain so that it is solved. Next thing is about, I was talking about procurements. I know sometimes there are delays. But if you come to our office, and this is now not only for the students and even for the lecturers, if you have a project, you are applying for those things and they're delaying, there is something how we can intervene. The only biggest problem there is that procurement is a government issue. And if you, for example, do the wrong thing, then you will be held to account. And it is normally very tough. Even those who go to the parliament, if you have your money, research money, and you apply for it, we give you the cash, you buy your computer, that will be a question. And audit query. Because being a government university, we follow the government procedures. So some of the things may cause some delays, but when you complain or when you bring the issue up, particularly research, because we know research is time-bound. And also we have some of the foreign students, like my sister who was talking there. So we'll definitely see how we can help you. I think there was one of my daughters there who was saying that he doesn't know when he will finish. He has not even got a lab, chemicals, a laptop. Things like chemicals should not be a big problem. Maybe laptops may be delayed because the government says you cannot buy even it from the purchasing. It must be bought from Directorate of what? It's the Directorate of ICT, who can buy any computer or any electronic thing in the whole university. But once you do it early, it is possible to get it in good time. So those who have those issues, I think, please, you can even try to follow them up with your, let your, your PIs, or rather the supervisors who are supposed to buy those things come so that we can assist them. The next thing is, which I can say something small about, was lack of synergy. I think it is important that that is developed, and I hope the Directorate will be able to develop that. I'll also take this word back to my colleague, who is the DVC Academic Affairs, so that at least there is that synergy in everything. I think the Director also talked about it. Somebody asked me something, DVC planning, what have you planned for us? Yeah, I think I was already said that there are our portfolios. My portfolio has been to look at all these buildings that have been built, those buildings, and in those buildings we have plans, and unfortunately these plans have to go through the government. When we were building this school of business, it reached a stage when the government abandoned us. So we had to look for our money internally. Thank God we finished. Now we had the amphitheater. I don't know, some of you have been gone behind the education there. Education amphitheater is a project that we were almost finishing. Unfortunately, because of what is going on in the nation, the government abandoned, did not send us the money. But though they didn't send us the money, there's a lot of lobbying that we have done. Those of you who had Citizen News 3 days ago, you had some universities complaining, why is University of Eldoret being given money, more money, and not others? It is not because that we are special, but we have been lobbying because we know as a university, we don't have a single room where we can put 1,000 students. This is the biggest hall we have if you leave Kerio. And all the big meetings we have, conferences, we have to hold in such a small room. So amphitheater was a big priority for us. And it's about 85% finished. Unfortunately, that money, we have never been given the money to complete it. So this one which we are being given, now they are complaining, I'm sure it will be slashed also. But apart from that, we are not stopping there. From the resource mobilization point of view, we have talked on how can we also raise funds to finish that. Because we cannot sit and do nothing, and we know the facilities are not there. Our next project, which should have come up by now, is the School of Science complex. And this is the biggest building that we was to be in this university. The Dean of Science is here. He can attest to you that everything has been done. We have done the plans and whatnot. It's a big building which is going to be kind of the biggest building and the tallest building in the university. On our part, since there's a procedure, all the plans have been done. We have already entered it in the government system, and we are expecting maybe next year, if they agree that they'll take it over, that may be our next project. But we want to finish the amphitheater, then that would be the next. So what happens like for your labs, the money that is supposed to buy equipment and etc. is under the DVC Academic Affairs. So the money is normally put there, not under planning. But the money that may be there, given what is happening in the government, ladies and gentlemen, is going down and down. There's a time that we could do a lot of these things when we did all these buildings and even these pavements. This place was not the way it is. But that time the government was giving us money. But you know what is happening in the country? My brother was talking about honesty and dignity and integrity. And Professor was saying, "Wacha tukule ugali." Yeah, it is all right. But at least this is a problem which we have. If at all things were being done rightly, we will not be complaining. But when things are not being done well, it will trickle down to affect everybody. But the management is trying their best to make sure that everything is done, irrespective of that problem that we have. But if we have that dignity and integrity, things will work. Because sometimes even the few rooms, or rather the lecture halls and what that we have done, every other time, if you find sockets that are working, you're very lucky. This one may be working because we have been repairing it because of the conferences we have here. Others, we make them and then the students pluck them out. So becomes very difficult. But if you are in a situation where things cannot be stolen, and he was talking of Japan. I was in Iceland for some training. And I remember I just landed in the evening. I wanted to go and do shopping. I did not know where the shopping place is. And there was another Kenyan from Kenya Marina. I said, "Bwana, can you take me to do shopping?" Then he said, "Oh, but me, I'm already in the shopping mall. I'm on the bus stage coming back home. So can you come and find me at the stage?" So I went and found him. He had already done his shopping for the whole month. And then he said that, "Okay, let us go." I said, "What's going to happen to your shopping?" He said, "Don't worry. There's nobody who can steal my shopping." I said, "You can't be serious. Because in Nairobi, even if you have you put it under your knee." So this guy leaves the whole shopping at the stage. You see that bend of thing and the seat where people sit at the stage waiting for the bus. So we went with him back. And when we came back, everything was safe. He just picked it and we went home. And nobody will steal anybody's thing. You know? Even seeing a policeman is not very easy. At night, if you see policemen, those are policemen who are going to escort those people who are drunk to their homes. And they just escort them. They don't beat them. You know? In Kenya here, if they find you at night. Anyway, what I want to say is that integrity is important, but we are trying. And it is sad. When I had some supervisors ignoring their students, I think, colleagues, we are going to do something about it. University Almanac, I think the director, that is really within the director's means, so that can be done. Negative publicity, please don't kill us. Don't kill us. If there is any problem, as I've said earlier, please let us know. We are trying to make sure that things move. And that's the reason why you are here. So please don't give us negative publicity. I think our publicity from our work that we do amongst all the universities in Kenya, I can confidently tell you we are among the top 10 universities in terms of good governance. And so many people admire us. It's just because we are not given the money. If we had the real money, I think we will be far away from where we are. And we would like that things to be done. Those labs that you're talking about, I wish you knew the way they were. It's because of the little money we saved, we tried to improve some of those labs and some of the equipment, but unfortunately, it cannot be enough. I think that is what I can say there. For funded projects, and funded projects still delay, I think that is very unfortunate. When you have funded projects, please, for the PIs or the supervisors, if you have a funded project, it should not delay. Because the way funded projects are being managed is different from the university. Things like going to the field and whatnot, those ones come direct from the researcher. If you have a research project, which is a paying fee for the students, it comes directly from the researcher to the director of research to my office, to the VC. It does not even go through the head of department. And when it comes, we really make sure that anything that lands in our office is processed on the same day. And that can be done. My brother here, Professor Dr. Masese, he has several projects with students. Prof, how many students do you have now? Or in the last 2 years, 3 years, postgraduates? Around 12 postgraduate students from his projects. And one of the projects was the one we did. I think that one is already over. Those students have not had problem. I don't know whether they have never had any complaints. If they want to go to the field, he applies, it comes to my office, I approve, they go. If it is paying fee, I approve, they go. So if there is a problem, then there could also be a problem with the researcher or the supervisor, but not the system. Because those funded projects are managed through my office. So we are going to try our best, and we also want to encourage you for the ease of finishing your work. Please, if you don't have a scholarship, we normally advertise every week from the Directorate of Research and Innovation. We normally advertise funds that are available for your application. There are some for studentship, there are some for maybe scholarship, there are some for even if you are doing your research, writing your PhD thesis. There is some for you want to go and present your paper somewhere, even outside the country. We advertise it every week. I've never seen any application from the postgraduate students. It's the way it's run. Okay, let me say the way it is run. The directorate, because the university paid money so that those announcements can come every week. And in your departments, there is somebody who is called a school research committee or a departmental research committee member. Each and every school have that person. And we trained them and we gave them the link to share it with everybody in the department. So that one we have done, it is working. It is working. When did it not work? Are you the school research committee? Yes, then go and ask your school research committee, because we did an analysis. There are certain schools where people were trained, their research committee chairs were given the link. And by the last, when we did some analysis, like the School of Engineering, for example, had not accessed that for 4 months. Who is the mistake? Is it us or your person who was given the link? He was supposed to share that link with everybody. But from our side, it is working and it's coming every week. And the problem, if it is not being shown, then there is some of the gaps that the students were talking about. That information don't reach them. So that is what should be done. If you live here, go to your school research committee or departmental research committee and ask him. It is called Research Beeline, that you want to access Research Beeline. So the Research Beeline is there. Now we have run it for over 1 year. We are supposed to renew it, but we are also going to add yet another one, so that you can get funds without, even if your supervisor is not if the university is not funding you, you can apply. So these opportunities are there, and we have done our bit from research point of view. Then maybe there is a missing link somewhere. So I think with those many remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I think some people said that they were tired, but please feel free. I would like for the postgraduate students that we have the way you can complain. If that is not working, please walk to our offices. You'll not be thrown away. But there is the systems for everything. Any abuse, any complaints, any what, there is a book, and it is a black book in every department where you go and register your complaints. Please go and register your complaints. All right? My daughter, I was winding up, but just come. What do you want to say? And can you withdraw that statement? Because this is where you are registered. Mm. Yes. Just as you are standing, are you sure you do not have a University of Eldoret email? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have an email,
Yes.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm 100% sure if the only method, according to what you have said, is if I have a complaint, I have to come and write on a book, then if sending an email using the email that I have, that means it is not a mode of communication for a complaint. So I wanted clarity also. If we can be allowed, if you have a complaint, then we can send through our email. Secondly, in the morning, there's another student who had communicated to me that, I don't know in what mode, but she was allowed to sit for exams. She is a master's student, and she had an agreement between the department that she should pay school fees by June. So paying school fees by June, right now she has school fees for both the first semester and the second semester. She did not have a portal. I gave her a contact of the ICT, and I think yesterday the portal was formed. Then she said she has paid school fees for the first semester. But the school fees for the second semester, she still has the fees, but she has not yet reported to pay the fee. So I also was giving another recommendation, my second recommendation. If we can have postgraduate assistants in ICT department, in administration department, and even in finance department, whereby if these postgraduates have any issue in those departments, they can contact directly a specific person who can help them directly. Thank you.
Now, I agree with you. The second one is not under my jurisdiction, but everything postgraduates is the director. Everything postgraduate is the director of postgraduate studies. So there is a way you can reach him. You know his number. There is also the number of the VC, which is everywhere. And also, pardon? The email address is there everywhere. So if you have anything, my dear brothers and sisters, there is a way you can make sure that that thing is registered. And the email is there for everybody. If you have a complaint to ICT, because when they do the reports, they go for the reports that are written in the books, the ones that are raised in social media, and the ones that are raised through emails at the ICT. So all those things are covered. The only thing is that maybe you don't know, but that's why I'm informing you that is there. But the ones that you have talked about, I think the director, you can take that as part of the areas to find out, particularly for that, when it comes to academic issues. So I think the main problem we have, brethren, is we may not know, and we are not blaming you. That is some of the takeaway we are taking, that maybe these things, not maybe, we need to have a forum, particularly for when they are, what do you call the one for first years, orientation, so that you are told. Because first years, undergraduates, we sit with them and we tell them everything and all the policies of the university. But apparently, maybe there is nothing like that for postgraduates. We can do that. But we are really interested in you, because the life of a university is the postgraduate student. And for me, even for me, my department, my research, if there is no postgraduate student, then we are dead as a university. So we are ready to support you. Please feel free. If you have a problem, don't go out and suffer there. My brother, I think my time is over. Why can't you allow me to stop there? Because there's still a hand at the back. Okay, the director says you ask. Make it quick so that we don't take too much of other people's time. I think it's already past time. Yes. Your mic is not working.
There was a time I was pursuing a position of tutorial fellow. I was made to understand that they do exist in this university. I tried looking for such a position through all the offices that I could go to. I went to the highest office in the university, and I wasn't successful. I was made to wait in the boardroom for close to 3 hours. Then I was told there's no way that could happen. I wait for the job to be advertised. When are these jobs going to be advertised?
Which
tutorial fellows and GAs.
Okay, so were you a student here in undergraduate?
I am a student.
Were you a student in undergraduate?
Here? I was a master's student, now I'm a PhD student.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there are two ways, particularly for graduate assistants. Graduate assistants, those who excel and get first class, are the ones that are given a free ticket.
Yeah.
But the others are being advertised. But as at now, I think the university has been dealing with the promotions because most people are not being promoted for a long time. And that's even what is going on now, those adverts, where the VC is right now for interviews. But when there is an opportunity, it is normally advertised. But you must know that for the last several years, all those who are frozen by the government, not by the university. But when they come, when the money comes, then they will be advertised for fair competition. But as at now, it has not been advertised. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so may God bless you and thank you so much.
Okay, it's been a long day, and I think we want to bring it to an end. Anybody else with anything they would want to say, the supervisors who are here? So we end it there. Okay, so I think we'll bring it to an end. And I want to thank you very much for being patient and staying until this time. We still have a sizable number of students who are here. That's quite encouraging. And so we'll end with a word of prayer, and then we'll Okay, I'm told there's lunch at the student cafeteria, and there's tea in this hall here. So you can start with tea and go for lunch. That's still fine. So let's all rise up so that we can have a word of prayer. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful to you, Lord, for taking us through this seminar, which started in the morning till this time when you're coming to a close. We thank you for giving us the grace to be able to sit down, listen, ask questions, make comments. And we thank you, Father, for the cordial atmosphere that has been there all through. And now, Lord, as we come to the end of the seminar, we commit each and every person into your hands. We pray, Lord, that you'll take all of us safely back home. And we pray that all the things that we have discussed, the things that the university needs to do so as to make the lives of our postgraduate students a little bit easier, Father, we pray that you'll help us to do all this. We thank you and we worship you. We thank you for the tea and the snacks and also for the lunch. We ask that you bless it, let it nourish our bodies. We give you thanks and we give you praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.